The day of the Fox's attack on Konoha. Many glorious shinobi died on that day. Among them were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Due to the grief of loss, no one paid attention to the fact that on that day a new life was also born, Naruto Uzumaki. He had no relatives left who could help him live a happy life, even without his parents. The only one who cared about his fate was the third Hokage, but he could not follow his feelings, because the baby could pose a danger to the village in the future, and all because of the demon that the fourth Hokage sealed in him. A week had passed since the attack. Only now had everything calmed down and the elders gathered to decide the main question, what to do with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, who was sleeping peacefully in the hospital and did not yet understand how difficult it would be for him. Give it to me in the root, Danzo declared without hesitation. I will be able to control this power and turn it into our strongest weapon. Calm down, Shimura, the boy is still too young, and don't forget whose son he is. Minato wouldn't want the baby to become a soulless weapon, Koharu objected. And how are you going to keep him in check? If the boy turns out to be too weak, then the fox will very soon attack Konoha again, but now the fourth won't help, and what will you do then? Shimura didn't let up, and en route, I can teach him to control this power, and he will serve for the good of the village. I believe that the boy needs to find a worthy guardian who can properly raise him and strengthen his morale so that the attack does not happen, Homura said. An argument ensued. Looking at them, Sarutobi only sighed heavily and began to think about what to do with the boy himself. On the one hand, he did not want to give the baby to Root. Minato would never forgive him for this, as would Hiruzen himself. On the other hand, the power of the Biju had to be controlled for the safety of the village. But the third did not want to give the boy to someone unknown, and no one suitable for the role of guardian came forward. What to do? After a few minutes, the elders and Danzo got tired of arguing, and Koharu suggested. Okay, since we can't come to a common choice, I suggest we do it this way. Let the boy live in the village, on the surface for now. She emphasized the last words and measured Danzo with a stern look. While he grows up, trusted people will watch over him. We will personally select them, and when the boy turns 4, we will decide whether he will go to Root or become a shinobi under Hiruzen's leadership. Do you agree? She asked Sarutobi a little louder, and he, as if coming out of a trance, agreed. Of course, this arrangement cannot be said to have satisfied Danzo, but he could not be called completely dissatisfied either. He will still win back the Jinchuriki for himself, it is only a matter of time. Selection of candidates. After the meeting, there was still an unresolved question, who will look after Naruto? It is clear that for now he will live in the hospital so that doctors will watch him around the clock, but the baby still needs care. Sarutobi himself periodically visited the newborn, but due to his duties as Hokage, he was not able to do this as often as he would have liked, so he decided to find him a person who could give the baby the love and care that he needed so much. Only one person came to mind, Hatake Kakashi, but would he agree after everything that had happened? By the morning of the next day, Sarutobi had found a second person who could visit Naruto, Makoto Uchiha. Yes, she was from an elite clan and had a child of her own, but that was what the third was counting on. As a mother, she would be able to get closer to the baby, and her son could become Naruto's friend. Wolf! The Hokage shouted and an ANBU fighter in a predator mask appeared in front of him. Hokage-sama, the shinobi knelt down. Invite Hatake Kakashi and Makoto Uchiha to me. For a moment, the shinobi was surprised to hear the Uchiha's name, but he obeyed. Kakashi was walking down the street heading home after a difficult mission. He had not yet fully recovered from the death of his teacher. Therefore, he took on more difficult missions to distract himself from sad thoughts. Suddenly, an ANBU fighter in a wolf mask appeared in front of him. Hatake knew him, they served together, but what did he need from him right like that, in the middle of a busy street? Hokage-sama is calling you, the ANBU reported and disappeared. Probably an urgent task, thought the gray-haired man. As he approached the Hokage's office, he usually entered through the window, but today he was too lazy. Kakashi saw the Uchiha clan head's wife coming out. Her face was thoughtful, but showed some semblance of happiness. He didn't pay much attention to it and knocked on the door. Come in. Oh, Kakashi, it's you, come in. You wanted to see me, Hokage-sama. Yes, Sarutobi visibly tensed up, which alerted Hatake. You know that Kushina was supposed to give birth that night. So she gave birth, and the baby survived. Kakashi's face changed. Why didn't he think to find out more about this earlier? What are you getting at? He could not resist. Do you mind looking after the baby in your free time from missions? Kakashi was stunned by this request. He didn't understand why, but he was very worried when he heard it. Him. And come babysit a baby. And whose baby? The son of his dead teacher. He didn't know why it bothered him so much, it seemed like nothing special, the child needed communication, but when and where? Hitaki said and for some reason smiled slightly. Commentary on selecting candidates 05.08.21. I'm gradually trying to eliminate spelling errors. Care. Day. Kakashi sat on his bed, reading his favorite book, but his thoughts were occupied with something else. The child. Now he visited him every week, unless he was sent on long missions. Sometimes he even managed to visit several times a week. He loved this little bundle with a permanent smile on his face. The baby twitched his arms and legs so cutely, while mumbling something under his breath, that Kakashi felt very warm in his soul. Of course, he behaved with dignity and did not cross the boundaries he set for himself. After all, this was not his child, and they were in a public place. He already entered the hospital through the window and as unnoticed as possible, so as not to ruin his reputation and not show weakness. And also to avoid unnecessary questions and conversations. Makoto also visited the baby, although not as often. Sometimes she came with Sasuke, and the boys looked at each other with surprise at first, and then they smiled, and they even tried to grab each other's hands. She also loved the boy not as much as Kakashi. Makoto knew his mother and saw her go to give birth. That was the last time they saw each other. So a year passed. 2 years. Naruto grew noticeably and Kakashi began to bring him little presents, which made the baby's toothless smile simply glow, and Hitaki also glowed from the inside with happiness at such moments. True, he was soon forbidden to bring toys for Naruto, the doctor simply had nowhere to put them. Then Kakashi took away some of the toys that the baby was already bored with and continued to bring new ones, he loved his smile so much. Naruto's 4th birthday. Danzo was already heading towards the Hokage's residence, feeling that he would get his due today. The elders and the Hokage himself were already sitting in the conference room, who had been in a bad mood since the morning, foreshadowing that today's meeting would definitely not be simple. And when Shimura entered with a semblance of a grin on his face, Hiruzen tensed up even more, sensing the impending disaster. I won't give him to him, I won't let him turn him into a killing machine, was spinning in the Hokage's head. And Danzo, feeling the tension of his friend and part-time enemy, only perked up even more. Well then, let's begin, Kaharu broke the silence. I hope that today we will resolve everything peacefully and without disputes. Having said this, Homura himself did not believe his words, because he understood perfectly well what would actually happen now. There is nothing to discuss here, the boy will go to me en route. He is growing up, which means there is no time to waste. With each year the risk that the fox will break free increases, and only I have the right conditions to control the power of Kyuubi. His words sounded very convincing, but Sarutobi was not going to give up without a fight. If he grows up and serves among good and honest shinobi, he will be able to suppress the fox with his will. It is better than if the boy loses his senses completely. He will never be accepted in the village. People will see him as a monster, a demon, they will despise him, and this will create hatred in the boy's soul, which will burst out with the power of the Biju. This will only bring new destruction and loss. I won't let you turn him into a tool for your dark plans, Sarutobi almost shouted. Calm down, Hiruzen, Kaharu intervened in the argument, Danzo is right, the boy will be despised in the village, and this will only bring him suffering. Sarutobi wanted to object, but Homura didn't let him speak. It's decided. Naruto is going to be placed under Danzo-sama's care, and that's not up for discussion. The Hokage wanted to counter with something else, but the facts were indisputable, and he understood this perfectly well, he couldn't give free rein to his feelings in such a matter. Sorry, Minato, was all that flashed through his mind. When everyone left the office, Sarutobi sat for a long time and thought about whether there was any way to save the situation, but nothing came to mind. However, no, there was one thought. But more about that later. Route. So Naruto turned 4. Makoto and the hospital staff threw him a little party. Everyone gave him presents, and the boy's happiness knew no bounds. Kakashi watched everything from the sidelines, he would come when everyone left. But Naruto kept looking around and looking for him. He asked, where is the guy with the bandage? And who is missing half of his face? To which everyone just laughed and marveled at the little boy's imagination. Sasuke was also present at the event. The boys managed to become friends, although sometimes they argued over trifles, but then they made up and continued to play happily. Soon everyone left, and Naruto was left alone in the room. Then Kakashi, as usual, entered through the window, and the boy was not at all surprised by this. I knew you would come, he babbled and laughed. I have a gift, Kakashi said and took out a box. The kid quickly unwrapped the gift and saw a ninja play set. His eyes immediately widened and he smiled so widely. Naruto ran up to Hatake and hugged him tightly, which even made him a little embarrassed. Oddly enough, the kid had never hugged him before. He hesitated a little and hugged him back. It was so cute, but suddenly Kakashi sensed someone else's chakra, quickly said goodbye to the kid and left. A moment later, a member of Root ANBU stood in the room. Without further ado, he picked up the baby and disappeared. Danzo sat in his gloomy office. He was very pleased. Finally, he would get his hands on him and make him his puppet. Perhaps with his help he would even be able to displace Sarutobi and take the post of Hokage, but it was too early to think about that. First he had to at least see the boy. There was a knock at the door. Come in. A man wearing a falcon mask entered the room and knelt down. Danzo-sama, the object has been successfully delivered to the base. Bring him to me, the leader said imperiously. Hi. And the man disappeared into the haze. The baby was being carried by a man unknown to him. He did not inspire confidence, but the boy was not a loudmouth and had been used to strangers since infancy, so he did not resist. When they approached a large steel door, the man set the boy on his feet and knocked. Come in, came from behind the door. The office was dark and rather chilly. Naruto felt goosebumps from the atmosphere. Well, hello, only now the kid noticed the person who was sitting opposite him in a small shabby chair. At least it seemed to him that the chair was shabby. He was not sure, since he could see little in such darkness. He also saw the person in the chair rather poorly. All that the kid could understand was that the person was already quite adult, with dark hair and half of his face bandaged. The sight of this person made him tense up and be wary. The man who brought him here slightly pushed the boy to come closer. Hello, the frightened kid said uncertainly. Don't be afraid, the old man said somehow sincerely, now you will live here and bring much benefit to your home. Of course, Naruto understood little, but for some reason he even felt a connection with the old man. Danzo made a slight hand gesture to the shinobi standing next to him. He took Naruto and left. They walked along gloomy corridors. Only lamps and concrete walls with a ceiling. About 10 minutes later they came to another door. It was very similar to the door of Danzo's office, but behind it there was a small room in which there were 2 beds, 2 nightstands, small washbasins and 2 cabinets. Now you will live here, 1025. But my name is Naruto. Now you don't have a name, you only have a serial number, and you must respond only to it. Do you understand? Yes. Change your clothes and wait. They will come to you soon. With these words the shinobi left. Naruto looked around. It was dim, gloomy and the boy could say with certainty that he did not like it here at all. On the bed he noticed clothes. The set included a sleeveless turtleneck, black tight pants and standard black shinobi sandals. In general, the clothes did not stand out. Naruto changed and sat down on the bed. He did not understand, and did not really want to understand, what he was doing here, but he was interested in what would happen next. About half an hour later, a man in an eagle mask entered the room. Next to him he was leading a boy about the same age as Naruto. He had short black hair, which stuck out in different directions like Naruto's. His face was pale and indifferent, but when he saw Naruto, curiosity flashed in them. Now you are partners, Oral announced, you will live and train together. Training will begin tomorrow. Early in the morning a man will come for you and take you to the training ground. Do not leave the room without an escort. Is that clear? Yes, the boys answered in unison. When the masked man left, Naruto decided to meet his future comrade. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and yours? My name is 1013, the stranger answered dryly. Hey, I'm serious. What's your real name? Naruto was starting to get angry. We don't have a name anymore. But we are comrades now, so it's better for us to get to know each other better. Uzumaki didn't let up. Okay, my name is Iwao, then he made something like a smile. It was fake, and it was noticeable to the naked eye. Nice to meet you, Naruto said hesitantly and extended his hand, but there was no response, and Iwao simply went to sleep. Naruto followed suit, but he was left with a bad taste in his mouth after such an introduction. The next day, Naruto surprisingly got up at the first call. At the hospital, he was often woken up early for checkups. His comrade was already standing there, dressed and fully prepared. How did he get ready so quickly? You have 2 minutes, ordered the man in the boar mask. Naruto quickly got ready and also stood ready at the entrance. They were led through the same dark corridors as yesterday, but today no one treated him so carefully. The root member did not even turn around to look at them. Naruto still felt uneasy about this place. He was already beginning to miss the hospital and Kakashi. I wonder what uncle is doing with the bandage now, the boy thought. Meanwhile, Kakashi was on a mission and had not yet noticed that his baby was missing. Finally, they came to the right door. When the boys entered, they saw a hall. A gym with various training facilities, the purpose of which Naruto knew nothing about. 10:25 and 10:13, today your root shinobi training course begins. A guy in a lion mask appeared from somewhere. He looked to be no more than 20 years old, his voice did not have the dryness of the others, there was only a note of madness. And this also scared 10:25, I will be your trainer and do not expect any indulgences, I am not a sadist, but in order to prepare you for the cruel world of shinobi I will conduct the same cruel training. So do not whine after today, because this will only be the beginning. So, having thoroughly enjoyed the guys' faces, in which indignation and fear were read, he said, 40 laps around the court. Let's begin. The guys took off and immediately felt the spirit of competition. At first, everything seemed very simple, but after 15 laps they were noticeably tired and slowed down considerably. However, the commander did not let them relax and kept pushing them. Having barely run those damn 40 laps, the guys fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Do you think the workout is over? Stand up. 60 push-ups. Let's start. The boys almost felt sick after hearing the number, but they obediently started doing push-ups. It seemed to them that they would lose consciousness if they did any more. Realizing that they were not capable of anything more, the coach announced that the training was over. The man in the boar mask led them back to their rooms and gave them something to eat. Then they went to the theory, where there were other boys besides them, but no one was allowed to talk, so the atmosphere was quite tense. After sitting for 2 hours, listening to the history of Konoha, chakra and many other things, Naruto almost exploded from the excess of information, but it turned out that this was far from all. The next day, they were supposed to conduct a test on everything that was said, but almost no one remembered anything. Grimaces of horror immediately appeared on the children's faces. Of course, the leaders foresaw this and gave everyone a summary with notes. From the next lesson, you will take such notes yourself. It was not enough. His brain was already boiling, and he still had to study. But gathering his will into a fist, Naruto still learned everything he needed and wrote the test. However, not everyone was so lucky. After the test, fewer children came to class, and this was worrying. And so over time, the number of children noticeably decreased. There were only 6 of 30 left. And he and Iwao became friends. Of course, no one cancelled the rivalry, but it only helped during grueling training. True, the boys rarely communicated, because at the end of a hard day they came and immediately passed out. Meanwhile, Kakashi returned to the village and, having rested, decided to visit his little friend. But he did not find him in the ward, then the Jonin came in an hour later, but there was still no one there. This was already starting to worry, and Hatake decided to ask the Hokage about what was happening. Hiruzen was sitting in his office, smoking his pipe and sorting through the ton of papers that had accumulated over the past couple of days. Then there was a knock on the door. Come in. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. Kakashi, did something happen? In fact, he understood perfectly well why Hatake came to him. Yes, I wanted to know where Naruto Uzumaki had disappeared to. I didn't find him in the hospital, and his things weren't there either, the gray-haired man reported. Don't worry, Kakashi, he was taken to a special unit to be trained. For what? To the life of a shinobi, of course, he is not an ordinary child after all. There's something he's not telling me, but I don't think the Hokage would let anything bad happen to Naruto. Okay, Hokage-sama, I apologize for disturbing you, and the shinobi left. Sarutobi sighed, but there was nothing he could do, he could only wait. Commentary en route. Hi, yes, or, yes, in Japanese. It could be written in Russian, but I like the original better. Start. A year had passed since Naruto had hit the route. Each training session was terribly exhausting for him, but his skills were already higher than many at his age. Taijutsu was at an average level, he could sense the flow of chakra, but he still didn't use it well, and his knowledge was excellent. Quite good results for a 5-year-old boy. Iwao wasn't far behind either, although he couldn't sense the source of chakra yet, which wasn't surprising since Naruto was a Jinchuriki, so he could sense chakra so quickly. But in Taijutsu, Iwao was superior to Naruto, although not by much. Today at training they had a sparring match. Naruto versus Iwao. Let's start. Naruto immediately took out a pair of kunai and threw them at Iwao, but he easily dodged them, throwing 2 of his own in response. Naruto blocked them with a kunai and began to close the distance. Iwao quickly realized what his opponent was trying to do, but it only played into his hands, because in close combat he surpasses 1025. However, Naruto had a plan. When they got close, a fight ensued and Naruto only defended himself by stepping back, luring the enemy into a trap. Suddenly, Naruto jumped back and threw an explosive tag at Iwao. Iwao realized that he was practically standing on a minefield. Those kunai that he had thrown earlier were explosive tags, but Iwao did not notice. Explosion. Finished. These were just dummies. They hadn't been allowed to use real explosive seals yet. Otherwise they would kill each other before their time. You're free, the coach shouted and disappeared. Knock on the door. Come in. Danzo-sama, the man in the lion mask, knelt down. Report, the head of Root said menacingly. He was able to defeat his opponent. Progress is visible. I think it's time to teach him techniques and conduct an exam. Yes, but before the exam let him go through that training. Eat. The man disappeared. It's time to start putting pressure on his personality. Soon he'll have glass in his eyes and then, Hiruzen, I'll show you the full power of my special forces. The next day. Today we will begin to study techniques, the trainer said, as always with crazy notes in his voice. We will start with the standard ones, substitution, clones and transformation. Yes, the boy said dryly. He was training alone today, as Iwao was still learning to control his chakra. So let's get started. The training lasted 4 hours with a short break for food. During this time, Naruto was able to create 4 shadow clones, but he still had trouble with the rest of the techniques. That's all for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Yes, Naruto said, breathing heavily. He was, as usual, incredibly tired. So when he came into the room, without waiting for Iwao, he fell asleep. After a couple of days, Naruto was able to master all the techniques, which was good news, and Iwao was finally able to feel the chakra and began to control it. While Iwao was mastering the techniques, Danzo called Naruto to him. Danzo-sama, Naruto greeted the head of Root while kneeling on one knee. Tell me, Naruto, what does it mean to be a shinobi? Shinobi are tools. We have no name. We have no feelings. We have no past. We have no future. There is only a mission. Okay, now tell me, could you kill a person? Naruto was stunned for a moment, but still answered. Yes. And the child? Yes. There was a tremor and uncertainty in his voice. Then Danzo was convinced that this training was necessary. Go. Eat. Naruto left. Lion. They called. Danzo-sama. Get started. Eat. 3 days passed. Naruto devoted these 3 days to chakra control and physical training. But on the 4th day Leo came to him and said, follow me. Eat. They went down a few more levels. It was even darker and gloomier here. Soon they came to a door from which screams were coming. They entered. It turned out to be an interrogation room. In the middle of the empty room stood a chair, to which a man was tied. Already pretty beaten and dented. Your task is to press on the pain points, beat him and bring him pain in every possible way until he loses consciousness. Yes, the blonde said with a slight tremor in his voice. He approached the man and hit him. The man screamed hysterically from this blow. But Naruto kept hitting him, his hands were shaking and his whole body was covered in goosebumps, but he continued. Finally, the man passed out. Now bring him to his senses. Eat. When the man woke up, he couldn't even hold his head on his shoulders, he felt so bad. Kill him. Eat. His hands began to tremble even more, everything was mixed up in his head. And now he had already broken his neck, he saw how the light was fading in the eyes of this unfortunate man. And suddenly there was emptiness inside. The young man's eyes became colder, and his hands stopped trembling. Lead the next one. So he tortured and killed 4 people and each time his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. That's all for today, the commander announced. As Naruto walked back to the room, he was acting differently. Today was the first time he had killed a person. Several months passed like this. Several times a week he would go into the interrogation room and carry out the same procedure. These were different people, men, women, even children. He also learned several new techniques and learned his element, wind. He learned a couple of techniques and already had complete control over chakra without any difficulty. The only one who supported him morally was Iwao. And 1025 was very glad that he had a friend. One, but a real one. Comment to beginning. Sorry for the lack of description, but I'm not very good at this yet, and even then the fanfic would be quite long and drawn out. Exam. So another year passed. Naruto was already 6 Usually at this time children enter the academy to become shinobi. There is a light of hope in their eyes, everything seems interesting and wonderful. And the shinobi world is a fairy tale with feats and honors. But in reality it was not so, and number 1025 had long understood this. His procedures lasted 2 months. During this time, the light in his eyes almost went out. Only one ray remained. Iwao. But one of the usual training days they were taken to the training ground and told to wait. A few minutes later Danzo-sama appeared. Today you will fight to the death. You have 24 hours. If you are both alive, I will kill you both. With these words he disappeared. And the guys were left standing with their eyes full of pain. I can't, said 1025. Don't be afraid. You don't have to do it, because I will do it. With these words, the young man rushed at the blonde. A fight ensued. Naruto was stronger and Iwao understood this, so he decided to tease his opponent so that it would be easier for him to kill him. And then the kunai pierced the flesh. Blood flowed. Cough. Iwao was lying near the tree, covered in blood, smiling. And it was not a fake smile. It was all for real. And that made it even more painful. Sorry, Iwao, Naruto managed to say. Emptiness. No. What is this? Naruto opened his eyes and saw something like a sewer. It was gloomy, like the root base. No, you don't feel anxious here. It's even nice to be here. Noise. The blonde followed the noise and saw a huge golden cage with the word, seal, written on it. He came after all. You're early, came from behind the bars. Then 2 huge red eyes opened in front of Uzumaki. They were full of hatred, the thirst to kill. But the blonde didn't even bat an eyelid. There was emptiness in his heart. Are you Kyuubi? The guy said emotionlessly. Something about this emotionless voice didn't please the fox. Yes. Then it's clear. How do I get out of here? You don't even care where you are. I know where I am. This is my subconscious, the Jinchuriki said without changing his intonation. Smart boy, thought the fox. Just try to meditate and grab the thread of reality. Thank you, the boy also said dryly. After a couple of seconds he disappeared. The Nine-Tails was still looking at the place where Naruto stood, but lost in thoughts about freedom, he fell asleep. And here Naruto is again at the training ground. Iwao's body is in front of him. But he doesn't feel anything anymore. Why? He himself didn't know. He just didn't feel anything. 1025 completed the task. Feelings were suppressed. No intervention was required. There are several minor injuries that are healing at an unusual rate for a human. Returning to room 1025, he wanted to sleep, but they didn't let him. A man wearing a monkey mask entered the room. Naruto had not seen him before. Get ready. Today your training has come to an end and now you are a member of Root ANBU. Congratulations, he said all this in the same tone as Naruto, you don't live here anymore. Now you will receive a uniform and you will be moved to a new room. They walked along the corridors and came to a door that was no different from the others. The man in the mask knocked and a man in a snake mask opened the door. Having understood everything, the man went deeper into the room calling 2 shinobi after him. Naruto examined the man who was giving out the uniform. It was a shinobi about 30 years old, his light blonde hair looked like a toilet brush and there was nothing else remarkable about him. Naruto changed his clothes, the new uniform fit perfectly. It was the standard ANBU uniform and a fox mask. Apparently my nickname is Fox. In weapons, he preferred kunai and shuriken, and otherwise relied on techniques and strength, so he was not given any weapons. As you understand, your call sign is Fox. You don't have a number anymore. Now you only answer to Fox. Eat. They walked to his new abode. It wasn't much different from the previous one. Only here there was a stove and a kettle. And there was only one of everything. Another person would have been hurt by this, and he would have remembered his comrade's death. But Lee felt nothing else. Now he was given missions. Mainly to eliminate. The first mission was to eliminate some farmer. The fox didn't know why he had to die, but it didn't matter to him. The main thing was the order. He killed in different ways. With poisons, weapons, bare hands, or by setting traps. He always chose the best option and strictly followed the plan he developed. That's how he spent the rest of the year. He was already 7, but he didn't care much. What difference did it make? The main thing was the order. Mission. The Uchiha clan was destroyed. Itachi disappeared and only little Sasuke remained alive. A year has passed since that terrible day. Sasuke became even more closed and indifferent. He didn't communicate with anyone. Although a crowd of fans was constantly running around him. But Sasuke didn't care about them. He sat and thought. And about what no one knew. Council of Elders. I'm afraid that Sasuke is too obsessed with revenge and it could affect Konoha. He could become a renegade or something worse. He would seek the power to kill his brother. That's why he needs to be monitored, Shimura insisted. I agree, Kaharu supported. Me too, Homura joined in. Okay, Sasuke Uchiha will be under surveillance. I want Naruto Uzumaki to carry out this mission, Sarutobi announced his decision. What? They are the same age, so it will be easier to keep track. But, Danzo wanted to object, but he was interrupted. And this is not up for discussion. That's all. Although Danzo was not very pleased, there was nothing to be done. Sitting in his office, Danzo was thinking. Knock on the door. Come in. The fox entered the room and sat on one knee. You have a new mission. You will follow Uchiha Sasuke. Do not make contact. Follow and report. You will read all the details in the folder. She was lying on a small table covered with papers. The fox stood up and took the folder. Am I free? Yes. I hope this won't backfire on me, Danzo thought, because up there, Lee could once again become emotional. And that couldn't be allowed to happen. Well, let's see what happens. Naruto was in his room studying the folder. Places where he most often goes, classes, schedule, address. Having studied everything in detail, Fox headed out of the base. The sun was shining brightly outside. He usually moved in the dark, so he didn't see the sun very many times. He immediately went to look for the object. He was at the academy. Classes were not over yet. When Lee looked at the boy, something flashed in his memory and immediately passed. It seemed to him that he had seen him before. No, he had no past. Lee continued to follow. Nothing interesting happened. After the academy, Sasuke went to the lake. There he sat on a pontoon and went home. So he watched him for a whole year. One day he saw the Hokage walking down the street. When he passed the blonde's hideout, he smiled, but somehow sadly. And he walked on. After the surveillance, Naruto was given various missions and so a decent amount of time passed. He trained, carried out tasks and basically did nothing else. So he was already 12 years old. Surveillance mission. Finally, it was time to distribute the teams. Sarutobi had been waiting for this day for several years. Ever since Naruto was taken to the route. He only had to force Shimura to give Naruto to the Genin team. And Hiruzen already had a plan. After all, Sasuke Uchiha was just finishing the academy, which meant that Uzumaki could be put on the team under the pretext of surveillance. But it will be a difficult conversation with Danzo, the Hokage thought with a sigh, he won't let me manipulate him so easily. But I need to make a start. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. The head of the route, Danzo, entered the room. You wanted to see me, Hiruzen, Shimura said with irritation in his voice. Yes, as you know, Sasuke Uchiha is among the academy graduates this year. The boy has gained strength and it is quite possible that he can do something rash, so I suggest putting Naruto Uzumaki on the team with him. He has already followed him in the past, which means he will be a better fit. Hearing these words, Danzo was angry, but he didn't show it. So that's how you decided to play, huh, Hiruzen? There's no way I'm going to give up the Jinchuriki to you. But you have a point. So maybe I'll play along this time. Okay, you're right, so I don't mind. Great, then here is his folder. But here is his real name, Danzo couldn't resist shouting. Of course, what don't you like? That won't do, give me a clean folder and I'll fill in the data myself. Sarutobi didn't like it, but he couldn't risk it, otherwise he would squeeze the boy. He had to give in. The next day, Danzo already provided a folder with new data. Mamoru Sasaki. 12 years old height. 145 centimeters weight. 36 kilograms taijutsu. 8/10 ninjutsu. 10 out of 10 intelligence. 9/10 physical fitness. 10 out of 10, so Mamoru Sasaki, Sarutobi thought. Knock on the door. Come in. Good afternoon Hokage-sama, you asked me to come later for the folders of my new charges, the copy ninja stood in the room. Yes, here, Hiruzen handed him the folders. After flipping through them, Kakashi stopped for a minute at Naruto's folder. And who is Mamoru Sasaki? I haven't seen him at the academy before, but the boy's appearance seemed familiar to him. He's new, homeschooled, a very outstanding boy. This was evident from the indicators, especially since even Uchiha, the best graduate of this year, had indicators that did not exceed 8. Okay, Hokage-sama, after which copy left. Danzo was sitting in his office as usual, sorting through papers. But he couldn't get his head around what his opponent had planned. Does he want the guy to go soft with these genin? Or, does he want to drag him into his business? It wasn't clear, but Danzo knew one thing for sure, he couldn't let Sarutobi manipulate him. Fox. A few seconds later there was a knock on the door and a guy in an ANBU uniform and a fox mask entered the room. Danzo-sama, the young man greeted him, kneeling as usual. There is a new assignment for you. You will be assigned to a genin team that includes Sasuke Uchiha. Your task is surveillance, naturally you will be in contact with him, but you will not reveal your true purpose. On this mission, you are Mamoru Sasaki. You will read the rest in the folder. You are free to go. Taking the folder, the fighter left. In his room, Fox studied the data of his partners and the squad leader. Hitaki Kakashi. 26 years old, height, 181 centimeters, weight, 67.5 kilograms, genome enhancement, Sharingan nickname, Copy Ninja or Sharingan Kakashi. He became famous for copying more than 1,000 techniques. Traits. Loves erotic literature and unpunctuality. During the war, he lost 2 partners, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. He served in ANBU under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Distinguishing features of appearance: a mask covering half of the face and a protector covering the left eye with the Sharingan. There was a lot of other information written there, which was surprising because Kakashi had always been secretive, but there was a lot of personal information about family, friends, and various connections or experiences. Having familiarized himself with the data, Lee quickly read the dossier on Sakura Haruno. She did not stand out in any way, an ordinary 12-year-old girl, and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto already knew a lot of information about him, because he had obtained most of the information from the dossier about him, but there was also some new, but rather useless information. Having finished reading the last sheet, Naruto began preparing for the mission. He received a uniform, which he would wear all the time while he was on top, the necessary documents and even housing in the village, so that no questions would arise. The uniform consisted of a black tracksuit with gray inserts, similar to his suit from Hurricane Chronicles, but gray instead of orange, so as not to stand out, but his glass eyes still gave him away. However, they were not disguised in any way, since if he hid his face, many questions would arise. Having prepared thus, Naruto set out for his new home. And the next day I met with team number 7. Comment on surveillance task. The characteristics were set, according to the level of training of their age. This means that Naruto is not superior to Kakashi, who is in another category, but with less results. I took the data from the internet. Team number 7. The day of meeting his new team had arrived. Although for Naruto it was just a word, an empty sound. He understood that to complete some missions you need to work as a team, but everything was just for the sake of completing the task and nothing more. Now Naruto was moving towards the academy. When he entered the classroom, his gaze immediately fixed on the object, Sasuke. He was sitting at the back desk away from everyone and, as usual, was thinking about something. The fox walked past and sat down at the back desk, but in a different row. From there, the entire class could be seen. He also found the third member of the group with his gaze, Sakura Haruno. She was sitting in the row with Sasuke and was looking at him with some kind of wild look. Naruto had never seen such a look, but he didn't care. The main thing was to follow the object. He also felt the gaze of almost everyone in the class. They looked at him with curiosity, some with distrust, and some even with fear. His eyes were to blame for all this, glassy, lifeless. He saw a boy with a pineapple haircut sitting on the second desk, and next to him sat a blonde girl and a chubby boy with a bag of chips. It could be assumed that they were from the same team. Naruto clearly heard their conversation. Who is this blonde guy, Shikamaru? The blonde asked. So cute, but scary. He looks like Sasuke in some way, but his eyes are different. They say he's new and was homeschooled before, the chubby boy said. I'm too lazy, but Dad said that people from the ANBU Special Forces, about which little is known, have eyes like that, Shikamaru said. I can't let anyone know who I am, thought the fox, but how can I divert suspicion from myself? They said it was in the eyes, but what can I do? Then Naruto decided to try to act friendly, because then they would understand that he was an ordinary child, but how? He stood up and walked towards the 3 of them. They immediately tensed up as he approached them. Hello, Naruto said as friendly as he could and forced a smile. My name is Mamoru Sasaki. And you? I'm Shikamaru Nara, the brunette answered. Where did you suddenly come from? You didn't go through training. Shikamaru knew the answer, but he wanted the blonde to say it himself. I was trained at home, Naruto answered dryly. He looked at the blonde and a chill ran through her body. And what's your name? Fox returned the friendliness to his voice. Ino Yamanaka, the girl answered quietly. Those eyes scared her, just like the guy himself. Nice to meet you, Ino, Naruto said and smiled, again falsely. And you? Shoji Akamichi. Nice to meet you, so you are all from famous clans. Yes, and you have a clan. I've never heard of the Sasaki clan before. I may be the last of the clan. It is little known, but I have no relatives here. Who taught you? The suspicion grew. When I started showing my talents, they assigned me a trainer, Naruto reported without hesitation. I see, Shikamaru said, putting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes. What difference does it make to me what kind of guy he is? The main thing is that he doesn't interfere, thought Nara. The rest of his team rushed to find something to do, just so the blonde would leave. Naruto realized that nothing would come of it and went on to get acquainted so as not to arouse suspicion. He approached the guy with the dog on his head, who looked at him with disdain, but said nothing. So Naruto started the conversation. Hello, I'm Mamoru Sasaki. And what's your name? The fox said with a smile. I'm Kiba Inuzuka, and this is Akamaru. He pointed at the dog sitting on his head, who growled slightly, but quickly calmed down, and that means you're new. I don't like you for some reason. Kiba was used to speaking directly, but Naruto didn't care. And you, he continued his introduction, not paying attention to Kiba's angry look. I'm Hinata Hyuga, the girl with short blue hair and strange eyes said almost silently. Naruto immediately recognized the Byakugan in them. So you are from the great Hyuga clan, who possess the Byakugan. Nice to meet you. Hinata blushed and wanted to fall through the ground. I'm Shino, said a strange guy in a cloak and glasses, and in general he was almost completely covered in clothes so that his body was almost invisible. And your last name? You don't need to know her, the brunette said dryly. As you wish. At that moment, a girl with long, disheveled hair and red eyes entered the classroom. She walked up to the board and spoke loudly. Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. I am your commander. Let's go. With these words, she and her charges left the classroom. I did find out his last name, so it's Aburame. His clan uses beetles as weapons, Mamoru noted. Then the leader of the team Shikamaru came into the classroom. They left too. Only Naruto and his team remained in the classroom. Sasuke didn't care, and Sakura kept walking around and grumbling that their worthless sensei was late for the first meeting. You are disrespectful to a person who is above you in rank and skills, the fox said dryly to the restless girl. Even if he is Hokage, it is not polite to be late. He is a very strong shinobi and also your commander. If he is late, then there is a reason for it. Naruto did not understand how one could disrespect a person who is higher in rank than you. Sakura wanted to object, but then she looked at Naruto and fell silent. Again, the eyes, like glass, caused a shiver and chill through the body. 5 minutes later, their newly minted sensei finally arrived. Sorry, I'm late, a black cat crossed my path, I had to go around it. The fox didn't understand what the black cat had to do with it, but he didn't argue or ask. Kakashi glanced at his charges and his gaze lingered on Mamoru. He seemed so familiar to him, as if he had known him all his life, but he couldn't place where he had seen him. Okay, let's go to the roof, let's get acquainted. Everyone went up to the roof. So, tell us about yourself. Maybe you can show us an example, sensei, Haruno giggled. Okay, well, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. I like some things, and I don't like some things. You don't need to know my dreams and goals. Now it's up to you. But you didn't tell me almost anything, Sakura pouted. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like many things. I don't like many things. I don't have a dream, but I have a goal. I want to kill one person. I am Haruno Sakura, what I love, or rather who, then she blushed and began to mumble something under her breath. Well, everything is clear with these two. It's better not to talk to Sasuke about revenge and his clan. Sakura is a standard 12-year-old girl with rose-colored glasses, but I wonder what this guy will say. My name is Mamoru Sasaki. I love my village. I don't like the village's enemies. I have no dreams. The goal is to serve my village and protect its inhabitants. It sounded like the guy had been brainwashed. And his eyes. Well, okay, tomorrow we'll have our first training session. I'll wait for you at the 7th training ground at 7 a.m. And yes, you better not have breakfast, or you'll throw up. Kakashi immediately disappeared. He was heading to the Hokage. There was something he didn't like about this boy. Glassy eyes, high stats, emotionless voice. He looked too much like a root fighter. So Kakashi wanted to see for himself what was going on. Sasuke and Sakura went home. And Naruto went to his house to write a report for Danzo. The object is closed. It is thinking about revenge against Itachi Uchiha. There was no direct contact. Haruno Sakura does not pose a threat. Kakashi Hatake suspects of involvement in the organization. Tomorrow training at training ground number 7 at 7 a.m. The task was not to eat in the morning. The real reason is unknown. Comment to team number 7. Please leave your comments on the work. It is very interesting to know the opinion. Just no swearing. First training session. Polygon number 7. 7 a.m. Everyone is already assembled, except Kakashi sensei. No wonder, he wasn't known for punctuality, as the dossier said. The students waited patiently for him to deign to show up. Well, how patiently? Sakura walked around and was indignant, cursing the sensei, then saying how cool he was, then cursing again. In general, she did not stand still for a minute. Unlike her, Naruto and Sasuke did not utter a word during the entire wait and only occasionally exchanged glances. Finally, the wandering sensei appeared. Sakura immediately pounced on him with accusations, to which Kakashi, as usual, stupidly justified himself, not particularly bothering about his oversight and immediately got down to business. Okay, let's get started. He took 2 bells out of his pocket. You have until noon, your task is to take the bells from me. But there are only 2 bells, Sakura said excitedly. That's right, some of you won't pass and will return to the academy. Naruto was not in danger, and his stone face again showed no emotion. But as for the guys, Sakura was seriously nervous, because she understood that her partners were much stronger than her, which meant that the chance that she would return to the academy was very high. Sasuke only slightly raised an eyebrow, but there was no fear or excitement on his face. So, let's begin, Kakashi commanded. All the ninjas immediately hid. Naruto was not so stupid as to attack such a dangerous opponent without knowing his strength. Although he had a rough idea of what his temporary teacher was capable of. Most likely, he won't use his trump card, the Sharingan, on such weak opponents. He has mastered all the elements, but lightning and earth are still the main ones, which means that wind or lightning techniques will work against him, but I don't have mastery over lightning, which means I have nothing to counter his earth with. I need to start the attack by throwing kunai and see how he acts, then try to attack with a wind technique or wait for the right moment. Naruto thought about the strategy. Are you really going to hide like this? Kakashi said mockingly, reading his favorite book. As if in response to this, Naruto jumped out of hiding and threw 2 kunai, to which Kakashi only jumped to the side, continuing to read the book. He just dodged without even looking up from his book, so he doesn't consider me a particular threat, flashed through the blonde's mind. He formed the seals and released a powerful stream of air from his mouth. Wind element. Air gust. What? Kakashi dodged. Does he really already know such powerful techniques? Hatake thought with horror. At that moment, Sasuke jumped out from behind cover. Fire element. Fireball. What kind of monsters are they? Kakashi exclaimed to himself, watching as the techniques combined, complementing each other, and now flew at him, intending to destroy him along with those damned bells. Earth element. Wall of dirt, Kakashi said quietly, creating a barrier. Suddenly Mamoru appeared behind him. He almost grabbed the bell, but Hatake managed to turn around and throw the boy over himself. However, he escaped the hold and did not fall. The boys didn't give Kakashi a break, but they themselves were already breathing heavily, and sweat was pouring in 3 streams. But Sakura still hadn't shown up. There was an hour left. I can't disobey orders. If I don't, then I'm useless, Naruto thought. He decided to set a trap while Sasuke drew Kakashi into battle. Barrier sphere trap technique. Chakra appeared around the sensei and turned into a barrier. Suddenly, hands appeared from the ground and grabbed one of the bells. The trap was immediately dispelled. Not bad, Kakashi thought. The second bell was never given to anyone until the end of time. And Sakura was tied to the pole. Since you fought well, I'll give you a second chance. Mamoru and Sasuke can eat, but don't give Sakura anything. When I get back, we'll hold the second round. Danzo-sama said that here, the priority is to help comrades. That means we need to share food with Sakura in order to pass, Naruto immediately realized. Here, he handed Sakura his lunch. Her eyes widened and were full of surprise. Even Sasuke was surprised, because this Mamoru didn't seem like he valued friendship, or anything at all, except orders. Duh. Thank you, Haruno squeezed out. At that moment, Kakashi appeared from the cloud of smoke. You all passed. Sasuke and Sakura had looks of surprise on their faces, while Mamoru still sat completely motionless. But why, sensei? The girl asked, coming to her senses. In the shinobi world, those who don't complete missions are considered trash, but those who don't value their friends are worse than trash. He untied Sakura and everyone went home very happy that they passed the test. The mission was to get the bell from Hitaki Kakashi before noon. I completed the mission alone. Hitaki Kakashi fought without using the Sharingan. His power level is 9/10. Sakura Haruno was deprived of lunch due to poor results. Sasuke Uchiha was not present. An inspection was conducted. The order was to not give Sakura Haruno any food. The inspection was to identify teamwork and support. The main sentences: in the shinobi world, those who do not complete tasks are considered trash, but those who do not value their friends are worse than trash. Everyone passed the inspection. Comment on first training. I'm waiting for criticism, without swearing. New parts will be released soon. Security. For the next week, Team 7 carried out standard D-rank missions, catching cats or other animals, weeding the garden, cleaning up the beach, and many other standard chores. For Naruto, it didn't matter much what missions they were doing, orders were orders, and they weren't up for discussion. Especially since, thanks to his physical abilities, they completed them very quickly, so quickly that after a week, all the D-rank missions simply ran out. Well, the Hokage was a little confused, what tasks to give the genin now. After all, they were not the only team, and leaving them idle was not an option. Okay, I will give you a C-rank task. Your task is to escort a scientist. Nothing complicated, just protect him from bandits in the forest. He is heading to the country of Earth, a small town almost on the border. I think you can handle it. Yes, the genin's happiness knew no bounds. The first real mission, outside of Konoha. Now we can prove ourselves, Sakura continued, walking with her team from the residence. This is a C-rank mission, how are you going to show yourself there? Nothing complicated, just protection from bandits, Sasuke said gloomily. What do you think, Mamoru? Looking at the blonde's stony face, the girl dared to ask. We must complete the mission. It is the duty of every shinobi, Mamoru answered, as if reading from a piece of paper. Why are you always like this? Sakura asked with a slightly sad face. Naruto didn't respond to this. He didn't quite understand the question. Shinobi weren't supposed to have feelings, but here, under the third's rule, they were put above duty to the village. He was clearly brainwashed after all. He can't be like this just because of his character or upbringing, Kakashi thought, watching their conversation from a tree, hiding his presence as much as possible. He had already realized that the new guy was strong, so he was extremely careful. He even felt sorry for the boy. It wasn't right when emotions were sucked out of a child, breaking him and plunging the darkness deeper and deeper. The next day, the team stood at the main gate, waiting for the always late sensei and the customer. Finally, the two showed up. Well, since everyone is here, I'd like to introduce you to our customer, Koiku Sakamoto, said Kakashi. Koiku turned out to be a man of about 40 years old. He had almost no hair, only small patches of gray, but his face looked quite young. It was strange, as if they had taken a young man's face and attached it to the body of an old man who didn't have much time left. He was dressed in a gray shirt and pants, and on his feet were what looked like shoes, but at the same time they looked like sports shoes. In general, he didn't really look like a man who was getting ready for a long journey. We'll have to keep a close eye on him, Naruto noted. Are you sure these kids can protect me? Sakamoto said unceremoniously and glanced at the genin. Then his gaze met Naruto's. Koiku went cold and shouted, I don't want this guy to accompany me. And pointed his finger at the blonde. Naruto wasn't at all embarrassed by this, he continued to stand motionless, waiting for the command to start. Sorry, but the lineup has already been determined, Kakashi said calmly. But, he wanted to object, but then Mamoru spoke up. Excuse me, are you doubting the Hokage's decision? Naruto said calmly, but trying to inject as much suspicion and hatred as possible. He had to carry out the order, and that meant using any means necessary. No, the customer said uncertainly. Then we must begin our journey, otherwise we will not fulfill the order within the specified time frame, Mamoru concluded. Deciding to defuse the situation, Kakashi said. Well then, let's go. And the team walked from the village towards the country of Earth. In order to avoid problems and better monitor the situation, Naruto went on horseback. This way he would not bother the customer and monitor the situation from a different angle. Hitaki didn't mind, because the guy was smart, so why not give him a little freedom in his actions? They walked like this for about 5 hours. But on the 6th hour the customer stopped and started whining. There was no other way to describe it. I'm tired and need a break, and why are we walking so fast? Sorry, but this is the most optimal speed. We took into account your physical abilities and calculated the speed. If we slow down, we won't be able to get to the place in time, Kakashi answered monotonously. Then I demand that you carry me. Kohaku wasn't going to give in so easily. It's impossible. If I carry you, I won't be able to protect you. And what do you need these little ones for? Kakashi thought. It's a C rank mission, which means they can handle it, but there is a risk. Although without risk, there would be no shinobi world. Okay, I'll carry you. Guys, be on your guard. If we're attacked, I won't be able to react quickly. Eat. Mamoru didn't answer. Mamoru jumped forward along the branches. He decided to check the situation. Whoever the enemies were, bandits or shinobi, you cannot lull your vigilance. Suddenly he felt someone else's chakra and quite powerful. These are not ordinary bandits, but rather strong shinobi, but what are they doing here? Have they really come for the scientist? Naruto decided to check, but not to attract attention yet. After running a couple hundred meters, he noticed a group of people, merchants, but they were emitting powerful chakra. No, not from them. Something in the cart was emitting this chakra, or maybe there was a person there. The traders didn't look dangerous, but they couldn't be overlooked. But they also needed to be let into the crew's knowledge. No, there was no reason for the commander to be concerned yet. For now, he would just watch. The merchants were moving towards the road. Team 7 was walking along. There were no children or old people among them, which was strange for this area. There were mostly men. Suddenly they stopped and 2 kunai flew at Naruto. An explosion. But the boy managed to jump back, but his jacket was set on fire. Damn, I've been spotted, but what's the point of them attacking and revealing themselves? When Naruto landed, a barrier of earth grew around him. Without thinking twice, Naruto used a blow using wind chakra and punched a hole. It healed, but rather slowly. Then he put in more chakra and was able to get out in time. But 2 shinobi rushed at him, and quite strong ones. They used earth and water techniques, forming something like a quagmire. They are not trying to kill me, but only to catch me, but why? Perhaps they need information, or they came for the scientist and want to exchange me for him. Having made such conclusions, Naruto could not allow himself to be captured. Then the order would not be carried out. Using his taijutsu skills, he was able to get out of the mud and tried to quickly hide. Still, his chances were slim. He was alone against a whole crowd of adult and strong shinobi. But they did not let him leave. A moment later, a shinobi appeared next to him, all wrapped up in clothes, and put a kunai to his throat. How fast? Calm down. You can't escape, but you can save your precious life if you come with us. The voice was sweet, but scary. Why do you need me? What is your goal? It doesn't concern you, but rest assured that we are not your friends. Realizing that he wouldn't get any information from them, he got out of the grip, made a couple of seals and disappeared. But they threw a kunai at him, which wounded him in the arm. Not fatally, but quite seriously. Team number 7 walked along a forest path. Everything was calm. It's been a while since I've seen Mamoru. I hope there won't be any surprises from him. Suddenly they saw a familiar figure on the path. Mamoru! Sakura shouted and gasped. He walked and held his hand, from which blood was flowing. Coming closer, they could see that their comrade was completely pale and could barely stand on his feet, but he did not show any sign of pain. What happened? The squad captain asked, running up to him. There are enemies ahead. The target is unknown. After catching his breath a little, he was able to explain everything normally. As he continued to tell his story, Kakashi became more and more gloomy, and when the boy finished, Hatake looked questioningly at the scientist, who tensed up and even turned pale. You don't want to tell us anything? The scientist, trembling all over, wanted to object, but gave in under the gaze of the entire team. Okay, I know who they are, but believe me, they don't need me. He turned his gaze to Sasuke. They need this kid. What? Sasuke was clearly in shock. Where did you get this information? And why didn't you make it public right away? The thing is, after I ordered security, I received a note. It said that I should try to slow you down and disable you in every possible way, and there was also a photo of my daughter attached, Kohaku said, almost crying. I see. So Sasuke is their target. It's probably either because of the Sharingan or because you're the last survivor of the clan, the copy ninja concluded. Mamoru, how are you? I am capable, the guy reported, straightening up. I have to protect the facility, Naruto thought. You say that they will most likely be here by the end of the day and they have quite high strength indicators. Kakashi thought for a moment, so here's what we'll do. Sasuke and Mamoru protect the scientist and don't engage in combat unless necessary. Sakura sit in ambush just in case. And I'll go ahead and try to find out about their goals and weaken their forces if possible. Eat. I'll stay with the facility. It's a very advantageous position, but the plan itself is clearly not well thought out. Naruto didn't argue with the command, but he knew that the plan was not flawless and there would most likely be many unforeseen circumstances. However, his main goal was to protect the facility. Comment on security. I hope to post another part today, so wait. Unusual traders. Kakashi moved in the direction Mamoru pointed. Once he got there, Hitaki took up a position to observe. The merchants did not notice him, because Kakashi is more experienced than Naruto. He wanted to find out information, but the people walked in complete silence. It would be stupid to attack without knowing their strength, Kakashi thought, but I can't just retreat either. Then, he bit his finger, a summoning technique. A small pug with a Konoha forehead protector and a small vest appeared on the branch in front of him. Good to see you, Pakun. What happened, Kakashi? The dog asked immediately. You can tell me something about those people by their smell. He pointed his finger at the traders. I'm afraid we're too far away. From here I can only sense a large amount of chakra from that cart. He pointed at the cart that Naruto had also noticed earlier. I see, then can you try to get closer? I'll try. Just be careful, these guys are strong, if anything happens, it's better to leave right away. Understood. With these words Pakun began to approach the enemy. As he got a little closer, he could detect the smell of sulfur and sewage. It was too risky to go any closer, but the data he had collected was not helping. However, he still didn't dare. Returning to Kakashi, he reported the information he had received. Sulfur and sewage pipes, then. That doesn't give us much. Yes, but if I came closer, they would be able to spot me. Okay, it looks like. But then one of the merchants spoke. At that distance, Kakashi couldn't hear anything, but he had the Sharingan, which allows him to read lips. And that guy, how was he able to win against Sadeo? Asked a rather young guy, apparently his friend. Firstly, he didn't defeat him, he just managed to escape, and secondly, you saw his face, only people from the Hidden Leaf Special Forces have such a face. I heard that they are brainwashed from childhood and completely deprived of emotions. They even say that they pass some kind of test after which people change. Yes, but even just to run away from him. Or maybe he let him go. I don't know, but he told us not to kill the kid. And you yourself saw that Sadeo didn't fight at full strength and ordered us not to attack to kill. It's all strange. What do you think? Yes. Be quiet. His comrade suddenly interrupted him. We can't say his name. It was clear that the man who had almost broken the rule was frightened and they both fell silent. So they weren't going to kill Mamoru, but why? And who is this man whose name cannot be spoken? This conversation left more questions than answers, but still better than nothing. Okay, I think I can finish my visit. Shadow cloning. Kakashi created one clone and headed towards his team. Commentary on unusual traders. The part turned out to be quite small. In it I just wanted to give some new information and food for thought. In the next chapter there will be more action. Don't miss it. Unequal fight. Attention, Kakashi said, just emerging from behind the trees, the enemies are approaching and, having gathered some information, I decided to reconsider our plan. Mamoru and I will attack, and Sasuke and Sakura will be behind to protect the scientist. Damn, this is going to be harder, Naruto thought. Sakura came out from hiding with her eyes full of fear, but determination. Everyone took their positions and began to wait for the enemy. If they really have a goal not to kill Mamoru, then this will give him an advantage, and Sasuke is quite strong and I think he will be able to both stand up for himself and protect Kohaku, Kakashi reasoned. Their enemies didn't keep them waiting for long. After 10 minutes, Hitaki sensed the approach of Chakra and gave a signal to his team. Everyone tensed up. Explosion. A kunai with an explosive seal landed right next to Naruto and Kakashi. They dodged, but then a whole swarm of shurikens flew at them. They began to fight them off, but there were so many of them that our defenders barely had time. Then 3 people attacked them at once. They were wearing robes and their faces were not visible. They shouldn't be able to get through to the facility. Mamoru only had time to think before he was shot with a fire technique. I won't have time to dodge and I don't have the technique to defend myself. But then a wall of earth appeared in front of him. It was Kakashi's technique, wall of mud. How are you, Mamoru? Capable, Naruto reported without even thanking. Be careful. Kunai charged with lightning chakra flew at them. Wind flow, Naruto said calmly and flew away from the place of attack. And Kakashi was able to dodge, but still a small bolt of lightning hit his hand. They don't give us time to counterattack. Hatake, holding his wounded arm, jumped back towards Mamoru. We need to retreat. Yes, although Naruto understood that they wouldn't be allowed to go far, so he had to fight them back, but he couldn't doubt his commander's decisions. They ran to the others. Sakura and Sasuke stood and waited for the enemies. The girl was all on edge. If even Mamoru came back wounded, that means they are pretty strong opponents, and we just graduated from the academy, Haruno thought, and these thoughts only made things worse. Suddenly their commander and another team member appeared. So, listen, we need to retreat, but we can't get far, so we'll do it this way. Sakura, Sasuke and Lord Kohaku will start moving around these people and move towards the land of stone. And Mamoru and I will set traps and try to delay them as long as possible. I'll tell you my plan later. He turned to Naruto. Any questions? Why don't we head to the village? It's safer that way. The girl got worried. Because we have a task that we must complete, the commander answered calmly. Since there are no more questions. Forward. They split up. Listen Mamoru, they most likely have enough shinobi with different elements. I can copy their techniques, but I need to see them, and they act from the shadows, so we need to lure them out and force them into close combat. Do you understand? Hi. Okay then, you go ahead and start the fight, and I'll stay on the sidelines, because most likely they know about my Sharingan and when they realize that I'm not there, they'll start attacking more openly. Your task is to hold out until that moment. Eat. Having set up the traps, they retreated a little back and began to wait. Just like then, the enemies came very quickly. Explosion. The enemies hit several traps, but as expected, these hastily created traps did not hurt them much. However, a couple of their people were still injured, which will greatly slow down their attacks. They are close. Their leader shouted. All the merchants began to look around and finally noticed the figure of that blonde. Naruto made the first move. He threw several shurikens at them. Shadow shuriken technique. In response, fiery spheres in the shape of ghosts flew at him. Demonic light technique. Naruto jumped and shouted, air flow. He flew away from the lights, but made a mistake. The wind he used touched the lights and they increased their power. True, they hit the trees and the ground, but after contact, the lights exploded with great force. The blast wave knocked the blonde off his feet, but he quickly got up. However, because of this second of delay, he received a wound from a kunai in the shoulder. The pain was intense, but Mamoru didn't make a sound. He decided to use his wound to lure his opponent out. He pretended that his pain was unbearable and fell to his knees. Then, their enemies finally appeared from the trees. There were 6 of them, and they all looked quite scary. Hey, and I thought he would be stronger. Weakling, he's already whining from such a wound, the largest one began to mock. Calm down, we can't kill him, what if something happens to him? Growled the thin and tall man. If this boy is so weak, then he will not be of any use to him. We still need to take him, and let the boss sort it out himself. At that moment, Kakashi came out from hiding. He threw several kunai to scare off the opponents. And landed right in front of Naruto. Hey, how are you? Naruto immediately jumped up. The task is completed, Uzumaki reported. Ha, the guy turned out to be quite the smart one, the fat man spoke again. And that means you're Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja, one of the team voiced his thoughts. I'm flattered that you know me, but enough empty talk. Why do you need Sasuke? Copy said calmly, but with pressure. So this blonde guy's name is Sasuke. No, I don't think that's the name I heard. Then his partner's fist hit him on the head. Shut up, he hissed. You're right, enough of this empty talk. Earth technique. Earth crust shift. The ground beneath Kakashi and Naruto's feet began to sink, and quite a large section of it. They wouldn't have time to jump or run away. Then Naruto grabbed Kakashi and took a deep breath, and by exhaling he was able to lift them both high enough to be out of reach of the earthen technique. Thank you, Hatake said when they landed. I can't cope without you, the boy said coldly. Kakashi was clearly not happy with these motives, but that didn't matter now. Where are you going? First you lured us out, and now you're running away. The only girl in the squad began to speak mockingly. Izao, let me use that technique. She turned, apparently, to their leader. Okay, but don't overdo it. The leader turned out to be a short guy, young in voice, but already quite powerful in build. Excellent. Paralysis of a blooming sunflower. Naruto suddenly felt his body go numb. Mamoru, are you okay? Kakashi asked worriedly. My body feels like it's getting heavier. I can't control it, Naruto thought and began to fall from the tree they were on. Kakashi managed to catch him in flight, but they gave themselves away. Ah, there you are. The girl screamed and rushed at them. Moon dance technique. 3 of her clones attacked them at once. Naruto couldn't move, but Hatake created Chidori and repelled the attack. You really are not a weak opponent. I will stay with you, it will be fun, the shinobi laughed. Damn, what kind of technique is this? Mamoru can't fight, he can't move at all. Which means he's completely defenseless. I can't protect him and fight them at the same time. I need a plan. Kakashi was very tense, but now he needed to calm down and think it over properly. It was just a pity that he had no time at all. This place again. Water all around. Quiet and calm. This cage again, and behind it eyes full of hatred. Well, you've got yourself into trouble, the fox laughed. What are you going to do? You're defenseless. You can't even raise your hand, and there are 6 enemies against you. Do you think this vaunted copy ninja can win? I'm under the influence of the technique and I can't resist it in any way, Naruto answered calmly. And if I know how to become, as you say, capable, again, said the fox and smiled slyly. Then you have to tell me. Why all of a sudden? If I die, you will only get worse. I can't know what will happen to you, but I am sure that sooner or later you will become a prisoner again, but your next jailer may not be profitable for you. Ha ha ha, the fox laughed maliciously. Some weak arguments, but since I'm bored lying here anyway, I'll tell you. You should take a little of my power, it will create the necessary flow of your chakra, which will help you dispel the technique, but I'm not responsible for the consequences. If it helps protect the facility and complete the mission, I am ready to use your power. Well, you agreed yourself. Naruto suddenly woke up. He could move his body again. No, better. He felt a huge amount of energy in himself. He jumped up and assessed the situation. It was not the best. Kakashi was fighting against the girl who knocked Naruto out. The rest of the enemies were standing and watching what was happening and were clearly in no hurry to do anything. It was clearly not easy for Hatake. This opponent of his was using strange techniques. Uzumaki had never seen such things before and did not know about them. But he had to finish her off first, and then take on the others. And then hurry after the object. He rushed forward so fast that he surprised himself. Naruto delivered a direct blow to the stomach of his opponent. She, not expecting the blow, was unable to dodge. And even if she had been prepared for it, she would hardly have been able to do anything anyway. Everyone who saw what happened was stunned. No one expected such strength from this boy. Even Hatake stood rooted to the spot, but quickly came to his senses and decided that he would deal with it later, but for now he needed to take advantage of the moment. To attack. He ran up to the nearest enemy and attacked with the Chidori technique. He did not have time to react and was pierced through. Naruto attacked the others. Hatred raged inside him. Where did it come from? He had never felt anything like this before. At least, he did not remember the last time he felt emotions. But this time everything was different. Is this the effect of the fox's power? Most likely, he also said about the consequences, but it won't last long. Very soon, the power he gave me will run out. We need to hurry. Naruto rushed to the nearest opponent and hit him in the head, but he did not fall unconscious, but stood his ground. It was the one who liked to talk a lot, the largest of their team. You thought I could be defeated so easily, didn't you, kid? He said, breathing heavily but firmly. The fight began. Mamoru clearly surpassed his opponent in speed, but the same could not be said about strength. Even with the Kyuubi's power, I'm still inferior to him. Naruto then decided to focus on speed and cunning. He circled the big guy at great speed, simultaneously striking him all over the body. Hey, stop, stand still, the fat man shouted. Excellent, just a little more and I'll finish him off. But his opponent was suddenly covered in chakra and Naruto was thrown several meters away. What? Where does this power come from? It's definitely not the power of the tailed beast, but it's very similar. The big guy covered himself in a layer of blue chakra and began to attack. Naruto was still faster, but he couldn't get any closer. It was as if there was a barrier around his opponent that Uzumaki was pushing back. We'll have to attack from a distance. Great gust technique. Naruto attacked with a very strong gust of wind. It knocked his opponent over, but he quickly got up. Damn, then we need to use cutting techniques. Fire dragon technique. What? But I haven't studied fire techniques. Especially techniques of this level. This is my chakra. Naruto heard the fox's voice. He moved into his subconscious. How so? My element is fire, and you are now connected to me. Apparently, this influenced your actions. This has never happened before, but apparently my chakra was able to control you and give you new knowledge. But most likely, you will forget this technique when my chakra, which I gave you, runs out. Clear. Naruto was back on the battlefield. He wanted to check on his opponent, but he couldn't. Another shinobi stood in his way. And you are strong. You were able to defeat Neo, but you won't be able to deal with me so easily. A river of mud. Under Naruto's feet, it's not hard to guess that a river of mud formed. But he was able to jump back. A bit weak, the blonde said dryly. And you thought this was my most powerful technique? I haven't even warmed up yet. The enemy was about to strike again, but then their leader spoke. We're leaving. But the commander, I said, let's leave. That's an order. Leaving. In the middle of a fight. Strange, Kakashi thought, but the main thing now was to catch up with the others as quickly as possible. It was quite possible that they were going after Sasuke. Commentary on unequal fight. I hope I managed to describe the fight well. Please write reviews. I will be glad to receive criticism without swearing. Enjoy reading. Is it true? Commentary on truth. I hope you like this part. Your likes and comments motivate me to write, so don't forget to write your opinion. Enjoy reading. Hey, pink-haired, how much longer until we reach the land of Earth? Koaku muttered. Be patient, we'll be there soon. Sakura herself was nervous, she wasn't ready for the battle and therefore also wanted everything to end quickly. Sasuke-kun, do you think Kakashi-sensei will catch up with us soon? Sasuke didn't answer. He was, as usual, lost in his thoughts. Most likely, Mamoru, Sasuke and Sakura won't be able to handle them alone. Kakashi was very afraid for his students. Yes, and Mamoru really sped up, now he was on par with the teacher. Wow, you really take orders seriously. Orders and missions are the meaning of life for a shinobi. You're partly right, but you can't think only about the mission. There are also friends, hobbies. Sorry, I think you're wrong. Shinobi don't have feelings, which means they don't have hobbies. How is it that there are no feelings? They interfere with the mission, which means they need to be gotten rid of. Do you really think so? Yes, he spoke very seriously and Kakashi felt uneasy. He will easily abandon his partners, we must be careful. I see the target, Mamoru suddenly reported. And indeed, 3 figures were visible in the distance. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shouted, she was very happy, now nothing was threatening them. Everything okay? Hitaki landed next to the team. Yes, what's wrong with you? Haruno noticed the commander's wound. It's nothing, don't worry, Sakura. Kakashi smiled and scratched the back of his head. We need to hurry, Mamoru interrupted them. He's right, the enemies are nearby, the commander said calmly, forward. Oddly enough, the rest of the journey passed without incident. They reached the land of Earth and stopped at a small inn to recuperate. You fight well, Kakashi decided to talk to Mamoru again in the evening. Thank you, Naruto answered dryly. Where did you learn this? I was homeschooled by a personal trainer, Mamoru said clearly. I see, and who was your trainer? Kakashi really wanted to know who could teach him such rules. I can't tell you that. This person doesn't like to divulge information about himself. I see. Was it he who taught you that shinobi should be emotionless? Yes, sir. And how did you count before you started studying with him? Naruto thought. He didn't remember his past. Shinobi don't have a past. I don't know. For the first time in all this time, Kakashi heard uncertainty in his voice. You don't remember your past? No. Why is he hesitating? What is this? Feelings. But why now? No. He is a shinobi, he shouldn't have feelings. So that's how it is. And what is your first memory? Then Naruto thought. Pain. Death. Friend. He closed his eyes and suddenly felt sad. Really? No. That can't be true. I had a friend, he said quietly. And where is he now? Only after looking at Mamoru's reaction, Kakashi realized that he had asked too much. He's not here. It's me. Tears started flowing from Naruto's eyes. Why? Why did I suddenly remember? Why did I suddenly feel? Why did I tell this to another person? Everything was mixed up in his head. Naruto felt like he was going to fall in panic. And suddenly, a new memory. The hospital. The fox. The mask. What does it mean? Hey, how are you? Hitaki asked solicitously. Only then did Naruto realize that his eyes were full of tears. Have I really been crying all this time? Cried. Naruto got up and went to bed. But the night was not the most peaceful. Fox. Mask. Hospital. Mask. Hospital. Fox. All night long he was tormented by memories. Okay then. Today we are heading back. Upon arrival I will give you a day to rest, and then we will train, the sensei announced. They reached the village without incident. It's still strange. They suddenly retreated and never showed up. And for some reason they needed Mamoru specifically. But they said they needed Sasuke. And they clearly weren't allowed to say anything out loud. Something doesn't add up here. Kakashi was thinking about everything that had happened. He had already handed in his report and now he had time to think. Sasuke and Sakura went home. And Naruto went to write his report. Danzo sat in his gloomy office and read the report from Fox. He was confused by the fact that Naruto's hand seemed to be shaking as he wrote the report. Did they really manage to arouse feelings in him? That's even interesting. You're already here. Report. Sadeo. There was a man without a mask standing in the room. It was already difficult to see his appearance because of the darkness, but it was clear that he was wearing a robe. That boy fought well. His voice was unclear, as if he was describing a movie character, but during the battle with my fighters, he displayed a strange power. It seemed to be the power of the tailed beast. So he finally woke up. He immediately became stronger, faster, and there was hatred in his eyes. I think the power of the Kyuubi affected him that way, but then there is an interesting moment. I was watching him and one evening he was talking to Hatake Kakashi. During the conversation, he asked the boy about his past and apparently the boy's memories and emotions woke up. He said something like, I had a friend, and then, he's gone. It's me. What does that mean? He must have remembered his final exam. He killed his partner there. I see. Well, as you already understood, we didn't catch Sasuke. You ordered us not to take risks. I see, but it's a pity his Sharingan would have been useful to me, Danzo said almost silently. Well, am I free? Yes, go. The guy in the robe came out. Crow. They called, Danzo-sama. Bring Fox, I need to talk to him. Yes, the fighter disappeared. About half an hour later, there was another knock on Danzo's office door. Come in. You called, Danzo-sama. Naruto entered the room already in the ANBU uniform and the fox mask. Yes, I need to talk to you. What's bothering you? In the blink of an eye, Danzo turned from a powerful man into a good-natured old man. Naruto tensed. On the last mission, my feelings awoke, and I remembered something. It seems to me that in the past I killed someone dear. A friend. And also, images of a hospital, a mask, and a fox constantly pop up in my head. Naruto spoke with an unusual verbosity for him. I see. I've already asked you this question, but I'll ask you again. What does it mean to be a shinobi? Shinobi are tools. We have no name. We have no feelings. We have no past. We have no future. There is only a mission. Good. Your voice is firm. Perhaps, procedures will not be necessary this time. I'd better send him to our psychologist. Head to the B3 level hospital wing. Eat. Level B3 didn't have the best reputation. Only those who had truly done wrong or who needed help not to forget their purpose were sent there. Naruto stopped at the only door there and knocked. Come in, the voice was pleasant. Naruto found himself in a white room. It was very cozy around. Cabinets, nightstands, flowers and various decorative items, and 2 more doors. Good afternoon, said the man sitting in a large, nice chair. He was already an elderly man. He looked like a nice old man from some eatery, who always greeted customers with an open heart. Sit down. Please tell me everything that worries you, and I will help you stay on the right path. Naruto sat down and told everything. For some reason he trusted this old man. I see. So you remembered all this during your conversation with your commander Hatake Kakashi. And do you happen to remember if you met him before? No, but that night I dreamed of a mask that looked very similar to his. Okay, please close your eyes and relax. I will use the technique to look into your memories. You will not feel anything with your body, you will only experience the emotions you felt before. Understood. Naruto closed his eyes as the technique began to work. Naruto felt first joy, then sadness, then more joy. He was very happy, he was ready to laugh, but suddenly the joy changed to fear, then pain, then he stopped feeling, and then he felt unbearable pain. It was ready to tear his soul apart. He was in great pain and suddenly nothing. No emotions. Emptiness. You can open your eyes. What did you feel at the end? Terrible pain, and then nothing. Okay, come with me. They stood up and headed towards one of the doors. Behind it was a gray room. It was dark, but there was a lamp in the center. It illuminated a small area. There was also a chair and some kind of device there. Sit down. The old man's voice no longer sounded as good-natured as before. Naruto sat down obediently. The old man attached a pair of suction cups to his head. It will hurt now, but only for a moment. The old man started the machine. Naruto's head was pierced by unbearable pain, such as he had never felt before. But he held on and did not make a sound. And after a few seconds the pain passed. But it seemed to him that several minutes or hours had passed. Well, that's it. Now tell me again. What does it mean to be a shinobi? Shinobi are tools. We have no name. We have no feelings. We have no past. We have no future. There is only a mission, Naruto repeated, but this time his voice sounded much colder, the same was with his eyes. You can go. Eat. Naruto left and went to the village, to his temporary apartment. But on the way he met Sakura. Oh, hi Mamoru. Naruto didn't even look in her direction and walked past. Mamoru, I'm talking to you. She ran up and grabbed his hand. Naruto reacted instantly. He twisted her arm and only then saw Sakura's frightened face. I can't give myself away. Hello, Sakura Haruno, he spoke like a machine. Yes, hi, her voice became quiet and timid. You wanted to talk to me? No, there is nothing. I was wrong, haha, she dreamed of falling through the ground. Bye. Naruto left. What a creepy guy, but handsome, but he's like a doll. Perfect, but without a soul. The next day was their first real training session together. Kakashi, as always, was late. So, today I will teach you chakra control. You will have to climb a tree without using your hands. Concentrate your chakra in your legs. There should not be too much of it, otherwise you will break through the tree, but not too little, otherwise you will not climb. Take a kunai, with them you will mark the place you will reach. Is everything clear? Then begin. Naruto instantly climbed to the very top, made a mark and went down. Sakura's mouth opened in surprise, and Sasuke was surprised, but at the same time, envy and anger were visible on his face. How did he do it? Who does he think he is? He thinks he is better than me. He is just an upstart. Even Kakashi was surprised. Mamoru, why didn't you tell me that you already know how to control chakra? A task was set. There was no order to report on skills. Naruto did not change his intonation during the report. Well, okay. Then you can rest today. Or help the guys with training. However, no one had any desire to get help from him. Help with training, is that an order? No, if you don't want to, you can rest. Eat. However, Naruto didn't know what he wanted, so he was confused. You should have stayed and helped. I want to watch these losers fall out of the tree. Fox. By the way, while you're here, stop going to that old man, it was very unpleasant. If there is an order, will I go to level B3? Why am I talking to you? It's like talking to a wall. The fox turned away and closed his eyes. Naruto found himself back at the training ground. I'll stay. Great, then help the guys, and I'll be back soon. Eat. Sasuke and Sakura started trying. The girl was clearly doing better. She climbed the tree quite quickly, which made her infinitely happy. Sasuke Uchiha, you can't handle it. That you're the smartest. I can see that without you. No need to stand here and show off, Sasuke growled and continued training. Meanwhile, Kakashi headed to the Hokage's residence. He was tired of Hiruzen not telling him everything about the guy. And this time, he definitely decided to find out everything. He entered through the window as usual. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. Oh, Kakashi, hello. How's training going, guys? Hokage-sama, I ask you to tell me the truth about Mamoru Sasaki. Sarutobi's expression changed. Okay, I think it's time for you to know everything. I can't tell you his name, it's classified information. But I can tell you that he serves en route. He was assigned to your squad to keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha. I see. So he is from route after all. I suppose you can't tell me more about him. No, unfortunately. Okay, sorry to bother you. Just keep in mind that he can't be told about his mission and his affiliation with the route, so don't talk to him or the rest of the team about it. I understand. Land of Snow. There is a new mission for you. A couple of weeks after that incident, the Hokage found a suitable mission for Team 7. You will have to accompany the film crew to the Land of Snow, where they want to film. The main object of protection will be the actress Fujika's Yuki. Yes, the team had not received any serious assignments for a long time and everyone was in anticipation. I hope this mission goes smoothly. Unlike last time, Sakura grumbled on the way home, but Sasuke-kun will be able to protect everyone. I'm right, Sasuke-kun. You are a shinobi and shouldn't rely on other people's help, Sasuke replied. But that's not what I meant. Sakura was a little hurt by her friend's words. Naruto felt a prick from the tattoo on his shoulder. He turned and ran away without saying anything. He's still weird. He always leaves without warning, doesn't say anything unless you ask, and he looks so cold, Sakura said, but Sasuke didn't care about her opinion. He himself understood perfectly well that something was wrong with this guy. You called? Danzo-sama. Naruto was already in the office of the head of Root in the standard ANBU uniform. Yes, there is a task for you. The next morning, everyone except Naruto was on set. Sakura was looking around and constantly oohing and awing at the sight of her favorite actors. Sakura, calm down. We're not in a museum. We have a mission, said Kakashi. We have a mission and Mamoru is still not here for some reason. He is punctual, but on this particular day he decided to be late. Oh, I completely forgot to warn you. Mamoru won't be participating. What? Sakura and Sasuke said almost in unison. This made Sasuke embarrassed, but he couldn't contain his surprise. Why is this? Are there really some special conditions for him again? Because he had another urgent task, but don't worry, we won't go together, a new team member will join us soon. I've never seen him in person, but I think he's a worthy replacement, Kakashi said. I wonder if he'll be as silent as Sasuke and Mamoru or if there'll finally be someone to talk to, Sakura thought, and it would also be nice if he was as handsome as those two. While she was dreaming about a new team member, he appeared. Hello, I'm Sai, I was sent to this unit. Nice to meet you. It turned out to be a guy with pale skin and straight black hair. He was very handsome, but one thing stood out about him, his look. Like Mamoru, Sakura thought, it looks like we won't find common ground with him either, but he's so handsome. Welcome to the team, Sai. I am Hatake Kakashi, the squad leader. This is Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, Kakashi introduced everyone. You are the famous Hatake Kakashi, copy ninja. With your eye, you have copied more than 1,000 techniques. You have an individual technique, Chidori, Sai said respectfully. Wow, you know a lot about me, Kakashi was embarrassed, but also surprised. I beg your pardon, Sai added, realizing that he had said too much. I've simply heard about your exploits and admire you, so I was very happy when I found out that you would be my commander. He forced a smile and scratched the back of his head. Could this one also be from Root? Hatake reasoned. At that moment the director approached them. Good afternoon. I'm very glad you're here. My name is Makino, and I'm the director of this film. Nice to meet you Makino-san, Kakashi greeted him and introduced his team. I'm counting on you, said the director, smiled and went to the set to finish preparations for departure. Finally everything was collected and they set off for the ship. Sensei Kakashi, look quickly, it's Fujika's Yuki. She's the main actress. Sakura screamed and almost started to squeal. Sakura, please behave with dignity, we are still shinobi, and not die-hard fans, Hatake threatened her. Sorry, sensei. They reached the shore without incident. However, when they were already close to the land of snow, their path was blocked by a huge block of ice. They had no choice but to shoot right on it. Mistress, Yuki, maybe you need some help. Sakura really wanted to at least talk to her idol. Leave me alone, the actress answered her dryly. Why is she so angry? Will I never find a person who has at least a drop of feelings? Don't worry, Sakura, people are different, but many have simply experienced a lot and this makes them so insensitive. So Mamoru has also been through a lot. I don't know exactly what happened to him in the past, but I know that his life wasn't a bed of roses. If you think about it, it's true. For example, Sasuke-kun is the last one left from his clan. And all I talk about is a bright life. It must be painful for him, the girl thought seriously about the sensei's words. Suddenly, explosion. Snow from the top of the block began to slide off at an incredible speed. Everyone quickly evacuate to the ship. Sakura, take care of Mistress Yuki. Sasuke, help the others evacuate. Sai, you're the scout. Eat. Everyone began their duties. Ninpo. Painted animals, Sai said, and a bird made of ink appeared in front of him. He took off and headed towards the mountain. There he noticed 4 shinobi. One of them was clearly engaged in a fight with the other 3. But because of that guy's mask it was unclear who he was. The others had snow village protectors. Could it be because of them that the avalanche occurred? Sai decided to go back and report. You better get out of the way, boy, Fubuki shouted, don't think you can defeat the snow shinobi. The boy did not respond to this. Don't ignore us, Nader said calmly. I have a mission, the stranger answered dryly. Ha, you say a task. Well, we have the same, said the girl with a smirk on her face. Let's finish him off quickly. There are still ninjas down there, we can't linger here, Fubuki said. Got it, ice element. Absorbing attack. A bunch of ice swallows flew at the boy. Element of fire. Fireball, said the stranger. All the swallows melted in an instant. Ha, You're not bad. But let's see what you say about this. Ice prison technique. Ice blocks appeared from the ground. The guy jumped away from them, but then a big guy entered the game. He was riding a snowboard and had strange armor on him. He got closer and managed to hit his opponent in the solar plexus. The guy flew into the newly created ice blocks. Weakling. It's time to finish him off. Ice element. A ferocious ice beast. The ice took the form of a dragon and rushed towards the boy. I won't have time to dodge. Chidori. Lightning pierced the monster. Kakashi and Sai arrived in time. Sai, take him away from here, Hatake ordered. Eat. Is this really Hatake Kakashi himself? The commander said. Nadare Ruga. How many years, how many winters? Although there is no summer here, but still. I see you started evacuating everyone. You'll run away again, tail between your legs. Not this time, Kakashi opened his Sharingan. Well, let's play. Ice element. One-horned whale. The ice trembled under Kakashi's feet. Suddenly, a giant whale jumped out of the cracks. It was completely made of ice. Hatake dodged and immediately repeated the technique. The enemy was also attacked by an ice whale. No wonder they called you the copy ninja. But since that won't work, then we'll settle everything in close combat. Nadare pounced on Kakashi. A fight ensued. The copy blocked one blow after another. You're a fool. You can't defeat me in close combat. Thanks to the Sharingan, I can see your movements and easily reflect them. Hatake managed to hit his enemy in the gut. He was thrown back several meters. Okay, there's really no point in me fighting you. Ice element. Snow wolf technique. Snow began to fall from the mountain, taking the form of wolves. While Kakashi fought them off, the enemy disappeared. Damn, Hatake headed back towards the ship. Meanwhile, Sai delivered the boy to the ship. There was no order to check the identity, but if this is the surprise that Danzo-sama spoke of, I must check. Stop. A stranger in a mask stopped his hand. The crystal is sparkling. To give strength, Danzo-sama told him this key. Then you are the fox. Yes, sir. They can't recognize me. He could barely breathe. After all, the blow wasn't weak, and he was pretty exhausted before that. You need medical attention. In this condition, you won't be able to complete the mission. Sai's voice was cold and he clearly didn't care about the guy's condition. I'll go and take care of it. Continue the mission with Squad 7. Eat. The fox stood up unsteadily and disappeared. Sai, how are you? A pink-haired girl ran up to him. I'm fine, Sakura, Sai replied. He's still more verbose, and he's not as cold as Mamoru, Sakura thought. Kakashi-sensei asked everyone to gather on the ship. We are sailing. Fine. Oddly enough, Sai had better psychological skills than Naruto. He played with different feelings quite easily. And to be honest, he didn't have such brutal training and brainwashing as Naruto. After a few hours they were able to arrive from the shore. Everyone began to unload. The ship was in chaos. The director was both happy and annoyed. On the one hand, they were able to film some amazing footage. But on the other, they had to leave the perfect location for filming. They didn't just come here. Don't you know what they wanted? Kakashi's gaze was fixed on Yuki Fujikai's. We don't have the slightest idea, said the director. And you are Ms. Koyuki. That is your real name, isn't it? Koyuki Kazuhana. How do you know? Her personal assistant, Sandai Osama, was amazed. I knew your father. The fact that you know who I am won't change anything. I'm the heir to the snow country, but that doesn't bother me one bit. I'm here to finish filming and that's all. She left the room. So you knew, Sandayu-san? Kakashi asked calmly. Yes, I knew Lady Koyuki when she was very young. She was completely different, but the events that happened then changed her. I didn't know what else to do but bring her back. The people here are ready for change, and I hope that Lady Koyuki could lead us. Her uncle Dodo Kazuhana is currently ruling the country. But he is a terrible ruler. Therefore, we really need the support of the heiress. So they work for Doda. But how do you explain their encounter with that guy? He clearly wasn't on their side, but he also didn't look like he was from this country, so who was he? Sai said he woke up and managed to escape. But Sai, didn't you get a good look at him? No, he was wearing a mask similar to yours. It's hard to tell from his clothes. But he's a shinobi, that's for sure. And a pretty strong shinobi, judging by the small fragment of the fight I saw. I see. It's too dangerous to stay here. No, please, we must stay. We must save our country. Sandayu fell to his knees in front of Kakashi. He was embarrassed by this. Well, why don't you stand up, please? We'll protect the princess fine. However, then Konoha will be involved in a coup, he thought. Oh, we'll have a lot of trouble later, but we can't just leave them like that. Okay, we'll figure it out later somehow. Thank you very much. Excellent, it looks like we'll have some fantastic material, the director rejoiced. Kayuki sat in her cabin, holding her crystal pendant. Their affairs are none of my concern. I'm an actress and that's all. Images of that day kept popping into her head. It was clouding her mind. I know it's not easy for you. Kakashi entered the room, knocking lightly. What do you want? She said and let go of the crystal. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. His gaze fell on the crystal. Do you think there might be another reason why Dodo wants to kidnap you? I don't know anything. I already said, I don't care. Now leave me. She turned away from the guest. Okay. Hataki left the room, leaving Koyuki with her thoughts. The next day they set out for the filming location. This time the ninjas were on guard. They spread out and watched from different sides. The enemy was strong. They moved in large vehicles. This was not very convenient in terms of stealth. The vehicles were so loud that it was very difficult not to notice them. They were passing a dangerous area. Now they were walking next to a mountain, past a cliff, an ideal place for an attack. But for now, everything was quiet. But the silence did not last long. The ground underfoot began to shake. It's a train, shouted Sandaju, everyone get off the tracks. The shinobi didn't understand what they were talking about. A train? What was that? Another noisy machine. Judging by the people's reactions, this was something that foreshadowed trouble. Kakashi and the others helped the people move aside and got ready. Then a huge machine rushed past them. It rattled along the iron tracks, but now it didn't pose a danger. However, if they hadn't moved away from the tracks, no one knows how it would have ended. Only when the train passed did everyone notice the giant airship rising from the cliff. Dodo himself was looking out of the airship. There were also cannons sticking out of the airship. They were aimed right at them. Sakura, take the princess to a safe place, and we'll sort this out, Kakashi commanded. Eat. You won't get away so easily. 3 familiar figures jumped out of the airship. Sasuke, cover Sakura. Sai, take on 1 shinobi. Hi. Just give us the girl, Kakashi. You and your brats can't handle Dodo, Nadare said. Don't underestimate us. Kakashi lifted the bandage and opened his left eye. You didn't come up with anything new. You'll be copying again. That's why I'm a copy ninja. They started a fight. Meanwhile, Sai fought with Fubuki. Why'd I always get the small fish? I'll deal with you quickly, she threatened. I'm sorry, but I'll disappoint you. I'm not that weak. Nimpo. Painted animals. The painted creatures rushed towards the girl. But it was a little unfavorable weather for his ink. She threw a couple of ice kunai and his beasts disappeared. That means my technique is weaker than ice. That's all. Drawn animals. A bit weak, don't you think? Fubuki laughed. Then Sai went into close combat. And began to surpass his opponent. But she quickly left the fight and went to a long distance. I admit, you're not bad at close range, but that's not enough to defeat me. I can't lose. Sasuke and Sakura, along with the princess, retreated as far from the battlefield as possible. But they were being caught up by the big guy from the 3 opponents. Sakura, go ahead, I'll hold him back, Sasuke shouted and stopped. He entered into combat with Mizore. But he was clearly losing to him in strength. Sasuke quickly began to receive more and more blows. He's faster and stronger. I don't have time for any technique. He received another blow to the stomach and fell on the snow. The enemy was approaching him and was going to finish him off. He approached and was already raising his hand, but then a guy in a cloak jumped out in front of Sasuke and struck the enemy. He was carried away several meters, but he was clearly not injured. Who are you? Sasuke asked and tried to get up, but he got hit hard, so he fell to the ground. The enemy ran towards them to strike, but the stranger did not engage in combat. He turned, took Sasuke and ran away. What are you doing? Uchiha rebelled. Who the hell are you? The guy was wearing a mask and a hood, but he was clearly about his age. I am not your enemy, the stranger answered in a very low voice. He moved in the direction that Sakura and Koyuki were heading. We must not let him get to the princess. I know. Then why don't you stop him? Sasuke didn't calm down. We can't win. You're wounded, and he's stronger than us. It's wiser to retreat, the stranger answered. Sasuke calmed down a little, but he was still irritated by this guy. They soon caught up with Sakura and Koyuki. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong with you? Sakura gasped, and who are you? I am not an enemy. He helped me, but the enemy is not defeated. We have to leave, but you can't stand on your feet, Sakura worried. It's okay, I can walk. That's not necessary. We're heading back to the battlefield, the stranger said. What? No, we can't. We were given the task of taking the princess as far away as possible, the girl protested. We have a better chance of protecting her there. A dangerous enemy is chasing us. We won't be able to withstand him. We'll disguise the princess a little so she doesn't stand out. You'll go to the battlefield, and I'll throw the enemy off the trail. I'll catch up with you later. Who are you? Sakura repeated the question. It doesn't matter. What matters is that I will help you, the stranger answered dryly. He threw a cloak over the princess. She didn't mind. She didn't give a damn what was going on around her. Go ahead, I'll catch up, after which the stranger disappeared. Do you think he can be trusted, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked. I don't know, but now he's talking sense, so we'll do as he says. They headed back. A few minutes later their assistant joined them. I threw them off the trail, but it won't distract them for long. We need to pick up the pace. But Sasuke-kun is injured, he can't exert himself like that, the girl objected. Sakura, no, I don't need protection. Let's speed up. Sakura's face showed concern. She was worried about her friend, but she couldn't argue with him or convince him otherwise. So they sped up and soon they were on the battlefield. There was a battle going on. Sai versus Fubuki, and Kakashi versus Nadare. Hide behind the cars and protect the princess, and I will help your partners, the stranger commanded and ran into the thick of the battle. The guys did not argue and did as he said. Kakashi was as exhausted as his opponent. You've become stronger since our last meeting, but so have I, Nadare grinned. I will protect the princess with my life, Kakashi said and ran towards the enemy. A couple of blows and they jumped away from each other again. Hitaki had overexerted his Sharingan, but he was still standing. I'm already at my limit. I'm only good for one Chidori. But the main thing is that the princess is safe, Kakashi thought. What? Are you out of breath? Laughed Nadare, then get it. Ice element. Techni. Before he could finish speaking, a guy in a raincoat jumped on him. He hit him in the chest, and the opponent flew back a couple of meters. You. Kakashi was clearly surprised. I'll finish him off, and you protect the people, said the stranger and ran towards the enemy. Can I trust him? But the people are really in danger, so I don't have much time, Kakashi headed towards the cars. The boy managed to knock out his opponent after a few minutes. It wasn't that hard, Nadare was at his limit, and the boy had plenty of energy. He then went to help Sai, but his way was blocked by a hail of cannon fire. One of the ice cubes hit him in the leg. Not seriously, but it slowed him down a lot. Damn, now I might not make it in time. He quickly bandaged his leg, but the pain prevented him from acting at full strength. Sai held his own against Fubuki, but was losing. Are you giving up already? She was full of strength and enjoyed her beaten opponent. You know, I like you, maybe I should let you live, you can't do anything to me anyway. I don't need your mercy, Sai muttered quietly. But he had clearly just added fuel to the fire. And this fire was about to consume him. Ha ha ha, you are brave, but also stupid. Well, I'll have to finish you off. She lunged at Sai, but he was able to fend off her attack. You're still holding on, good job. But I'll still kill you. She repeated the attack, but this time it was not Sai who repelled her, but our savior. Why, cough, Sai spat out blood, you have a mission. My mission is to protect the team, the facility, and Koyuki Kazuhana, as well as the capture, but I'm not allowed to tell you the details, Fox said dryly. Oh, that boy came to take revenge, then attack. And he didn't wait. Element of fire, fireball. She dodged, but visibly tensed. Ice prison. A gust of air. Their fight lasted for about 10 minutes, after which both were exhausted. You fight quite well, said the girl. The fox wanted to strike again, but suddenly she retreated. And in general, the airship began to fly away. It looks like they've taken their target. It's time to act. He ran to the airship. A rope was attached to it, and in its iron paw was the princess. The fox jumped up and, inserting some kind of pin, freed Koyuki. How did he do that? Dodo was surprised. A second volley. The stranger barely had time to land when an iron paw flew at them and this time grabbed them both. Great, the kid was caught too, Dodo rejoiced, let's leave. Damn, they captured him, Sasuke ran to the cliff. No, he could have dodged, but for some reason he hesitated, apparently that was his goal, Kakashi said, but why would he need that? Koyuki sat in a comfortable chair. I hope you understand what I need from you, Koyuki, Dodo approached her. Take it already and leave me alone, you know that I don't give a damn about this country, the girl tore off the pendant and gave it to her uncle. Finally he's he suddenly became furious. What are you trying to fool me for? Where's the real one? Koyuki was genuinely surprised. But I don't understand. Kakashi Hatake, he must have switched my pendant back then. She remembered how he was wandering near her cabin. This Kakashi again. Well, he'll come for you and then I'll get the pendant. Boss, what should we do with the boy? A tied-up stranger was brought into the room. Take off his mask. Under the mask was a boy of about 12 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes as cold as ice. And this brat has caused us so much trouble, we have a suitable punishment for him, something from the new developments. Yes, a new chakra suppression device. He won't be able to destroy it or remove it. Attach him well and lock him in the cell. A device with many wires and a red and blue panel was taken out of the glass box. These wires dug into Naruto's stomach and sent a current through his body. He fell, but did not make a sound. They took him to a cell and shackled his legs and arms with chains. And Koyuki was taken to the cell opposite and simply locked in. When the guards left, Naruto opened his eyes, took out some tool and started sawing the chains. It was not easy for him, but he had a mission, and also in order not to reveal himself to the Konoha shinobi, and if they came for the girl, they would immediately reveal him. There was no time to waste. About half an hour later, the fox was completely freed from the chains. Opening the cell was not difficult. He went to Koyuki's cell and opened the door. We're leaving. I won't go. I have no reason to run away. As soon as Dodo has the pendant, they'll let me go. That's a lie. He'll just kill you to get rid of the problems. I have a mission to protect you, so come out or I'll get you out myself, Naruto said in the same tone. What is your name? This doesn't concern you. Go out, repeated the fox. Koyuki obediently left. They headed towards the guards. Naruto knocked them out, silently and took his things. He put on his cloak and mask. Then they headed towards the exit. Since Hatake has the pendant, there's no point in being here, but taking it will be problematic. They came across a guard. Naruto engaged in battle with him, but soon the guard removed his disguise. It's me, Hatake Kakashi was under the mask. I'm sorry, princess. For keeping you waiting. It was you who changed the pendant, she said sharply. Yes, I apologize, I decided to play it safe. And now it's time for us to get out. This is a great chance to take the pendant, but I can't use chakra. They moved cautiously towards the exit. But then they met an old acquaintance. Kakashi, so that's what this chakra is, and the boy with you. Maybe a rematch. Just give me the pendant and the girl first, Fubuki said. Go ahead, I'll stop her, Naruto said. But you can't use chakra, you won't be able to stand up to it. Koyuki, for some reason, felt sympathy for the boy. If it's true, then don't be stupid, they're too strong, Kakashi supported her. I can protect them if I stop her, but I also need to get the pendant. Naruto turned around, walked over to Koyuki and hugged her. The main thing is that you are safe. He put as much tenderness into these words as he could. It didn't come out very well, but better than usual. Koyuki was taken aback, but she couldn't argue with him. She was almost crying, but then Hatake attacked the stranger and knocked the pendant out of his hand. You work for Dodo, he shielded the princess, who was clearly in shock. You're wrong, but my task is to get the pendant and protect the princess, Naruto said with his usual impenetrability. Who is your boss? It doesn't concern you. He tried to use the technique to try to take possession of the pendant one last time, but then a terrible pain pierced him. He fell to the floor and grabbed his stomach, but again he showed unimaginable endurance and no one heard a sound from him. What's wrong with you? Kakashi ran up to him, but kept his kunai at the ready. They installed some kind of device on his stomach, Koyuki said timidly. Kakashi opened his stomach and saw the device. Strangely, Fubuki stood and watched the procession the whole time, wondering what would happen next. She was confident in her abilities, so she was in no hurry. Hey, can you get up? After all, this kid was helping them. Naruto didn't answer. It looks like he's unconscious. Kakashi decided to take advantage of the moment and remove his mask, but as soon as he tried to touch the boy's hand stopped him. He does it reflexively, Hatake was amazed. Suddenly the boy woke up and jumped up. It was in vain, pain pierced him, and he almost fell again. Be more careful. Go away, was all the stranger said. He turned to Fubuki and the fight began. She quickly began to gain the upper hand. You can't stand on your feet, I don't want to fight you in this condition. I told you to leave, I failed the task, I am no longer needed. Don't say that, you should live not only for the missions, but also for yourself, Koyuki shouted, but he didn't listen to her. He continued to fight. Stop, Please, the princess cried. We have to go, Kakashi said. He felt sorry for him, but he had to keep Koyuki's safety in mind. No, he's still a child. He shouldn't have to go through this. He should stay alive. Fubuki struck again and Naruto fell. Hey, man, are you really going to die here because of such stupidity? Kyuubi. Who else? Take my strength, I don't want my Jinchuriki to die so stupidly. I will die for the good of the village. It is my duty. Here your death will not help the village. Look around, they are not going anywhere. For some reason you became dear to the girl. Although you have no feelings. And what did she see in you? But still, if you want to help the village, you must win and stay alive. Why do you want to help me? I already told you, I don't want you to die so stupidly. Naruto stood and looked at the fox with his glassy eyes. But then he said it anyway. Okay, for the sake of the village I will take your power. You fool, for what reason? Koyuki became hysterical. Hey, don't be afraid, he's still alive, but that's for now. And he's giving his life so that you can hide, but you're still here, which means his death will be in vain. A grin appeared on Fubuki's face. She raised her weapon and wanted to deliver the final blow, but suddenly the guy jumped up and appeared behind the girl with the speed of lightning. Strike. She flew to the other end of the corridor and crashed into the wall. Before Fubuki had time to recover, Naruto had already run up to her, grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and thrown her to the floor. A rather large dent formed. She could no longer move, but Naruto didn't stop there. He threw her in different directions while she was still breathing, and in the end he used a kunai charged with chakra. The device couldn't withstand it and broke into two parts, and Naruto, without a moment's hesitation, cut her throat. Kakashi and Koyuki looked at everything that was happening with fear. How did he change so quickly? This power was similar to the tailed beasts, but he couldn't be a Jinchuriki. Little by little Naruto calmed down and was already running to the princess. I hope you will take care of her safety, said the stranger and disappeared. When Kakashi and Koyuki were running past Dodo's room, they heard strange sounds. Hitaki carefully entered the room and found Dodo's body. He was killed. Could it really be that guy? There was no time to figure it out. They finally got out of the airship and reached their own. In the end, Koyuki became the ruler of the snow country. And that incredible weapon turned out to be a device for creating spring. But she couldn't get that boy out of her head. She would always remember those blue eyes. When Kakashi asked about the stranger's appearance, she only said that she hadn't paid attention. In the end, the team returned to Konoha, not entirely unharmed, but the main thing was that everyone was alive. Naruto, upon arrival, headed to the root base. He needed medical attention and had to personally report the failure. So the weapon turned out not to be a weapon. I see. The fact that Koyuki became the ruler is to our advantage. Good. You are free. Eat. Naruto went to his apartment and on the way he met Kakashi Hitaki. He was walking and reading his favorite book. Oh, hi Mamoru, how's your assignment? You've been discharged, Naruto said dryly. Oh, yeah, I just need to rest a bit, but otherwise everything is fine. I see, and Naruto left. He's wounded too. What kind of mission did he have? Commentary on Snow Country. Sorry for the wait, but the chapter turned out to be quite voluminous. And yes, the events in the land of snow in canon take place after Orochimaru's attack, but mine will be different. The Chunin exam is still ahead. Don't forget about comments and likes. The next part will be out soon. Chunin exam. Day. It was warm and sunny. Team number 7 came to another training session. Mamoru, are you going to train with us today? The girl was surprised when she saw the blonde. Sensei Kakashi said that I need to be present today. Peef. Sasuke didn't consider Mamoru a member of the team and didn't acknowledge him. Guys, good afternoon. The sensei appeared on the training ground with a book in his hand. I'm glad that you're finally together. Today will be a not quite standard training. We will work on something very important. It's something that all of you are weak at, even you, Mamoru. And your task will be simple. Do you remember your small test? Of course, everyone remembered the training with the bells. Only then did Mamoru manage to take it. Great. This training will be similar, but this time I will have 3 bells and by noon everyone must have their own bell. If anyone is left without a bell, it will mean that you have failed. Got it? Really again. I'll become a burden to them. But I don't want to drag the team back, Sakura thought sadly. So the main principle is the same, mutual assistance, the blonde reasoned. And I'm supposed to work with him? Sasuke grumbled to himself. It seems like everyone has already drawn their own conclusions, Kakashi thought. Sakura is probably worried about her strength, Mamoru is calculating a plan taking into account mutual assistance, since this was the main lesson of the last training, and Sasuke is unhappy with this arrangement. But the main thing is that they all understand that they will have to work as a team. Okay, here we go. Everyone went into hiding, but this time to one place. To achieve the goal, teamwork is necessary, Naruto immediately began to tell, but before he could properly finish the plan, Sasuke interrupted him. Why did you decide that I would follow your orders? Because my plan is the most optimal. We have one goal, which means you should listen to me. I can handle it without you, weaklings, and Sasuke left. Sakura didn't know where to go. She loved Sasuke, of course, but now he was acting thoughtlessly, but Mamoru was also bothering her. What to do? Are you staying? Mamoru asked her calmly. Why? Yes. Then I'll redo the plan for the two of us, but there's a problem. Sasuke won't get to the bell without our help, so we need to make sure he gets it, but not directly from us. Given his character, he won't take the bell from us. Naruto then told Sakura the plan and they took action. In the end, they were only able to get one bell. The reason for their failure was Sasuke, who realized their plan and decided that he would not let them underestimate him. You failed. Kakashi was clearly disappointed. Sasuke, why did you interfere with us and not work for the good of the mission? It was your fault that our task was not completed, Naruto addressed Uchiha coldly. I don't need your help. Who do you think you are? You walk around with an important air, always rambling on about some duty and talking as if you know what pain is, but you know nothing. Sasuke didn't shout, but only because of his developed cold-blooded image. Naruto didn't know what to answer. He didn't remember what had happened to him before, but something told him that it hadn't been easy for him. Calm down, Sasuke. Sensei decided to intervene. You don't know anything about Mamoru, so you can't draw such conclusions. Are you saying that he, the poor thing, was deprived of something in his life and knows what loneliness is? Hitaki walked closer to the student and said quietly. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what it's like to feel. Sasuke's expression changed. He didn't fully understand what the teacher wanted to tell him, but for some reason he felt uneasy. Is this the end of the training? Naruto asked. Yes, everyone is free. Mamoru immediately left. Sakura also went home. Stay, Sasuke, I want to tell you a little about Mamoru, Kakashi called him. Don't think that he doesn't know pain. Such eyes and composure don't appear in a person who had it easy. Mamoru was still a child when he knew both loneliness and pain. Since childhood, he was forced to train hard and instilled in him the rules that say that a shinobi has nothing but a mission. A shinobi is a tool. I'm sure that he has lost a lot, and that he needs a little help. If we show him that there is something pleasant in life, he can change. Think about it. Kakashi disappeared, leaving Sasuke alone with his thoughts. On the same day, the Hokage gathered all the squad leaders. The Chunin exam was approaching. So, Kakashi, who do you recommend for the exam? Team number 7. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha and Mamoru Sasaki. Everyone, are you sure? The Chunin exam is not an easy test. I have complete confidence in them, Hokage-sama. Okay. Next is Asuma Sarutobi. Teams number 10 and number 8 were also nominated. Okay. Then take the applications and distribute them to your students. That's all. Everyone is free to go. Sarutobi was not in a very good mood. Ahead of him was a conversation with Danzo about Naruto's participation in the exam. Why would he need that? Put someone else on the team. As expected, Danzo was not thrilled with the idea. You understand perfectly well that if he doesn't participate, questions will arise. And why not? It certainly won't be superfluous. He's a capable boy, so he should be able to handle it. TCH, so be it, but don't forget that he must remain Mamoru Sasaki. Naturally. At this point the conversation came to an end and Shimura hurried to his office. He ordered Lee to be brought. Kakashi was walking around the village and reading his favorite book. I hope Sakura can handle it. She's weaker than the guys, but she's also strong. To be honest, Kakashi was a little worried and was calming himself down, citing facts in favor of Sakura's participation in the exam, when he suddenly noticed Mamoru. He was standing in his apartment, when suddenly Kakashi noticed another person in the house. It was a root fighter. It looks like he has a new mission. It's probably related to the Chunin exam. I hope he won't be banned from participating, Kakashi thought as he walked away from the boy's house. The masked man disappeared and Mamoru began to get ready. He put on his ANBU uniform and took out the fox mask. So he is a fox, Hitaki noted. Naruto made a couple of hand seals and disappeared as well. You will participate in the Chunin exam. Nothing changed in Danzo's office, the same darkness, a shabby chair and a table with papers. Do not forget that your main task is to watch Sasuke Uchiha, protect him. The Chunin exam is not easy, but with your preparation, you will easily pass it. Take the folder from the table. It contains information about dangerous opponents from the village of Sand and Sound. Of course, the other participants do not have any information, but you have a mission, so you must be prepared to complete it. And your second mission. During the last stage, the Sannin Orochimaru in the village of Sand will attack. You must not interfere with the fight. You are allowed to observe, but no more than 20 minutes. Then return to the base. You are free. Naruto took the folder and disappeared. A moment later he was already in his apartment. Uzumaki quickly changed his clothes and began to study the contents of the folder. Dog no Gara. 12 years old. Preferred technique. Manipulating sand, obtained from the gourd on his back. Jinchuriki of the one tail. Dangerous. There was other information, but it was not so important. Second sheet. Dog no Tamari. Apparently his sister. Next. Dog no Kankuro. Another member of the happy family. Next up were a couple of Sound Village ninja. After studying everything, Naruto burned the folder. If he was caught with it, he would be in trouble. The next day, Kakashi handed them applications to participate in the exam and said that they could come voluntarily, but Naruto knew that they would not be allowed without a team, but he could not influence their decision in any way. Naruto filled out his application right away and basically had a free day. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity and walk around the village. He wasn't used to just walking around, but the weather was beautiful that day and the boy decided to make an exception. He walked along the busy streets, past shops, snack bars, and small carts selling various trinkets. Near one of the shops, he noticed his sensei. He was standing near a small bookstore, looking at the new books of his favorite author. Hello, Naruto greeted him. Oh, Mamoru, hello. Hatake was a little confused. He never expected to see his student in such a place. What are you doing here? I'm taking a walk, Naruto said, as if reporting on a mission. And I thought you weren't a fan of walking, but since you've decided to go for a walk, maybe you wouldn't mind my company. Yes. Now they were walking together and it was Kakashi who had to break the awkward silence. Tell me, you will take part in the exam, right? Yes. And you wanted it yourself. Kakashi decided not to miss the chance to get to know the boy better. Yes. Okay, do you like ramen? Ramen, what is this? You really don't know. It's such a delicious noodle with meat and other ingredients. Don't you want to try it? Do I want? But I don't know what I want. Yes, Naruto said anyway, although he wasn't sure. They came to a small eatery called Ichiraku's. The shop had a table similar to a bar counter, which separated the kitchen from the customers. They sat down on chairs and Kakashi ordered himself a small bowl of ramen and, realizing that Mamoru was clearly confused, ordered him some too. They were brought 2 bowls of noodles. Naruto looked at them and immediately wanted to try them. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. When the noodles were in his mouth, Naruto felt something strange. He felt so good in his soul and he wanted to smile, but he didn't know how exactly to do it, so something appeared on his face for just a moment that would make anyone who saw it laugh, but perhaps fortunately, this semblance of a smile quickly disappeared. Excuse me, Kakashi-sensei, may I ask you a question? Ask. It seems this food has some special properties. When I ate it I felt something strange, right here, he pointed to his chest. Is this a test or training in restraining feelings? Kakashi smiled. Well, perhaps it is a special food, but it is not a training or a test. It is called joy. Joy is a feeling, but shinobi shouldn't have them. It's a hindrance. Shinobi are first and foremost humans. We cannot become soulless machines. It is simply impossible. But if you don't follow orders, you're weak and useless. People like that get rid of. So this is how they do it in corn. Naruto tensed. You are not supposed to know this. I cannot give myself away. Don't worry so much. I won't tell anyone. You'll be able to continue your mission. Naruto calmed down a bit and continued eating his ramen. When he finished the bowl, he didn't notice how he smiled. This time it was sincere and even sweet. So you know how to smile. I have never tasted delicious food before. The main thing in food is nutrition. Not always. Taste is also very important. Then they went to the pond and sat down on the pontoon. They talked about different things. True, Naruto didn't know how to answer many questions, for example, what do you like to read? Or, what is your favorite color? Towards the end, Naruto didn't notice how the indifference in his voice disappeared, and his eyes became a little more lively, but suddenly Kakashi asked, "Do you have a loved one?" After this question Naruto's smile disappeared and he thought. Then he remembered again. Pain. His friend. Death. What's wrong with you? Kakashi noticed that Mamoru had drooped. He would have cried if he had been a little more emotional. I remembered those images again. Now the picture is clearer. I had a friend, but I killed him. I don't know the reason, but I remember the pain. He clenched his fists and again he felt terrible pain. It turned out to be worse than I thought. It seems like they are undergoing some kind of test, Hatake thought. Don't worry, I'm sure you didn't want him to die. He walked up to Naruto and put his hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, two people appeared next to them. One in an eagle mask, and the other in a bear mask. One of them knocked Naruto out with one swift movement. What does this mean? Kakashi jumped up. Kakashi Hatake, we are taking 1025. Hokage-sama is waiting for you, one of the fighters said. Then they took Naruto and disappeared. Damn Danzo, but there was nothing to be done and Kakashi went to the Hokage. Good evening, Kakashi. Sarutobi sat at the table and was very serious. I think you know why you are here. Kakashi nodded. I can assume that this is related to Mamoru Sasaki. That's right. Danzo-sama came to me recently and demanded that Mamoru be released from the mission because he was changing here. He was showing emotions, but I was able to convince him to leave Mamoru in Team 7 for now. However, Kakashi, you must stop showing feelings for the boy. He will hardly remember this evening. But if he is reminded, this event will surface in his memory and it will be bad for him. Then Danzo will definitely lock him in the base and beat all humanity out of him. Kakashi clenched his fists. He was angry. You can't do that to the guy. He turned out to be a good person, but because of Root. I don't like this state of affairs either, but I can't do anything about it. Clear. I see you almost shed a tear there. How long are you planning on indulging this Danzo? Can't you see that you're an object to him? Doesn't that really drive you crazy? What happened? This time there was a little emotion in the boy's voice. You were with Kakashi, and then you were knocked out and taken to the base. Fox. Not a raccoon, Kyuubi growled. What happened to me? Your eyes have finally been opened, but it looks like they will soon be slammed shut again and sealed tightly. Until that happens, I will give you some advice. Throw away the root and go to the village. Do you care about me? Of course not. It just pisses me off when people do things like that. And besides, the more emotions you have, the more profitable it is for me. How? None of your business. Then the corridors were covered in shadow and Naruto disappeared. Well, that's all. The fox closed his eyes and fell asleep. Naruto woke up in an apartment in the village. What happened? I don't remember anything at all. Suddenly, a root fighter appeared in front of him. You don't remember anything, so I have to tell you that yesterday evening you trained with Kakashi Hatake, after which you lost consciousness and were brought here. Clear. My head hurt badly and my body was shaking. The fighter left, and Naruto only now realized that he had to be at the academy soon. He quickly got ready and ran to the exam. It turned out that Sakura and Sasuke decided to participate after all. They were also met by Kakashi in front of the academy. Oh, I'm glad you all decided to take part. To tell the truth, if someone had refused, the rest would not have been allowed to take the exam. But why didn't you say so right away? Sakura thought about her participation for quite a long time, but then decided that she wouldn't lag behind Sasuke and Mamoru and decided to agree. And now it turns out that she could have let everyone down. Because the Chunin exam is a serious matter and if I had told you the truth right away, then, for example, you, Sakura, would have agreed for Sasuke's sake, but you yourself might not have been ready, but this way you came to this decision yourself. Clear. Mamoru staggered. Mamoru, are you okay? Kakashi didn't know what they did en route to brainwash him, but he was sure it wasn't the most pleasant sight. Sorry, I don't feel well today. Will you be able to write the exam? Yes, sir. Sasuke watched Sasaki closely. Kakashi's words made him think and change his attitude towards his comrade. Then good luck to you. Team 7 entered the building and headed towards room 301. But they noticed a crowd on the second floor. It turned out that room 301 was there and two Jonin were not letting anyone in. It's a fake, Naruto said, and they headed to the third floor to the real auditorium. Despite the crowd downstairs, there were quite a few genin gathered in the office. Many were no longer children. Oh, and you're here, the blonde ran up to them. She and Naruto had met before. Sasuke-kun, you're taking the exam too. Ino threw herself on the brunette's neck. Calm down, Ino, There's no need to draw attention to yourself, the guy with the pineapple head appeared. Shikamaru, I'm a bit worried. Shoji was again with a pack of chips and was gobbling them up like a food processor. And that's why everyone here is quite strong, but they can't defeat me, right, Akamaru? Another team approached them, in which there was a boy with a puppy on his head. Don't underestimate your opponents. Shino's face was covered by a high collar, and it was unclear whether he was worried or it was something else. Our goal is to pass the stage, Naruto said. You have the same goal, but we are rivals. And you're the same as usual. You give me goosebumps. Kiba spoke up. What are you even doing here? You're supposed to be a genius, or are you just pretending to be one? Kiba, don't, Hinata squeaked. Don't worry, I won't start a fight here, but I'm sure we'll have a chance to fight. At this point, a man with a bandage on his head and a scar on his face entered the auditorium. He looked menacing and intimidating. It was the examiner, Ibiki Morino. Who gave you permission to yell like that? Everyone, come up, hand in your applications and take your place according to the number you received. Everyone did so. Naruto and Sakura were sitting in the same row, but quite far from each other, and Sasuke was almost on the other side of the room. The first stage is a test. Only 10 questions. The assessment is as follows. Initially, you have 10 points. For each wrong answer you will lose 1 point. To move on, you need to score half the points. Cheating is prohibited. If someone is caught cheating 3 times, the whole team is eliminated. Begin. Everyone turned over the sheets of paper and was horrified. The tasks were very difficult, only a few could answer anything. Naruto answered the questions without any difficulty. They seemed easy to him, but he noticed that his team was having difficulties. He decided to assess the situation. First, he counted all the participants and it turned out that the number of participants was not divisible by 3. Something was wrong. He watched all the teams and noticed 2 people who had already written everything down. They had leaf bandages, and they were clearly not nervous. So in reality, this is a test for collecting information. Team number 15 is eliminated for cheating. Have you really already managed to get caught? Almost half of the teams left the office very quickly. 35 teams remained. There was not much time left. Sakura wrote more than half of the test and was confident that she would pass. Sasuke had a bit more difficulty, but he also wrote most of the answers. But everyone had a question. Where is the 10th question? Finished. Surely many of you noticed that the 10th question is missing. I will ask this question personally, and you will answer it in the remaining time, but first I will say that those who do not answer the last question will not go further and will not be able to become chunin in the future. Everyone started whispering and getting worried. However, you have the opportunity to leave and try in 6 months, but if you leave, your entire team will also be removed. Many couldn't take it anymore and left. So there were 24 teams left. Naruto knew the risk, but he also sensed a catch. Definitely no one else wants to go out. Well then, congratulations, you all passed the task. Everyone was very surprised by this turn of events. But how is that possible? Someone asked. It's simple, a chunin must put everything on the line and never back down. You also need to trust your comrades. The first 9 questions were needed to test your ability to gather information. 2 people who knew all the answers were seated in the office. Many were caught, and that's how we weeded out the first part of those who were not ready to become chunin. Everyone was overjoyed, but suddenly a woman dressed like a pervert jumped through the window into the room. Miniskirt, fishnet t-shirt and raincoat. And I thought you could take out more people. Are you getting old, Ibiki? My name is Mitarashi Anko, and believe me, my stage will be 100 times harder. Only half of it will pass, and now everyone go to training ground number 44. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. But everyone immediately stood up and went to the designated area. Hooray! We've passed the first stage, Sakura rejoiced. Now the main thing is not to fail in the next one. This stage was very easy. Is this really the chunin exam that everyone is so afraid of? Shikamaru approached them. The first stage is always easy. They noticed a guy with a Konoha forehead protector, glasses and a ponytail. I'm Kabuto. I've been trying to pass this exam for a long time, but I can't. Believe me, the first stage was nothing compared to the others. How many times have you tried already? Sasuke asked. This is my 7th time. Is it really that hard to pass this exam? How problematic? Shikamaru whined. I'm telling you, don't relax. For what reason did you decide to help us? Naruto asked seriously. So you're the guy who didn't go to the academy. There are all sorts of rumors about you. But I decided to help you because I feel sorry for you. I remember myself at your age. He smiled and went to his team. Okay, good luck to you. Yeah, I don't want to take this exam 7 times, Sakura lamented. We'll get through this stage if Sasuke doesn't interfere. What did you say? You don't fit in anywhere here. Don't compare me to yourself. I'm much stronger than you. Peef. You're just an upstart and nothing more. Boys, stop it, the girl intervened. When will this end? Anko appeared behind Naruto and put a kunai to his throat. He quickly reacted and put his kunai to her throat. And I thought I'd be able to catch you off guard. You're doing great. Anko put away the kunai and went to the gate of the site. We haven't filled out the consent form yet, let's go quickly. Sakura led the boys to the tent. When everyone was a little bit ready to start, Anko explained the rules. Each team will have 1 scroll of earth or sky. Your task is to take possession of 2 different scrolls and arrive at the tower in the center of the forest. Only half will pass this way. You can use any means to achieve the goal, but it is still advisable not to kill anyone. But this is your business. You are given 3 days to complete the task. Now go to the gates that are written on the pieces of paper that were given to you. Everyone left and was terribly worried. That is, they could die here. Teams number 10, number 8, Team Pasak, Team Guy, and Team ZVUK also made it to this stage. Well, and 6 more teams. They started. Everyone ran into the depths of the forest. We need to avoid clashes with the sand shinobi, they are too strong for us. Don't boss me around. It's also better to immediately find a source of water and replenish supplies, as if not noticing Sasuke, Uzumaki continued, we have a scroll of earth, which means we need a scroll of heaven. We need reconnaissance, there is no point in fighting a team that has the same scroll. This way we will save our strength. Don't ignore me. You talk a lot, Naruto replied dryly. So they reached a small stream and made a stop. I'm going on reconnaissance, don't go anywhere from this place, if you are attacked I won't be able to help you, so see yourself quietly, and Naruto left. Maybe we should go and look for this scroll ourselves, why do we need this Mamoru? Sasuke grumbled. But you understand that with him we have a better chance of winning, and after all, he is our comrade. What kind of comrade is he to us? He doesn't know what it means to be a comrade. Then Sasuke remembered what Kakashi had said, I'm afraid he doesn't know what it's like to feel. We could help him, then he might change. Help him. I know what it's like to be alone, is he really like me? Sasuke-kun. Okay, I'll stay. Half an hour later Mamoru returned. I found the scroll we need, it's with the Konoha team and they don't look strong. Let's go. They went to the right place. And how will we find them? It's unlikely that they're standing still. I put a special mark on one of them, so I can feel them. A special mark. Naruto stopped short, only members of Root knew how to put it. Yes, I studied it recently. Clear. They soon reached their destination, but it seemed they weren't the only ones targeting that scroll. Team Sound was there, and they were clearly winning. Let's leave, there's no point in fighting them now, Sasuke said. We can't miss this chance, they are a little weakened by the fight now, there might not be another chance, Naruto reasoned. But how can we fight against them? Naruto turned to the battle and assessed the situation. They use their devices to produce the necessary purity of sound, if we destroy them, then we will have a chance. And how do we do this? Sakura was worried. Naruto sketched out a plan and shared it with his comrades. Great, now let's go to the tower, said one of the sounds. But then a fireball flew at him. And then a kunai flew right into his hands and exploded. He was so surprised that he couldn't repel the attack, but his instruments weren't completely broken. Who is this? Their team prepared for battle. A whole bunch of Mamoru clones jumped down from the tree and the fight began. As a result, team number 7 was pretty battered, but team Sound wasn't in full health either. You are not bad, but we are still stronger. But Mamoru wasn't going to give up. However, he was almost out of strength. Then someone joined their rivals. A girl. She looked strange. Long black hair, a sound protector, but Naruto hadn't seen her before. Maybe they decided to cheat, and she somehow got into the forest. I see you gave them quite a beating. Sasuke-kun, are you really that weak? She turned to the brunette. Sasuke stood up and prepared for another fight. Stop it, Naruto shouted, she's not a participant, something's wrong here. Oh, Jinchuriki, and you're here, and I already thought that everything would be pretty boring. It would be interesting to play with you, the girl smiled, but something in this smile resembled a snake. Who are you? Mamoru asked. I have to ask you this question, you don't even know your real name. Right, Naruto Uzumaki. I don't know who you've confused me with, but I'm Mamoru Sasaki. Really? Or was this just a name they gave you for a while? The blonde threw 2 shurikens. Shadow shuriken technique. A swarm of weapons flew at the enemies. But the stranger repelled them all without blinking an eye. Third's technique. I wonder, it's just strange that you don't use fourth's techniques, but oh well, it doesn't matter to me. You're much more important, Sasuke-kun. Show me your strength. Attack. Snakes burst from the girl's hands and headed towards Sasuke. He jumped back and counterattacked. Fire element. Fireball. Is that all you can do? A fight ensued. Naturally, Sasuke was losing. Not bad for your age, I'm sure you'll become a strong shinobi. Now let me leave you a parting gift. The stranger's neck stretched out like a snake's body and sank its teeth into Sasuke's neck. A sign of 3 commas appeared there. You'll look for me, Sasuke-kun, and I'll just wait. After that, she and the entire sound team ran away. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura, already with her hair cut, ran up to Sasuke, who was lying and writhing in pain. Mamoru, help. Mamoru ran up to them, all covered in wounds, and examined Sasuke. This is a cursed seal, not everyone survives after it, but it gives power, though very evil and dangerous. We need to get out of the forest urgently. He took out 2 scrolls. When did you manage to do it? These sound ninjas weren't the smartest of opponents. Okay, let's go. They moved towards the tower and were lucky. They did not encounter any teams on the way and there were no other incidents. The Sand team and Guy's team were already in the tower. Sakura-chan, are you okay? A boy in a tight green suit and very thick eyebrows ran up to them. He liked her and now he was punishing himself for not protecting her. Don't worry, Lee, but we need to help Sasuke. He has, but Naruto didn't let her finish. He was badly hurt, so we need Kakashi-sensei. I think he can help us. Then he quietly told Sakura not to tell everyone about the seal. There was no need for everyone else to know. Kakashi-sensei, I think that this is Orochimaru's cursed seal and apparently that girl was him. Sasuke is very lucky that he is still alive. After such a seal, many cannot stand it. Naruto reported to Kakashi about what happened. However, they reached the teacher only a couple of hours later. I see, and you, how are you and Sakura okay? Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, it's strange that you're alive too. Although he battered you pretty badly. You'd better go to the infirmary. There's no need for that, although he could barely stand on his feet, he couldn't go to the Konoha infirmary, and he couldn't tell about the route. He also forgot that Kakashi knew about his secret. You are sure? That's right. His vision became cloudy and he couldn't stay on his feet. Hey, I'm telling you, you need to see a doctor. Kakashi jumped up and caught the guy. No, after that he lost consciousness. Naruto woke up in the hospital. How did this happen? Where am I? Is this Konoha's hospital? It's so bright and smells so nice. A nurse entered the room. You finally woke up. We were already starting to worry. Am I in the hospital? Where else? Yesterday, Kakashi brought you here unconscious. Was I unconscious? But I can't. He tried to get up, but the nurse with a clear movement of her hand pushed him back onto the bed. He said that you will try to leave, but you won't be able to until you get better. I shouldn't be here. He seems delirious. It's not surprising with those wounds. I'm surprised he didn't pass out right away. According to Kakashi, he lasted about 2 hours. I shouldn't be here, he repeated. Well, perhaps you need to sleep a little more. She injected him with a sleeping pill and he quickly passed out. He's in the Konoha hospital. Danzo was furious after such news, but how did he end up there? Did something happen in the second stage that he couldn't get to the base? Apparently, Orochimaru attacked them. His target was Sasuke Uchiha. The fox, defending him, received serious wounds. Take him away from there. There are always doctors or acquaintances around him. I'm afraid our appearance will arouse suspicion. Hitaki Kakashi already knows about his involvement with the route. Well, okay, when he can move, he will come himself. Continue observations. Eat. That same evening Naruto came to his senses again. When he opened his eyes he saw a flower in a vase on the nightstand. Was someone here? Are you awake yet? Sensei entered the room. Naruto tried to get up, but he was quickly stopped. Lie down. You got a healthy one. You're lucky that you were able to hold out for so long and come to your senses so quickly. I can't be here, the blonde repeated. Everyone can be in the hospital, and you are no exception, so lie down and get better. You even had visitors. Sakura came. She said that you saved her and Sasuke. Like Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto suddenly remembered. I was able to suppress the seal, but everything depends on him. Don't worry. So Sakura said that you protected them and she is grateful to you. You were able to stand against Orochimaru, and that is already worth a lot. I almost failed the assignment, there is nothing to praise me for. And what about the exam? He'll be there tomorrow. They'll hold additional matches to reduce the number of participants. Sasuke and Sakura have already returned to normal, but I'm afraid you won't be able to participate. I can do it. The wounds don't matter, although he understood that because of them he wouldn't fight as well, but this was his mission. You've already forgotten what happened when you said something like that. I had to carry you to the infirmary. I have to take part. Naruto stood his ground. Let's do it this way, you lie here until tomorrow, and then we'll see. Eat. That day he had 2 more visitors. Sakura, who did nothing but admire him and apologize for not being able to help him, and the Hokage, who asked the boy about his health and a little about the exam. Why are they worried about me? This question kept popping into Naruto's head. In the end, Naruto came to the conclusion that he was a strong shinobi in Jinchuriki, so he had to protect the village. The next day, Naruto was examined by doctors from the very morning. They said that it was dangerous for him to go to the exam, but Uzumaki insisted on his own and in the end they allowed him, but just in case they warned the medical team that was supposed to be on duty at the exam about the boy's condition. Mamoru, I'm so glad you could come today, you're a little late. They've already announced the pairs. You'll be in the 3rd pair with Kiba, Sakura said with a smile, and I'll be in the 5th with Ino. Here her face twisted into a grimace of anger. I'll tear her apart, she won't be able to defeat me. What pair is Sasuke in? Oh, he's in the 2nd one with one of the Sound team. Hey, Sasaki, Team Kurenai approached them, I can finally fight you. Look, I won't feel sorry for you. Kiba, you should have taken pity on him, he just came out of the hospital, Sakura interceded. You underestimate my opponent, he doesn't need pity, and since he's here, it means he can fight. Mamoru, the bushy-browed man ran towards them, well, he really ran, as if it wasn't just him, but also a herd of elephants. That's not fair, I wanted to fight you. Of course, my opponent is the Sangara himself, but I won't miss the chance to compete with you. I'm not your rival, Naruto said. Of course, you are my rival. You are Kakashi-sensei's student, and I am Guy-sensei's student, and we simply must become eternal rivals. You are very strong, and I have chosen you as my rival. Let's show our power of blooming youth. It seemed that his eyes were about to light up. There was simply an unimaginable release of energy and enthusiasm from him. That's right, Lee. Guy-sensei ran up. He was like an exact copy of the bushy-browed man, only older. You shouldn't give up your youth and fight my student. Oh, Kakashi is my eternal rival. At this time Hatake tried with all his might to seem less noticeable, but he failed. Hello, Guy. Let's fight. Actually, the fighting is about to start, and I don't want to miss it. Then let's bet that my student will win and be able to fight yours. That's stupid, Guy. We're not in a casino to place bets. Then, when the competition is over, I challenge you to a duel. Sorry, but I have things to do. How so? The examiner stepped into the middle of the arena. I am Hayate Gecko, the examiner of today's preliminary competition. The rules are simple. Everyone already knows the pairs, they were chosen at random. The fight will continue until one of the fighters either cannot move, or dies, or surrenders. But if the outcome of the fight is obvious, the examiner has the right to stop the fight to avoid unnecessary casualties. So, the first pair is Abumi Zaku against Aburame Shino. Enter the arena. The fight turned out to be quite brutal. In the end the guy from Sound just had his arms torn apart because Shino launched his bugs into his mechanism and the stream just exploded. Winner Shino Aburame. Next fight Sasuke Uchiha vs. Yoroi Akato. But you said it would be a member of the Sound team, Mamoru was surprised. Sorry, I seem to have mixed it up a bit, she was terribly ashamed that she couldn't remember. The fight was intense, because Sasuke couldn't use techniques because of the risk of awakening the seal. At first, Sasuke was losing, but in the end he pulled himself together and won. Winner Sasuke Uchiha. Next fight Sasaki Mamoru vs Inuzuka Kiba. Well, hold on, now I'll defeat you. Kiba was all in anticipation. Well, Naruto thought coolly and his main goal was to move on. The fight began. Human beast clone, his dog Akamaru became an exact copy of his owner, and they both grew claws, and they became like enraged animals. The main technique of his clan is the use of animals. That is, it is enough to defeat his clone and then the enemy himself will become an easy target. Naruto had already drawn conclusions and decided to test the strength of his opponent a little. Double Fang of Destruction. They began to spin at incredible speed and flew at Mamoru. He jumped back. First, he needed to wear him out a little. And Kiba kept spinning and striking, but Mamoru easily dodged. Suddenly, a strong pain in his side. Naruto fell and grabbed his wound. Mamoru. Sakura was very worried about her comrade. It seems like his wounds are weakening him. Kakashi was also worried. Sensei, stop the fight. The student begged. Mamoru is a smart guy, and if he understands that he can't continue the fight, he will give up, I hope. And Naruto had already gotten up and continued the fight. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Kiba was quite tired. Why don't you attack? You're afraid? Kiba was furious. It's called a plan, Naruto said dryly. Oh, you, human beast clone. Let's show him Akamaru. They ran at Naruto. It will be much easier now. Naruto decided to take action. Shadow cloning technique. About a dozen clones appeared. 5 of them ran to attack, and the rest remained near the original. You can't take us with ordinary clones. The opponents easily scattered all the doubles. Naruto assessed the power and attacked. He took a kunai and ran at the enemy. Using clones as cover, Naruto managed to wound Akamaru, causing him to turn into a dog again, but he was conscious and the wound was not serious. Akamaru. But he was distracted in vain. Naruto used the wind technique. Wind element. Air breakthrough. Kiba was blown away by a powerful gust of wind, and Naruto ran up and put a kunai to his throat. We can avoid unnecessary casualties. Okay. You won fairly. I give up. The winner is Sasaki Mamoru. The next match is Masumi Tsurugi vs. No Sabaku Kankuro. Mamoru, how are you? Sakura asked as soon as Naruto walked up to the podium. Capable. Show yourself to the doctors and I won't accept any objections. I don't want you to end up in the hospital again. Yes, Naruto reluctantly went to the medical center. Mamoru is injured. Lee was surprised. He came here straight from the hospital. He got it pretty bad at the second stage. They didn't want to let him in today, but he insisted, Guy said. That means he didn't take any risks because of his wounds. Exactly. Then I'll wait for him to recover and fight him. Lee said cheerfully. Keep it up. All the fights were over. In the end, the following advanced to the next round. Mamoru, Neji, Sasuke, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Shikamaru, and Shino. Lee was seriously injured and taken to the hospital, and Ino and Sakura both just passed out. You have a month to prepare. The final stage will be held at the stadium, important guests will arrive, so don't disgrace yourself. At this point everyone dispersed. It's time to prepare for the final stage. Commentary on Chunin exams. I tried very hard. Sorry for such a small amount of description of the fight between Orochimaru and Team 7. Maybe I'll write a small addition later. Don't forget about likes and comments. The final stage. The qualifying battles ended a couple of days ago. After them, Mamoru disappeared somewhere. He wasn't at the hospital and he wasn't at home either. Well, Team 7 gathered at the training ground to discuss the exam and start training. So, only Sakura didn't make it to the next stage, but your fight was interesting. I didn't think you could resist Ino's techniques. Well done. Kakashi started the conversation. Thank you, Sensei, but now I won't be able to become a Chunin this year. You're not the only one, so don't worry. Mamoru didn't come today. He has his own reasons, so I'll be training you too. Sorry, Sakura, but today I'll have to focus on Sasuke, you know why. Don't worry Sensei, I understand everything. Okay, then for now improve your chakra control. And I'll try to teach you a new technique, Sasuke, it will be useful to you in the last stage. This technique is my own and it's called Chidori. Kakashi demonstrated lightning in his hand. Thanks to the Sharingan it can be used much better, so we will also develop your Sharingan. So Sasuke trained for a month, but Naruto wasn't sitting idle either. He was trained by Danzo himself. So, since you ended up in the hospital, it means you're not strong enough. Since we have the same wind element, I'll teach you. Don't forget that you have to become Konoha's strongest weapon, and for that level, ordinary teachers are not enough. The technique I'll teach you is based on creating a vacuum. All techniques that use it are B rank. It requires precise chakra control. They began training. Within a month, Naruto had mastered only the vacuum ball. At the moment, it was his strongest technique. The day of the final round arrived. All the participants arrived at the arena. Only Mamoru and Sasuke were missing. Where are they? It's about to start. Sakura and Kakashi were in the stands and worried about the guys. I'm sure they will appear. What? Mamoru isn't here yet. Lee approached them on crutches. I want to see my opponent fight. He'll come. Neji also approached them. Let them just try not to show up. Kiba shouted, he defeated me and now he still hasn't come. Finally, the examiner entered the arena. The host called for silence. I am Genma Shiramui, the examiner. The pairs of opponents will now be determined. The winner of the fight will advance and so on until the final. Everyone, or maybe no one, can become a chunin. Participants, enter the arena. Everyone started to descend. Where are the guys? Sakura began to get seriously worried. Look, Sakura, Lee pointed to a figure that jumped across the stadium and landed in front of the examiner. It's Mamoru. What a spectacular entrance, Kakashi said. Hey, Mamoru, what the hell are you doing? Kiba yelled from the stands. I apologize for my impudence, Mamoru bowed to the examiner. Where have you been? Neji approached him with a menacing look. I had reasons. Naruto Pav. He was walking towards the arena. All the streets were filled with tourists and important guests. Everyone was rushing to see the shinobi fight. Then Naruto noticed Sasuke, who was walking towards the training grounds. Where is he going? The exam is about to start. Naruto followed him. Sasuke came to the training ground and began to create Chidori. Looks like Kakashi taught him his technique. He created one and smashed the nearest target. Then he created a second one. Damn, he fell to his knees. Is this really my limit? It looks like he wants to increase the limit, but why now? He found the time. Naruto came out of hiding. Why did you decide to train now? You need to be in the arena. What are you doing here? Go, I'll come to my exit. But you don't know what pair you're in. You have to come with me. Listen, leave me alone. I plan to defeat you, so I need to increase the limit. But you'll only waste your energy. And besides, it's better for me if you don't come, I've already wasted my time on you. Naruto went to the arena. End Pav Naruto. Here is the distribution into pairs. 1. Mamoru vs Neji. 2. Sasuke vs Gaara. 3. Shino vs Kankuro. 4. Temari vs Shikamaru. So I'm paired with the genius of the Hyuga clan. It'll be an interesting duel. He also looked at Naruto, and he realized that they were thinking the same thing. Good luck, Mamoru, Sakura shouted from the stands. Hyuga Neji vs. Sasaki Mamoru. Let's go. Hyuga got into a fighting stance and activated his Byakugan. For a few seconds, they just stood there. No one dared to attack first. Everyone in the stands held their breath. Naruto began the attack. He threw several kunai, which Neji easily blocked. We can't engage in close combat, I can't stand up to him. We need to force him to defend himself with technique. When he's exhausted, I'll be able to attack normally. Shadow Shurikens. A swarm of weapons flew at Neji. Hakusho Kaden, he began to spin with incredible speed and all the shurikens flew away, but Naruto created new ones and Neji did not have time to rest. Damn, if this continues I'll get tired quickly, Neji thought, but he couldn't do anything about it. Come on, surrender. Neji stopped the technique and quickly jumped to the side, deflecting the flying weapon with a kunai. We can't let him get close. At long range, he won't be able to do anything to me. Fire element. Fireball. Hakusho Kaden. You'll be at your limit soon, and mine is still far away. Better give up. You haven't even left a scratch on me yet, and you're already suggesting this. This is for now, but soon your defense will weaken and then I will be able to strike. We'll see. He tried to close the distance again, but Naruto easily got away from him. Damn, he's right, but I'm definitely not going to give up. The battle continued at this pace for another 30 minutes. This is your limit, give up or I will cripple you. I wouldn't even think about it, he jumped and was able to strike. What? How? I couldn't miss his movements. Neji hit him in one of his tenketsu points, and Naruto flew back a decent distance. How? You could do it. It was hard to breathe, but nothing vital was affected, but anyway, it's not that important, I'm still stronger than you. What? After such a blow he is still standing on his feet. How strong is he? And now, perhaps, it's time to attack. But don't worry, I'll keep my main trump card to myself for now. Wind element. Air breakthrough. An exhausted Neji flew several meters and crashed into the wall of the arena. Can you still fight? The examiner approached him. It looks like the winner is Sasaki Mamoru. What? I couldn't lose. It was my destiny to win. But I couldn't. That means I'm useless, Neji said almost unconsciously. You're right, shinobi who don't carry out their missions are useless. But believing in fate is stupid. It interferes with the fulfillment of duty. Mamoru went to the stands, but a squad of medics blocked his way. Naruto just waved them off and went on. The next fight was supposed to be between Sasuke and Gaara, but due to Sasuke's no-show, it was postponed. It was impossible to cancel this fight. After all, it was the most anticipated. Then a fight was planned between Shino and Kankuro, but the Sand Shinobi immediately surrendered. The crowd immediately began to riot, but he did not care. This is suspicious, Naruto thought. Mamoru, you are so good, you were able to defeat the genius of the Hyuga clan, Ino admired. I didn't expect anything less from my opponent. But, to tell the truth, I'm very surprised that you were able to defeat Neji, Lee said, embarrassed. The next fight is between Temari and Shikamaru. How lazy, Nara muttered. And his rival briskly jumped into the arena, preparing her giant fan. What took you so long, loser? She shouted. Yes, I'm coming. But, to tell the truth, I'd like to give up, but I'll have to fight you. Don't relax, Shikamaru, she's a strong opponent, Ino shouted at him. Yes, I know. Let's start. I think everyone already knows the outcome, so I won't describe the fight. It was Sasuke and Gaara's turn. But the former hadn't shown up yet. We'll give him a couple more minutes, but then we'll have to disqualify him, the Hokage announced to the examiner. I understand. Everyone was waiting for Sasuke to appear. Mamoru, have you seen him? Kakashi asked. He was training, he replied. We can't stay any longer, I'm declaring Sasuke Uchiha disqualified. But before the Hokage could finish speaking, Sasuke appeared in the arena. He was covered in bruises, but the main thing was that he had come. Yes, at the last moment, the examiner said to himself, the next fight is Sasuke against Gaara. Let's begin. Well, Sasuke has finally shown up, Kiba grinned, everyone is waiting for him here, and he comes as if nothing had happened, and I. Calm down, Kiba, I think Sasuke had his reasons, said Sensei Kurenai. The fight was tense. Suddenly, Gaara went berserk towards the end and strange chakra appeared in the arena. All the guests fell asleep and only a few shinobi were able to dispel the genjutsu. Including Sakura and Mamoru. Guys, how are you? Kakashi ran up to them. What's going on? Sakura was nervous as always. Attack on the village. Sasuke followed Gaara. You must help him, but before he could finish speaking, Mamoru was already moving in the opposite direction. Where are you going? I don't care about that. Kakashi was very surprised by this answer. Mamoru, as a member of Root, should have thought about the safety of Konoha first. You have to help, Mamoru, Sakura intervened. No, he made a couple of seals and disappeared. Sakura, we'll deal with him later, but now wake someone up and go help Sasuke. Yes, she quickly pulled herself together. Having woken Kiba, they moved towards Sasuke's scent. Mamoru was in no hurry to leave. He sat in cover and watched. Kakashi and Guy dealt with the enemy ninjas without difficulty. But something was bothering Naruto. He was worried about Sakura and the others. In the end, Naruto couldn't stand it and went after them. Hey, man. What do you want, Fox? This boy is from sand, I feel the tailed beast chakra in him. And why are you telling me this? I don't know myself, but I could at least thank you. Thank you. These words touched the fox. Was he really starting to get attached to the boy? No, that was nonsense. And yet, having reached the battle site, Naruto began to observe. Sasuke was fighting Gaara, and Sakura and Kiba were already unconscious. The girl was pressed against a tree by sand. That way he could flatten her. Gaara himself looked half like a monster. It looks like Kyuubi was right. He's a Jinchuriki. Their fight didn't last long. Soon Sasuke began to retreat and eventually his seal made itself known. He fell and began to hold on to the cursed mark. That I am no longer able to fight. Then I will kill you and thus I will be able to continue to exist. He swung at Sasuke, but Naruto jumped out and protected his partner. You. Gaara was surprised. You came to die. I came to protect the village. Die. A battle ensued. The forces were approximately equal. It looks like I won't be able to defeat him without new technology. Ah, Gaara looked more and more like a monster. We need to deal with him before he finishes his transformation. Wind element. Vacuum ball. A ball formed and flew towards the Jinchuriki. But he was able to block it and this made him even more angry. He completely transformed into Shukaku. The technology didn't help. What should we do now? Take my strength. Only a tailed beast can defeat a tailed beast. I am stronger than him so you won't have to transform completely. I don't believe you, but I have no choice. I agree. Naruto was overcome with rage and felt a huge power inside him. Uzumaki rushed towards Shukaku and struck. The raccoon, not expecting such power, screamed and began to create a tailed beast bomb. This is bad. Naruto lost his cool and common sense due to the fox's power. He ran straight towards the bomb without hesitation. What are you doing, idiot? You won't be able to win her back in this state. Shut up, Naruto barked. And I see you've gone crazy. I like it, the fox smiled contentedly. Now the seal will weaken and very soon I will get out of this cage. Naruto was rushing towards Shukaku, he was seriously going to repel this attack. Explosion. Only it happened far away in the forest. Did it really work? Kyuubi himself did not expect such a turn of events. Did you really do it? And you thought, but I'm not so stupid as to just kick it away. I used my vacuum ball, but I changed it with your chakra, and it became equal in power to this weak bomb. Because their symbiosis is not perfect, it was not completely completed and I had enough strength. I see you haven't lost your mind. What next? We need to wake the boy up. While he's unconscious, the tailed one's power is much greater. Not bad, of course, Fox had no intention of openly praising his jailer, but he was impressed by his intelligence. Naruto ran towards the enemy again, looking for Gaara with his eyes. There you are. The Jinchuriki slept, chained to Shukaku's forehead. It's time to get up. Uzumaki managed to get close to him and hit him with all his might. From such a powerful blow, Gaara immediately woke up, and Shukaku's strength began to weaken. Soon, the wounded Jinchuriki was lying in front of him. But Naruto's time was up and from overexertion he almost fell next to him. All anger immediately evaporated, and with it any feelings. Why are you fighting? The red-haired man said. It is my duty to protect Konoha and its inhabitants, and I will kill anyone who threatens them. But you also did your duty, and you fought with dignity, so I will not finish you off. Naruto did not change his intonation throughout his speech. It seems like the emotions from the Kyuubi's power still remain, otherwise I would have killed him long ago. I hope you find another meaning to your existence besides killing. Find someone to protect and then you can become needed. What am I talking about? What nonsense. A shinobi's duty is to follow orders, no matter what they are. Naruto grabbed his head, his thoughts all mixed up again. Hey, just don't get upset, otherwise they'll brainwash you again, and that's very unpleasant. Damn, I need to get my act together. After a couple of minutes he managed to control himself. Then Temari and Kankuro appeared. Gaara, how are you? Temari picked up her brother and they left. Naruto looked at his comrades, making sure that they were not in any danger for now. He headed to the base. And why was I worried about them? Okay, Sasuke, he's my mission, but the rest of them. Commentary on the last stage. I hope you liked the part. Don't forget to support the fanfic with a like and a review. New chapter coming soon. Don't be bored. Open secret. A week has passed since the attack. Everyone had already mourned the dead and the third Hokage. Even Danzo, in memory of his old friend, did not act at this time. But there was no longer any time to wait. The Council of Elders was held to choose a new Hokage. We need a strong leader who can rebuild and strengthen the village, Shimura began. You're right, that's why we've already found a candidate for this position, Tsunade Senju. She's one of the 3 legendary Sannin and would be a great Hokage, Kaharu said. But, Danzo wanted to object, but the elders began to present arguments, and he could not argue with them. Then it's decided, we need to send someone to bring her. And if you ask Jiraiya-sama, he just recently returned to the village. That's right, he's her friend and also a legendary Sannin. Then informed Jiraiya. At this point the meeting ended. Danzo returned to the base very angry and annoyed. Another failure. But nothing, he would soon remove this competitor too. Sitting in his chair, he began to sort through the papers and came across a report on the behavior of the fox. He disobeyed orders, and defeated Gaara. Damn boy, he's acting up again. Danzo was already on edge, but this news really got him worked up. Snake. Yes, Danzo-sama. Bring Fox and prepare room 1326. A chill of anticipation ran through the fighter's body. Everyone in Korn was a little crazy. Yes, he disappeared. Naruto lay on his bed, his head all jumbled up, then put back together, then jumbled up again. A man in a snake mask appeared in front of him. Naruto had only seen him once and he clearly didn't trust this guy. Danzo-sama is calling you. It looks like this won't end well. I've been waiting for him to call me for a long time. Violating orders is not left unattended. He got ready and, having folded the seals, found himself at the base. I am not pleased with you. Danzo was angry, for many reasons. How dare you disobey my order and do whatever you want so brazenly? Not only did you not return after the specified time, you also dared to attack the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village. In fact, Naruto had never seen his leader like this. Danzo was always reserved under any circumstances, but today was clearly not his day. You will be punished for your innocence. You are a good fighter, so you will not be eliminated. But the punishment will be cruel. Take him away. 3 people entered the room. One of them was the fighter in the snake mask we already knew. Eat. The other 2 handcuffed Naruto, even though he wasn't going to run away or do anything against them, and took him away. They went deeper and deeper. Naruto hadn't been here yet. It was very dark and cold. The atmosphere oppressed anyone who came here. Finally, they came to a door. It was no different from the others. Behind it was a room in the middle, which had something like a pillar. There were different tools near the walls of the room that looked scary. They tied him to the pillar and... It's better not to say what happened next, but even with all of Naruto's endurance, he sometimes made a voice. In general, when he was carried out from there, he was not in the best condition. Moreover, most of the wounds were not on the skin, but inside. He was carried to the bed in his room. How did he hold out? A little later, the snake gave a report in Danzo's office. Worthy, he's out cold now, but that's not surprising. I see, as soon as he wakes up, don't give him a break, let him go to the village and return to his mission. And also use Takeshi's technique on him. There's no point in feeling sorry for him. If we lose control of our most powerful weapon, it will definitely not end well. Eat. 5 days later, Naruto finally woke up. A man in a snake mask stood next to him. He didn't remember much, or rather, only how he entered the room. The snake immediately leaned over to the boy and put 2 fingers to his temples. He let out a small lightning bolt. It made his head crack and suddenly memories, or rather, it was as if these words had just been instilled in him. You are a tool. You have done wrong. Obey. No feelings. My whole body ached and my head was swimming. Go to the village and continue your mission. Right now. The man left. Naruto stood up with difficulty. He stood for a moment to catch his balance and began to get ready. Soon he was walking through the village to his home. There was no strength for the seal. He walked with difficulty. Even the fox's chakra, due to the recent battle and the number of wounds, could not help. Naruto passed by a bathhouse and there he saw a strange old man who was peeping. When Naruto passed by, he was slightly distracted by this pervert and did not notice how he lost his balance. A second later, he was already lying on the ground, unable to rise again. Hey, man, why aren't you standing on your feet? The pervert was distracted from his work and approached the blonde. Where did you get so many wounds and why aren't you in the hospital yet? I'm capable. Naruto tried to get up, but couldn't and fell to the ground. He grabbed his side from the blows, where the wound hurt. It doesn't look like it. Who did this to you? He picked up Naruto and carried him to the hospital. I can't go to the hospital. I can't get a break. You seem to be delirious, boy. Naruto gathered all the strength he had and jumped to the ground. I can't take a break and recover. Just look at yourself. You can't stand on your feet. Who are you? Only now did it seem to him that he knew him. I am Mamoru Sasaki. Then listen, Mamoru, do you want to die? I am capable, he said, staggering as he moved on. What a strange guy. Don't you want to know who I am? You are one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Naruto didn't want to tell more, it was too hard. Not bad. Listen, why can't you go to the hospital? Naruto didn't know what to answer. He couldn't say it was an order. And he couldn't think of any other reason. I did something wrong. Why do your parents torture you so much? I don't have a family, Naruto said calmly, there was no point in hiding it. So that's how it is. Do you have friends? No, he could, of course, say that all those people who help him in the village considered him a friend, but he didn't think so. It must be hard for you. I hope you're not going to training in such a state. No. Why is he so attached to me? In fact, many people became attached to Naruto from the first minutes of meeting or, in rare cases, after some time. So Jiraiya couldn't do anything. For some reason, he was interested in learning more about the boy. And where to? Home. I need to be ready for training tomorrow. Tomorrow. Will you at least get to her? Must. An ANBU member appeared next to them. He informed Jiraiya of the elders' decision, and Naruto continued on his way without stopping. When the ANBU disappeared, Jiraiya went to the elders to find out a little about the boy. He was really interested in him. You won't tell me, I won't go after Tsunade, Jiraiya begged the elders for information like a little child. This is classified information, Koharu insisted stubbornly. Why were you interested in Mamoru there? He reminds me of an old friend. Okay, but we can't tell you much, Homura gave in, his real name is Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya's expression changed. Could he really be the 4th son after all? He serves en route so that we can contain the Kyuubi. That's all we can say. That's why he's so weird. Danzo, what have you done to the boy? I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go to the hospital on his orders. He said he did something wrong, so most likely his wounds are also Danzo's doing. Okay, thank you. Then I'll go get ready. Naruto hadn't even reached home yet by this time. He was walking very slowly. Mamoru, a pink-haired girl, ran up to him. You haven't seen you for a long time. She lost her voice when she saw her friend's condition. What's wrong with you? You can barely stand on your feet. She panicked. Why is he always somehow wounded or out of his mind? You need to go to the hospital urgently. Why did they all agree today? I am capable. I can't go to the hospital. I deserve it. How can you deserve such wounds? Let's go to the hospital right now. She turned from cute and defenseless into an angry killing machine, and grabbing Mamoru by the ear, dragged him to the hospital. But Naruto wasn't going to give up that easily. He easily broke free and returned to his route. Don't you understand? It's dangerous to be in such a state. Sakura wasn't going to let him go. I already told you. I can't go to the hospital. I'm going home. See you tomorrow at practice. Sakura wanted to say something, but then Jiraiya appeared. He grabbed Naruto with a light movement of his hand. You should listen to your girlfriend. I'm not actually his girlfriend, Sakura said timidly. Let go. Naruto tried to break free, but he didn't have the strength. Listen, I wanted to offer you something. Shall we step aside? He disappeared into the haze with Naruto, and Sakura, in slight shock, stood for a while and slowly walked home, as if hoping that they would return and she would be able to ask them about everything. They appeared near Naruto's house. So, I'm going on a journey to find one very important girl. She's the best Iryanin and can help you recover quickly. And I suggest you come with me. There was no order, Naruto said calmly. Naruto, stop dancing to Danzo's tune. You can leave route and serve for the good of the village under the Hokage's command. Jiraiya decided to reveal all his cards right away. Naruto was very surprised, but he didn't show it. Who is Naruto? Where did you get information about route? You're something. Naruto is you. That's the name you were given at birth, and I learned about the route from reliable sources, and I know that people there are thoroughly brainwashed. These wounds, they are the work of Danzo. He spoke very seriously and did not weaken his grip for a minute. Naruto thought again. Everything was mixed up in his head again, but this time it made his head hurt like crazy. He couldn't take it anymore and screamed. For the first time in his memory. Jiraiya didn't expect that. He let him go and sat him down on the ground. His attempts to help him were unsuccessful. He was about to summon a toad, but then Kakashi ran up to them. Jiraiya-sama, what's going on? Hitaki asked, dumbfounded. It looks like they used the Takeshi technique on him. It's an old technique used to control consciousness. They suggest something to a person and if he starts to doubt these words, his head is pierced by terrible pain, and his consciousness begins to change. This is cruel. How can we help him now? Naruto lay on the ground, holding his head and screaming. This will continue until he stops doubting. Is there really no way to stop this? Kakashi's voice was calm, but he was very worried about his student. Perhaps Tsunade could do something, but she won't be arriving in the village anytime soon. Jiraiya was no less worried, especially since he now knew who this boy was. Hey, man, pull yourself together. Can such a weak technique really drive you crazy? Ah. Stop yelling, weakling. You have to fight this technique. Your screaming is bothering me. I am not a tool. Triple A. He said this no longer in his subconscious. And the senseis became even more worried. I remember. Pain lies all the hands of Danzo-sama. Obey. It sounded in my head again, and the pain surged with renewed force. It looks like you can't do without me. I'll give you the strength to stop this, but only so that you stop yelling here. Naruto was enveloped in orange chakra, his claws grew, and his eyes became like those of a beast. Be careful, Kakashi. The fox's chakra has started to leak out. Fox chakra. But he's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You didn't know. Judging by Kakashi's surprised face, he realized that he didn't know. Okay, I'll explain everything later, but now we need to be extremely careful. Danzo. Naruto was furious. The fox's chakra helped get rid of the pain, and it also increased his emotions. Calm down, Naruto. You don't have to go back to him if you want. Jiraiya tried to cope without a fight. After all, Kyuubi is a strong opponent, and Naruto was already wounded. Naruto. The boy softened a little. Is that my name? Yes. Danzo inspired you with something else, but believe me, you are Naruto Uzumaki and a good boy. I'll kill you. I'll destroy you. Naruto was no longer speaking in his own voice. The Nine Tails is absorbing more and more of him. Naruto, pull yourself together. There is water all around. It used to be so calm here, but now it has become gloomy and scary. Who am I? A tool? A person? Give me your body. I will save you from this suffering. The voice was pleasant, but there was hatred in it. Tell me, I really am Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, it is you, but it won't change anything. If Danzo finds out about all this, he will put your brains in a blender again, and you will lose yourself again. But if you let me control your body, I will deal with him and everyone who made you suffer. Your gaze is full of hatred. I think if I expressed emotions, my eyes would be the same. The fox was a little taken aback. You see, you and I are similar, which means you can trust me. No, it means I have to pull us both out of the darkness. Naruto even smiled. His smile was so warm that even the fox calmed down a little. But how are you going to do that? Even Danzo is too tough for you. They will help me, I believe in it. The darkness will drag me in, but for some reason I believe that they will help me. I can only hope that I am right. I think that you are right too. Danzo will not let me get out of the darkness on my own, and not only him, but I still have to believe. And when I am freed, I will save you too. His smile warmed the soul. This is what he really is, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was back in the real world. He was filled with hatred, although it wasn't as strong anymore. Naruto. Please save me. Naruto was able to smile for a moment, even while covered in the fox's chakra, I believe. Afterwards he lost his mind again and his eyes filled with hatred. He started to attack. Kakashi, distract him while I write the seal. Eat. Soon they were able to defeat and suppress the Nine Tails chakra. Naruto fell unconscious. The wounds from the punishment had not completely healed, but he looked better. Kakashi, did you see it during the fight? Jiraiya couldn't forget that moment. Yes, Jiraiya-sama, he asked for help and it even seemed to me that he smiled. You're not imagining things. It seems Naruto is still somewhere, but he can't suppress both Fox and Danzo. We have to help him. He believes in us. You called him Naruto Uzumaki, is it really him? He is the son of the fourth. Yes, but this information is secret. Danzo is trying to suppress his personality in every way. If we try to reach Naruto, Danzo will use the most brutal methods and make him suffer. We must act more subtly or on a larger scale. Hey, Kakashi, are you listening? Kakashi really did withdraw into himself. He remembered that boy from the hospital he had visited. His radiant smile and cheerful look. Could they really change him that much? Kakashi. Sorry, Jiraiya-sama, he was distracted from his sad thoughts. What are you thinking about that's so important? I just knew Naruto when he was a baby. He was so happy and kind, it's hard for me to believe that this is that boy. Root is no joke. They can change any child and make them follow their principles. But Naruto is still trying to break free. I understand, Jiraiya-sama. Root's men will come for him soon. We'll have to leave him here. If they find out about our involvement, it will be 100 times more difficult for us. Leave. Yes. For now we won't be able to do anything, we'll only cause harm. It's time for us to go. They looked at the boy again and promised. I will save you, Naruto. Commentary on the open secret. I hope I didn't go overboard. It was pretty cruel, but Naruto's fate was never easy. Support the fanfic with a like and a review, this way I will understand what you like and I will continue to try, don't be bored, more to come soon. Search. Kakashi barely slept that night. Naruto, the teacher, and Root were on his mind. How could I have missed that he was Minato-sensei's son? I couldn't protect his teacher. He felt guilty for not doing anything when Naruto was taken away. But there was no point in thinking about it now. He had to do everything he could to correct his mistake in the past. The next day, Jiraiya approached the elders early in the morning to ask them to provide him with ANBU for support. And I want it to be Mamoru from Root, the Sannin didn't beat around the bush. It won't be easy to arrange. It's unlikely that Danzo will so easily give us this guy for the mission, Homura thought, but we'll talk to him. Thank you. That same day, a difficult conversation took place with Danzo. I won't give my fighters away for all sorts of nonsense. A regular ANBU or even a simple Jonin can handle this. Such work is not part of our duties. Besides, he's not in the best shape right now. What happened? Kaharu asked. If something happened to the village's Jinchuriki, we need to know about it. Homura decided to use this to force Danzo to agree. It's none of your business. He's not only a Jinchuriki, but also a Root fighter, and information about them is classified. But he is also a Konoha shinobi, so we insist that you give him this mission. Otherwise we'll have to act more formally. Danzo, there was no way out except to start intimidating him. Okay, but this is the last time. Danzo slammed the door and left the office. I've started dancing to someone else's tune too often. Soon he was already in his office and telling Lee about the new assignment. Your task. Accompany Jiraiya-sama in his search. You will have to invite Tsunade Senju to the role of the new Hokage. During the journey, you are at Jiraiya's disposal. This is regarding your official mission of the village. But I want you to discreetly test the strength of the future Hokage. No one should realize that I am involved in this. The main thing is not to overdo it. You only need to gather information. Take the folder in the archive about the 3 legendary Sannin and familiarize yourself with it. They are strong opponents. It is quite possible that you will also meet Orochimaru. The third seriously injured his hands, and he may come to his old acquaintance for help. He should achieve the goal. It doesn't matter. Don't interfere, and act according to the circumstances. Eat. In the archive, Naruto received the folders and looked through the information. Jiraiya. 50 years old. Preferred fighting style. Unknown element. Unknown level. Sannin. Not enough data. It won't help me in battle. Next was the data on the other Sannin and there was very little of that either. Basically just names and their ranks. It was also known that Tsunade was the best medic nin and that she liked gambling. And that she was nicknamed, the legendary dumbass. Not very useful, but funny. Their future Hokage and the nickname, dumbass. In the evening, Naruto met Jiraiya. The boy remembered their meeting and how he lost control, but he did not remember his conversation with the fox. And those memories of that evening were as if blocked. That is, they were kind of there, but he could not use them. It was difficult. Hello, Mamoru. The Sannin decided not to take any unnecessary risks and to support Danzo's version for now. Jiraiya-sama, Naruto knelt down. I am at your disposal, also now I have no name. My call sign is Fox. This was already his mission as an ANBU, which meant he was in uniform and wearing a mask. Come on, get up. No need to be so formal. So, Fox. Good. Have you been briefed on the details of our mission? Yes, sir. Okay. We'll leave tomorrow. First, we'll go to a small town nearby. So get ready. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'll be waiting for you at the main gate, and you should dress in your regular clothes and take off your mask. I can't. The identity must be kept secret. But this could interfere with our mission. Jiraiya decided to use the guy's weaknesses. Then I will do everything, Jiraiya-sama. They parted ways. On the way to the room, Jiraiya met Kakashi and had to tell him about his mission. So you'll be able to be almost alone with Naruto. Cleverly thought out. Yes, but there is a problem. I recently received information about the Akatsuki organization. It consists not of petty thieves, but of dangerous S-class criminals. They hunt for the tailed beasts. Therefore, they may well come for Naruto. They recently kidnapped one from the Cloud Village. Then it will be beneficial for you to leave the village. Yes, but they will still come here. Be prepared. Okay, Jiraiya-sama. The next morning Naruto was already standing at the gate. Soon Jiraiya came and they set off. Listen, do you even smile sometimes? For what? Well, I don't know, I just asked. Otherwise, walking with you is boring. You can't even say a word. This is unnecessary and will not help the mission in any way. Yes, but maybe you can tell me something. I'm bored, and you're my subordinate, so you should listen to me. Jiraiya decided to try to get him to talk, pressing on his unusual weakness. But I have nothing to tell you. Really, you don't know anything. I know the history of Konoha, information about its inhabitants, about Konoha's enemies, the theory of shinobi. Okay, I understand your area of expertise, but have you ever read fiction? Read. Really? And what book did you read? Small stories about how shinobi, relying only on morality, defeated enemies, but we were told that this was nonsense and that a real shinobi should rely on strength and intelligence. You don't have much experience with literature. Have you ever seen anything like this? He took out a book of his own composition and proudly held it in front of Naruto's nose. Kakashi-sensei is reading this book. It really interferes with his training and productivity. I see, the hermit said with annoyance and decided that he had not found the best example. You said that our goal is in another city, but why are we going into another one? Because I need to get some information from a man from the bar here. A strange smile appeared on his face and his eyes began to sparkle, but Naruto didn't understand what he was getting at. Do you need my protection? What? Oh, no. I'll rent a room and you can wait for me there. Yes. Am I allowed to leave the room? It's better not to leave without a good reason, you never know what this boy could have said. Eat. At this time, 2 shinobi in cloaks with red clouds appeared in the village. They passed the guard post, but they were constantly watched. Listen, Itachi, how do you feel about returning to your homeland? Don't get distracted, Kisame. Oh, come on, we came for the child, there are unlikely to be any problems. He's a Jinchuriki and a member of ANBU, so don't relax. Decided to visit us, Itachi, a shinobi in a mask covering half his face appeared in front of them. Hatake Kakashi. Nice to meet you. Stay out of our way and we won't hurt you. Is this really a copy ninja? Kisami's excitement was clearly aroused. Are you members of Akatsuki? Why did you come? Although he knew the answer, he had to stall for time. It's none of your business. The shark man shouted. Calm down. I think we can tell you. It will be even more interesting. Our target is the son of the fourth. Do you know him or are they hiding the truth from you? You won't get the Jinchuriki. Sai appeared next to him wearing an ANBU mask. We have an order. 2 more from Root appeared. It's getting more and more interesting. Kisame took out his wrapped sword. Don't get worked up. First we need to find out where Kyuubi is. Itachi's eyes turned red. Everyone, close your eyes. He's using genjutsu with the Sharingan. Everyone closed their eyes. Only Kakashi left his left eye open. You can't beat me with your fake. A second later, Kakashi turned pale and fell to the ground. What happened? Sai opened his eyes, but did not look at the Sharingan. He ran to his former captain. The main thing is don't look into his eyes. Kakashi was almost unconscious. Everyone heard. It is necessary to capture the target without looking the enemy in the eye. You are the Root ANBU. It seems Danzo decided to add my eyes to his collection. He is a good man and he took the Jinchuriki for himself. What was his name again? Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi spoke without emotion, but he clearly hated Danzo. The Akatsuki members attacked the ANBU and after a short battle, they gained the upper hand. Itachi then approached Kakashi. Where are the Jinchuriki? I won't give him away. Kisame, it looks like we'll have to take him with us. He knows exactly where Kyuubi is now. I won't allow it. Guy jumped out of nowhere and attacked a couple of criminals. First, you will fight me, the green beast of Konoha. Who is this clown? Kakashi, how are you? Guy, he has the Sharingan. After that Kakashi passed out. Don't worry, I was preparing for a fight with you, so I know how to defeat the Sharingan. Itachi, let me deal with him. No need, we have nothing more to do here. We need to save our strength to catch Kyuubi. After that they melted into thin air. Guy carried Kakashi to the hospital, and the Root members came for the rest. Meanwhile Naruto was sitting in the room and not doing anything really. He was just sitting there, not moving, staring at one point. He didn't have any thoughts in his head, he was just following orders. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Perhaps it was Jiraiya-sama who came. But why would he knock on his own door? Something is fishy. Naruto prepared a kunai and created a clone, who went to open the door, and he used henge and became a vase on the nightstand. Opening the door, his clone saw 2 people in cloaks. One looked very similar to Sasuke, and the second looked like a shark. Behind his back was a bandaged sword. Who are these? Definitely not friends. And this one with a ponytail reminds me of Sasuke. It looks like this is his brother, who slaughtered the entire clan, Itachi Uchiha. He uses the Sharingan, so you can't look him in the eye. And who's the other one? Naruto quickly analyzed the opponents, but decided not to attack for now. Who are you? The clone began the conversation. You are Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? You will come with us, the Uchiha said calmly. I am Mamoru Sasaki and I will not go anywhere without orders. He took out a kunai and threatened the 2 shinobi. Ha ha ha, he won't go anywhere without orders. I see Danzo has treated you well. The shark-like man couldn't hold back his sarcastic laughter. And no one expects you to go of your own free will. Kisame is yours, just leave him whole, I beg you. I'm tired of blood and wounds today. Itachi stepped aside, making way for his partner. It's a clone. I can feel it. Not bad, but you can't fool me with that. Where is the real one? That vase over there, a powerful stream of chakra is coming from it. Kisame rushed past the clone, destroying it along the way. Naruto immediately returned to his normal form and repelled the attack. The battle began. A bit weak, Kisame struck again and Naruto flew into the wall, breaking through it. Air gust. Naruto blew out a stream of air in flight and was able to get a decent distance from the enemy to catch his breath a little. Where are you running? You can't even call your 9-tailed friend. Kisame rushed after him. Pretty soon he caught up with him. Vacuum ball. Naruto was able to attack. Kisame unwound his sword and it absorbed the attack. No way. His sword absorbs chakra. That means ninjutsu is useless against him. Taijutsu is the only option, but if I get too close, he'll suck out my chakra too. His thoughts were interrupted by another blow from Kisame, which Naruto was unable to dodge and flew to the ground with incredible speed. Such a blow formed a decent hole. Having barely escaped from it, Uzumaki tried to leave, but Kisame's sword fell on him and did not allow him to move further. Got you. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Great. Let's go. Itachi joined them, but before they could even blink, strange soft walls appeared around them, similar to the tissues of a living creature. I won't give you Naruto so easily. Jiraiya stood in front of them. Legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, we are really lucky in our meetings today, Kisame quipped, who was still holding Naruto, who was barely conscious. Raya. Sama. Hold on Mamoru, I'll save you. Mamoru. Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly. He also told us that he was Mamoru Sasaki, but this is Naruto Uzumaki. I realized, it was all Danzo, he took his name and passed from him. And this is just his cover. How this monster angers me. Itachi noticeably changed. Calm down, Itachi. Now is not the time, his partner reassured him. You are right. Now none of that matters. Jiraiya used his toad techniques and grabbed the two shinobi. Listen, Kisame, we have to go. I'm weak, and you're not at full strength, and here's the legendary Sannin. Take the boy and let's go. You think I'll let you go so easily, and even allow you to take the fourth son. He strengthened his technique and was able to separate Kisame from Naruto, who was already unconscious. Crap. It doesn't matter, let's go. Amaterasu. Itachi's gaze made a hole in the stomach, and having slowed down the hermit for a while with his techniques, he disappeared. Damn, okay, the main thing is that I made it in time. He took Naruto and dispelled the technique. Afterwards, the Sannin carried the boy to his room and laid him on the bed. 3 hours later, Naruto woke up and looked around. He was in a room, and Pervert was sitting next to him. Jiraiya-sama, what happened? Oh, you woke up. You were attacked by Akatsuki members, but I arrived in time and saved you, he said this with a warm smile. It then dawned on Naruto that he had screwed up again. He tried to get up, but Jiraiya wouldn't let him. You decided to kill yourself again. I apologize, Jiraiya-sama. I failed the mission again. I deserve punishment upon arrival in Konoha. Here a chill ran through his body. He remembered the consequences of his last failure, but he understood that he deserved it and was ready to accept it. Calm down, you've done everything. Your task was to accompany me, not to protect me, right? Hi, if you think about it, that's exactly it. Then you won't be punished. Lie down and rest. And tomorrow we'll go look for that woman. The pervert stood up and left. Naruto lay there and thought. Why did he save me? I'm nobody to him. And his smile, so nice. The next morning they went to a town that was teeming with all sorts of bars, casinos and entertainment venues. The future Hokage is here. Naruto had read about her gambling habit before, but this was too much. Yes, most likely she loses all her money somewhere here. I don't think such a woman should become the leader of the village, but that's what the elders and Danzo-sama decided, Naruto thought as they walked through these noisy streets. They went into a small cafe to have a bite to eat, and guess who they met there? Tsunade, already a little drunk, was sitting at one of the tables. Jiraiya, what a meeting. What are you doing here? And you even brought some kid with you. After a short conversation in which Tsunade badmouthed the past Hokage, Naruto decided to take advantage of this and start a fight. You can't insult the Hokage. They led the village and saved it from enemies, Naruto said coldly. Huh, who are you to tell me what I can and can't do? You're not old enough to teach me about life. You know who I am. Tsunade Senju, 50 years old, granddaughter of the first Hokage. The best medic nin, one of the legendary trinity of Sannin. Longtime love of Jiraiya-sama. Has a penchant for gambling and because of constant losses received the nickname, Legendary Dumbass, Naruto said as if reading a textbook. Not bad for a brat like you, but that doesn't make you stronger than me. Do you want to check? Go ahead. Jiraiya didn't interfere, but it was very suspicious that Naruto would get into a fight without orders. Or maybe just on orders. They came out into the backyard of the cafe. Okay little one, I'll put you down with just this finger. Naruto began to attack. First he threw a couple of kunai, which the Sannin easily dodged. Then he used a couple of wind techniques, but she didn't even bat an eyelid. Then Naruto created a vacuum ball. She was a little surprised by this technique and even jumped to the side. Where does a brat like you know such techniques? You know nothing about me and you jump to conclusions. It was thoughtless. It's true that I can't defeat you, but if I were a stronger opponent, your actions would have destroyed you. In the end, Tsunade still won the battle. Naruto was already lying in a small crater from her blow and was holding on to his stomach. The wound opened. Naruto. I mean, Mamoru. Jiraiya ran up to him. So are you Mamoru or Naruto? Tsunade clearly didn't understand. I'll tell you later. Can you treat him? He had a tough fight yesterday. Okay then. He fought well, but let Shizune heal him. Okay. Tsunade-sama. A girl with a short black haircut ran up to them and started treating the blonde. A green glow of medical chakra began to glow above his body. Naruto felt warm and pleasant. When the wound closed, he came to his senses and jumped up. Be quiet. What a hyperactive boy. Jiraiya also stood up. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto bent his knee again. I told you not to do that. Okay. Let's go get Tsunade. I have a lot to explain to her. He sent Naruto to the room and went to the bar and told Tsunade about Naruto, Root, Lisa and the Akatsuki. So Minato's son. Interesting. And his eyes are glassy because he's from Root. Yes, it wasn't easy for him, but life is a cruel thing. And don't look at me like that. I won't be Hokage anyway. Ah, Hokage. Right, he stopped looking at Tsunade. You know, you're still just as good. You're still the same pervert. And how is Orochimaru? Tsunade turned pale. He had come to her for help recently and given her time to think. Why are you asking? Yes, that's right. By the way, why don't you teach the boy the rasengan? She quickly changed the subject. How can I make him learn from me? He's sort of temporarily under my supervision. And if you don't want to go, then there's no point in us staying. We'll have to go back. And the rasengan takes quite a long time to learn. Well, he has potential. He already knows how to create a vacuum. Although what does it matter to me? But I'm going to stay here for another week, so practice to your heart's content. Well, we can try. The next day, Jiraiya began Naruto's training. He took him to a small clearing on the outskirts of the city. Watch carefully. Today I will show you a technique that you need to learn. You remember those guys in cloaks? I think they will come back, and you yourself can't cope with them yet. Clear. Jiraiya demonstrated his control over the shape of his chakra. Naruto was even a little surprised. This is a rasengan. Rasengan is the technique of the fourth Hokage. That's right. It is studied in 3 stages. The first. Why are you teaching me? Naruto didn't let him finish. Well, I just liked you. And you're talented, so I think something will work out. Few people can master this technique. Did you like it? You don't know anything about me. And, why did you save me then? This question burst out of itself. What? Well, I can't leave you. Besides, if they got the tailed one, things would definitely not end well. He smiled again. So nice. I see. So I pose a threat to the village. No. What are you saying? You've got it all wrong. Besides, I'll protect you. And all the residents too. Everyone hates me. I shouldn't have friends. Everyone should have people dear to them. This makes a person stronger. Stronger. Dear people. Hey, why are you hanging around? Excuse me. Let's get started. Naruto even tried to fake a smile, but it didn't look natural at all. Okay. So, the first stage, he threw Naruto a water balloon. You have to burst it with chakra. Here, he demonstrated. Eat. Naruto worked on this task all day. At the end, he was exhausted and lay down on the grass. What am I doing wrong? Jiraiya-sama believes that I can do it. He is my commander. No, a teacher. Or maybe a friend. Well, how are things going? The hermit finally returned after gathering information. Jiraiya-sama, the guy stood up and greeted his mentor. I can't handle it. Don't worry, you can do it. It's a complicated technique. It takes time to learn how to use it. You can rest for now. He handed Naruto half of the frozen ice. Why is this? You're so funny sometimes. They eat it. It's delicious, the pervert explained as if it were a primitive man. Does it contain vitamins or substances? No, it's just delicious. Tasty. Naruto thought. Like ramen. Well, almost, only sweeter. Naruto licked the ice cream. It was delicious. That feeling appeared in his chest again. Warmth. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto suddenly addressed him while they were eating ice. I am a tool and should not have emotions, but why do I feel warmth in my chest? Everything was like that time with Kakashi, but he just didn't remember that conversation. We are shinobi, but first of all we are people. And we can't completely give up feelings. It seems Jiraiya was also able to open his soul to Naruto a little. But then Naruto's memories came flooding back. It was like deja vu, only with a different person, and then darkness. What's wrong? Jiraiya noticed how the guy turned pale. I remembered something. And there is darkness there. Every time I feel warmth, then there is only darkness. Don't worry, there won't be darkness if Danzo doesn't find out about it. But Danzo-sama is my leader, I can't hide this from him. Well, then you'll have to face the darkness again. Okay, I'll go, I still have things to do, and you continue training. Naruto tried to blow up the balloon again. Now he had very conflicting thoughts. I can't disobey Danzo-sama. But I don't want the darkness. I don't want to forget everything again. These conflicting thoughts helped him spin the chakra in different directions and the ball finally burst. In fact, Naruto was also like this ball. He was about to burst. Don't forget, I am always ready to help you and relieve you of this torment. You're just getting in the way, Fox, Naruto said coldly. So you're saying that without my help, you can decide who you are? Naruto Uzumaki or Mamoru Sasaki? The fox grinned. Don't interfere. It doesn't concern you. Well, yes. It's even funny to watch you. Naruto came out of his subconscious. But the fox was right about something. Next came the second stage. It was necessary to tear the rubber ball. It took Naruto 2 days to do this. He barely slept during those 2 days. How could this old man have such an effect on me? Finally, the third stage arrived. The goal? To keep the force in one form. For this, he had an ordinary ball. But it was harder than he thought. After 4 days, he still couldn't keep the chakra in one form. That day, Orochimaru returned for an answer. Tsunade tried to kill him, but Kabuto intervened. The battle began. Naruto and Jiraiya soon intervened. When they arrived, Tsunade was sitting in shock from the sight of blood, Shizune was unconscious, and Kabuto was standing next to Senju and wanted to finish her off. Naruto rushed to help his granny. I will not let the future head of the village die. Well, you're Mamoru, the guy from Root who's been thoroughly brainwashed. I bet she's just your assignment. If it weren't for orders, you wouldn't have lifted a finger. You talk a lot. Naruto attacked Kabuto, while Jiraiya took on Orochimaru. During the battle, Kabuto managed to cut a muscle in Naruto's leg. He fell, clutching at the wound, although it was inside and there was no point in it. Listen, don't you want to join us? You're not a bad fighter. You could be useful to Orochimaru-sama. I chose another Sannin. I think that this Jiraiya only confused you. He probably talked nonsense about feelings, friends and love. Naruto's face twitched slightly. Apparently I'm right. With Orochimaru, you can think whatever you want. You will still have a mission and its fulfillment, as before, but only in the name of a greater goal than just protecting a village that no one needs. Even Tsunade-sama thinks the Hokage is stupid. Tsunade recovered from the shock a little. Hokage, the one who leads the people. The one who protects the village at any cost. If that's what being Hokage means, then it can't be stupid. Something got into Naruto's morale. Kabuto just chuckled and rushed towards Naruto again. Run away, Tsunade screamed. If only I could, my leg still didn't obey. As Kabuto was about to strike, Naruto stopped his kunai by piercing his hand. I will protect the village and fulfill my duty. His voice was as cold as always, but the words had great meaning. He summoned a clone and hit his opponent with a rasengan. It wasn't perfect, but it left a decent wound. However, Kabuto managed to hit him in the chest area with his cutting technique. They both fell to the ground. Tsunade ran up to Naruto. Don't die. She, like many others, became attached to the boy, although she didn't really know him. There was some hidden power in Naruto. Orochimaru suddenly rushed towards the boy's lifeless body, but Tsunade blocked his path with herself. Listen, Tsunade, you're wrong to protect him. He could easily stab you in the back if he was ordered to. You're thinking about him wrong. It doesn't matter. I'll save him. She began to cover herself in black symbols that gave her temporary immortality. The 3 Sannin met in an epic battle, and Orochimaru escaped with Kabuto. The rest went to the hotel to heal their wounds. I decided that I will become Hokage after all, Tsunade said in the evening. I'm glad. Tell me more about the route. Comment on search. I hope you enjoyed this part. Don't forget to support the fanfic with likes and comments. I welcome criticism, without swearing. Continuation coming soon. Don't be bored. Extraction. Konoha. Hokage's residence. Naruto was left as her assistant. Danzo wanted to get more information while he could. In general, nothing interesting happened. Tsunade was busy with paperwork, cured Kakashi, visited various important people and did other formalities. Mamoru went everywhere with her, and there was also one ANBU in a cat mask. It was not possible to gather much information, only that she had a rather hot temper, liked to drink and did not like all this paperwork. Naruto never saw her fighting style, because he was out cold. It was late evening. Tsunade was still sitting there covered in papers. You can go, she said tiredly to her companions, this will take a long time. I'm just going to sit here for a couple more hours anyway. If you allow me, I was ordered to guard you until you return home, Naruto objected. I can sit here until the morning. I can go without sleep in this mode for about 3 days. Well, okay, cat, you're definitely free. Yes, the ANBU left. Another 2 hours passed. It was already midnight. Tsunade decided to take a short break and leaned back in her chair. Naruto stood there and didn't move. So your call sign is Fox? She looked at his masked face. Hi. How old are you? It's strange, but she never found out before. -12 years. And you already serve in ANBU. Well done. Apparently, you are very talented. I've been serving in ANBU for much longer. You're from Root ANBU. How did you get there? She knew the truth, but she wondered what Naruto would answer. Danzo-sama saved me. I was an orphan and had nowhere to go. Danzo-sama saw potential in me and took me into the Root. In essence, that's almost how it was. I've seen you in battle. Would you like to join ANBU under my command? I cannot betray Danzo-sama. He said all this very clearly and coldly, as if these words were written inside him, and now he was simply reproducing them. Well, it wouldn't be a betrayal. You'll still serve for the good of Konoha. I must stay in the shadows and help my village from there. Well, as you wish. The break was over and Tsunade returned to work. So they really sat there until the morning. Around 7 o'clock, the cat returned to the office. And then the genin team started coming for assignments. There was also a team with Kiba and Izuka. When he entered, he sniffed and turned his attention to Naruto. But Uzumaki had tricks for this case. He concentrated chakra on his sweat glands and his smell became completely different. And also, a couple of minutes later, his clone entered the room and asked about Kakashi-sensei's condition, after which he quickly left. Kiba thought that he smelled Mamoru coming from the street and did not suspect anything. After all, he was not particularly smart. Another day passed like that. All in the paperwork routine, shinobi receptions and meetings that Naruto was not allowed to attend. In the evening, Jiraiya came to Tsunade. He was a little surprised when he saw Naruto, but he didn't show it. Jiraiya invited his old friend to talk and have a drink at the same time. Tsunade was glad to get away from work, but she had to take Naruto with her. When they came to the bar, Jiraiya invited Naruto to sit with them, but he remained standing. It's impossible to have a normal conversation with him. Jiraiya stood up and quickly knocked Naruto out. What are you doing? Tsunade jumped up. I don't want him to hear our conversation. Don't worry, he'll just sleep a little, and when he wakes up, we'll chalk it up to fatigue from guard duty. He summoned a toad, placed Naruto on it, and sent it to the residence, and also told him to keep him informed about the guy's behavior. And what exactly did you want to talk to me about? I found out something about Danzo and Naruto. According to my information, Danzo wants to extract the Biju from Naruto in the future to seal it in himself and seize power over the village. But the seal that the fourth Hokage placed is not so simple, so he has not yet found a way, but it is only a matter of time. We must act quickly. If we manage to persuade Naruto to abandon the route, you will be able to influence the situation and then Naruto will no longer belong to Danzo. But we will still need to keep an eye on him. Danzo will want to take him by force, and Akatsuki is hunting for the tailed beasts, so we must be careful. Yeah, looks like Naruto will have to be wary of the threat for the rest of his life. She took a sip of sake, and why did Minato seal the Kyuubi into his own son? I think he wanted Naruto to learn how to control this power, but it is extremely difficult. Control the nine-tailed fox. I think he's putting too much on the boy. Now is not the time to think about it. Now we need to help Naruto with this load. And I see you've become very attached to him, Tsunade grinned. Like you. Jiraiya smiled, and Tsunade became a little embarrassed. Naruto woke up. He was lying on the couch in the Hokage's office. Tsunade was sitting at the table, sorting through papers. Are you awake? What happened? He felt his face. He still had the mask on. You passed out from fatigue, so I didn't wake you up. It's strange, I couldn't be that tired, and I didn't feel tired. Apparently your recent fight with Orochimaru and Akatsuki had an effect. Naruto tensed up at these words. Oh, don't worry, yes, I know who you are, but I'm still the Hokage, so I can. Her words didn't calm Naruto down much, but there was nothing else to do anyway. However, something still seemed strange to him. The next day, Naruto called Danzo. Report, the old man said imperiously. We were unable to find out anything important, only the little things that are presented in the report. I see, you won't be guarding her anymore. You have a new mission, but for it you need to get yourself in shape a little. I'll give you a day to rest. Afterwards I'll tell you about your mission. Eat. Naruto went to his house to sleep, but on the way he met Sakura. Mamoru, hi, where are you going? A happy girl ran up to him. Home, Naruto answered dryly. And I'm going to the hospital to visit Kakashi-sensei. Maybe you want to come with me. She was a little embarrassed. No. Oh, come on, he should be discharged soon, and we can continue training and missions. And our support will help him recover faster. She was very persistent. How will this help him recover? Well, it's always nice when people think about you. And good thoughts help you get ready for recovery. Interesting theory. Okay, I'll go. This interested him, although he didn't really believe her words. Soon they reached the hospital, but an unpleasant surprise awaited them there. Sai was standing near the entrance, but in a mask and root ANBU uniform. Mamoru Sasaki, I need to talk to you. Fine. They stepped aside and it all ended with Sai injecting Naruto with something without him noticing. He grabbed his leg and almost fell. Mamoru, what happened? Sakura ran up to her friend. What did you do? She looked angrily at the masked shinobi. Don't worry, it will pass soon. Sai folded the seals and disappeared. Mamoru, how are you? Everything's originated. He was breathing heavily and swaying a little. Are you sure? You can barely stand. Sakura was very worried about her comrade. Yes, let's go. We wanted to visit sensei. They walked slowly to Kakashi's room. Kakashi-sensei, can I come in? The girl knocked and, having received permission, the guys entered. Hello, sensei, how are you? They say that you will be discharged soon. The girl approached, and Naruto remained standing behind. Hello, Sakura. Yes, thank you for your concern. We will be able to continue training soon. Mamoru, are you here too? Kakashi was surprised, but he simply smiled. Greetings, sensei. He still didn't look well and Kakashi noticed it. Sakura, he called the girl closer. What's wrong with him? He looks bad. She told about the incident in front of the hospital. I see. Mamoru, come here, otherwise you're standing there like a stranger. Sakura said that support helps a person recover faster, and I wanted to check it out, but I don't know how to provide moral support, so it's better for me not to interfere, Naruto answered coldly. Well, you have to learn everything. Maybe Sakura will also tell you how to provide this very support. Sakura was a little embarrassed. Of course, I will definitely teach you. No need, I don't think I'll need it, he thought for a moment, but if you think about it, sometimes it can be used in battle. I agree. That's great, we have training tomorrow. And at the same time, tell me what you learned, Kakashi smiled. Can I ask you a question? Naruto suddenly said. Let's. How did you end up in the hospital? This question made Kakashi tense up. Well, I was wounded in battle. But you didn't have any missions during that time. Naruto wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. How do you know? Kakashi tried to change the subject. It doesn't matter. You didn't answer. Okay. Criminals have infiltrated the village. Kakashi's face was very serious. Criminals. The strange thing was that Naruto didn't know anything. Usually, en route, they were informed about all the attacks, missing people and the like. And what kind of criminals were they? They were probably dangerous if they were able to send you to the hospital for a long time. They were S-class criminals. Mamoru, I don't think we should get involved in this. Sakura decided to interrupt this uncomfortable conversation. Let's go, Kakashi-sensei needs rest. She led Naruto out of the hospital, but before they could leave the room, Naruto fell and grabbed his leg, into which Sai had recently injected something. Mamoru. Sakura lifted him up. He's all on fire. What did that shinobi do to him then? Sakura, call a doctor. Kakashi also ran up to Mamoru. Fine. No, Naruto was able to control his body and began to get up. I'm fine. You don't want to live again. Kakashi stood next to him. I said that doctors are not needed. What is happening to me is necessary. What are you saying? Sakura was ready to cry. It doesn't concern you, he said, leaving the room. Sakura, can you keep an eye on him? Kakashi was clearly worried and this made the girl tense. Of course, sensei, she ran out and followed Mamoru. Danzo is up to something again. Kakashi was even angry. He was so tired of his antics. Naruto was walking down the street home. He needed to sleep. He had noticed Sakura following him a long time ago, but it didn't matter now. He would just go to sleep, she wouldn't bother him in any way. Meanwhile, Danzo stood in a room that was filled with various devices and ritual objects. Everything is ready, Danzo-sama, but as you know, the probability of success is not very high. Okay, we'll start the procedure tomorrow. Be prepared for extraction. Eat. Naruto woke up early in the morning. His whole body ached and he limped. The boy slowly got ready, ate and waited to be called. He didn't know what else to do. Yesterday, near the hospital, Sai said that today he had a special mission and this substance should help somehow. What kind of mission and what kind of substance? He didn't really care. The main thing was to carry out the order. Soon Sai appeared in his room wearing a mask. It's time, Danzo-sama is calling you. Eat. They went to the root base together. When they entered, an unknown figure followed them, but they did not notice it. I must accompany you. This mission will take place at the base. You will not be given any details. Your task is simply to do what you are told. Eat. The boys descended to one of the lowest levels of the base and entered a room that looked like a laboratory. Come and change into this. A man in a white coat, a doctor's mask and glasses approached them. He handed Naruto some kind of suit with many lights and buttons. Naruto changed his clothes. Follow me, the scientist led him to some table. He strapped the boy to it and locked him in a glass capsule. Through the glass, nothing could be heard and it was difficult to see what was happening outside. Danzo stood in a room that was surrounded by impenetrable glass. He looked at the boy's indifferent eyes and he even felt a little sorry if such a good shinobi died, but there was a chance that he would survive, and for the sake of power it was possible to sacrifice one. It looks like this will be the end. Hey, boy, don't you dare. Take my strength and break free. I don't want to belong to this old psycho at all. The fox raged. He growled, tried to knock out the bars and tried in every way to get to the boy. Calm down. There's nothing you can do now. It's my duty to give my life for the village. Your death won't help the village in any way. This Danzo will destroy the entire village. If anyone destroys it, it will be me, not this old man. Danzo-sama does everything to make Konoha prosper. You can't understand him because you want to destroy it. Yeah, I'll somehow live without understanding this idiot. Enough arguing. I have to go. Let's begin, Danzo commanded. A terrible pain pierced Naruto's body. That punishment seemed like a piece of cake compared to this. It was like his body was being torn apart, slowly, as if they wanted to enjoy his torment. Suddenly, everything stopped. Warm and slimy. Naruto opened his eyes. He was in something that looked like a stomach. Naruto had seen this before. Jiraiya-sama, the hermit, was sitting next to him, looking very worried. How are you? Say something. What? His vision became cloudy and he lost consciousness. Looks like you're lucky. I'm surprised. Despite your stupidity, people still help you. What happened? They tried to get me out of you. You would have died, but then this pervert appeared and took you. It seems he used a summoning technique. And he was able to transfer you to a toad's stomach. But why? If only I knew. You somehow attract people to you. Fools. Apparently they believe those words of yours. What words? You were definitely brainwashed then. One time, they used Takeshi's ancient technique on you. Because of that, you got angry and took my power. Well, then something got through to you, and you seemed to become a different person. You talked about darkness and friends. You even smiled then. And Pervert and Kakashi saw it. Well, apparently they decided to save you. Fox grinned, as if to say, idiots. Did this really happen? I'm telling you, this Danzo once again put your brains in a blender, and you forgot everything. That means it was necessary. Well, you can continue to convince yourself of this. And at least I'll have fun watching you. Although sometimes this kind of thing drives me crazy. And now, what's happening? Jiraiya and you are still in the toad's stomach so that Danzo can't get you out early. Your body has been pretty battered, so you've been unconscious for almost a day now. A day? I need to come to my senses quickly. He concentrated to get out of the subconscious, but something prevented him. Ha! Nothing will work. You are too weak now, so you will have to lie down a little longer. How much longer do I have to stay here? Well, judging by your condition, you'll be out for another couple of days. So long. I don't have that much time. Where are you rushing to? Do you want to die quickly? Naruto himself actually didn't know why he was in such a hurry. You see, Now sit quietly. At least I'll take a nap. Jiraiya sat next to Naruto. It's been 2 days already, and he still hasn't come to his senses. If only I had arrived a little earlier. He brought the boy a bandage and stood guard over him around the clock. A total of 4 days passed. Finally, Naruto opened his eyes. Jeer. Naruto squeezed out. Naruto, how are you? Jiraiya felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He didn't know what consequences even the beginning of the extraction of the Kyuubi could cause. What? Okay then, don't talk for now. We're in the toad's stomach. Remember, I already summoned one. You were out for 4 days and I must say you scared me pretty good. Danzo. Ah, yes, Jiraiya hesitated a little. Basically, he tried to pull the 9 tails out of you, but when the process had just begun, I was able to take you. If I hadn't come, you most likely would have died. So it's all true. But if Danzo-sama wanted to kill me, there was a reason for it. Naruto closed his eyes again. It was too hard and his body ached. A couple of days later Naruto had recovered a little and could at least speak. Jiraiya-sama, why did you take me away? He didn't want to say, saved, because he still thought that Danzo-sama had good reasons and it was all for the sake of Konoha. Well, you see, Naruto, he didn't know what to say. If I say that he is my student's son, no, it's better not to say it yet. To say that I just like him and I'm attached to him, I'm afraid he won't understand. You're just a valuable student and a shinobi in general who will be useful to Konoha. I see. But if Danzo-sama thought that I should have died then I was more valuable dead. Stop talking nonsense. You're always talking nonsense. You're not only a shinobi, but also a human. Or have you forgotten that? You always call me Naruto. Why? Because that's your name. I have no name, no past, no future. I'm telling you, stop talking nonsense. You're a human being, and every human being has a past, a future, and, moreover, a name. So I'm Naruto. Yes, you are Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya smiled widely. Again that feeling in my chest. I'm warm again. I'll have to choose again. What? Then you said that I could choose. Either meet the darkness again or not tell Danzo about this feeling. Oh, yes, that was the case. That time I didn't say anything. And now I have that pleasant feeling in my chest again. Perhaps you were right then and something can be hidden from Danzo-sama. I am the legendary Sannin, of course I am right. Danzo-sama will want to extract the Kyuubi again, so you just delayed the inevitable. No way, I won't let that happen again. You may think you don't have friends, but believe me, you have more than enough. Friends? The fox said that once when I lost my temper, it was like I was a different person and said something about darkness, friends and stuff like that. Is that true? He said you were there. So it wasn't our imagination after all, Jiraiya whispered, but then continued at a normal volume, it's all true. You said you believed that we would pull you out of the darkness, there was no point in hiding it from him. So I'm in the dark. And I realize it, but why don't I feel the same now as I did then? I don't believe in people and I don't feel the darkness. Don't worry, you don't need to think about it. Better rest. No, I can't rest anymore. Naruto stood up, but somehow held on. For the sake of the village, I must find out the truth. And if I have to die, then so be it. Sorry, but I can't allow this. He folded the seals and Naruto's stomach walls were clasped. He tried to break free, but his body was weak and nothing happened. Stay here for now, rest, and I'll be back soon. Jiraiya disappeared. He headed towards Tsunade. Without knocking, he burst into the office and saw Danzo there. Jiraiya never expected to see him there. Jiraiya, they didn't teach you to knock. The Hokage threatened him. Oops, sorry, I'll come by later. Actually, we're already done, so stay. Danzo looked very angry. He walked out of the office, tapping his cane in a frightening way. What did he want? Recently, someone took Naruto right from his base, and he blamed me for it. Can you imagine? Speaking of Naruto, Danzo tried to extract the Biju from him and basically I was the one who took it. He spoke quietly so that they couldn't hear. What? Calm down. I know you can't interfere with Root's affairs like that, but Naruto could have died. Where is he? She was clearly angry and apparently not at Jiraiya. He's in one of my toads. He's been unconscious for 4 days, and now he's managed to get up and tried to leave. He says that if Danzo wanted him dead, then there must be good reasons for that. Well, I tied him up there, otherwise you never know what he might do, and so he came running to you. For about a minute, Tsunade sat and processed the information. Okay, Danzo mustn't know about your interference, but we can't keep Naruto in the toad all the time. We have to pretend that the fox inside him went wild and managed to break out of the base. And when you found Naruto, he was unconscious, so you kept an eye on him. And did you tell Naruto about everything that happened? Yes. That complicates things. He can tell Danzo everything. But on the other hand, this is a great chance to convince Naruto. Do you think it will be so easy to do? Well, we won't find out unless we try. Let him sit in the stomach for a couple more days, and then we'll send him to the hospital. His wounds won't heal yet. Well, we'll try to wake him up little by little, or, more precisely, we'll try to get the real him. It's risky and, to be honest, it sounds crazy, but... Okay. That's good, then I'm off. Stop. Jiraiya turned around. I'm counting on you. Tsunade said this, so warmly and with care. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Comment on extraction. I hope you liked this part. Due to the start of school, parts may come out a little slower, but I will try to make sure you get quality chapters quickly enough. Don't get bored, support the fanfic with a like and a comment. Chase. Soon Naruto was transferred to the hospital, not without difficulty. He was in a separate room. Visitors came to him quite often. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sakura. Even Sasuke came once. I'm Naruto. No. Mamoru. No. I don't even have a name. You're so annoying. Here I am again. Maybe that's enough. Same thing day after day. It's annoying, but I have to make up my mind. Listen, if you don't calm down, I'll do everything myself and then you'll only have yourself to blame. How? You're easy to get the better of when you're in this state, so unless you want to become just a puppet, calm down. I think I need to leave the village. What? Even Lee didn't expect that. Are you crazy? What are you planning to do outside the village? You're a Jinchuriki. The enemies will catch you before you can reach the nearest settlement. I will live near Konoha and continue to protect it, only from the outside. It will be easier that way. I will not obey anyone, but I will fulfill my duty. What a fool. In the village it would be enough for you to just leave Danzo. It's not that simple. I can't decide on my name, and it's distracting. And if I leave, I won't have to choose. Oh, okay. I don't care. I'm going to bed. How did Naruto disappear? Shizune ran into the residence a couple of minutes ago and reported unpleasant news. Could it be Danzo again? I don't think so, Lady Tsunade. The root fighters are not calm today and, apparently, they are also looking for him. Then where could he have gone? Lady Fifth, a shinobi from the guard post burst into the room. Mamoru Sasaki just broke through the main gate and moved in an unknown direction. So, he decided to leave or it was another order. We need to act quickly. She took 4 folders out of the drawer and threw them on the table. Call these shinobi immediately. It's a shame Jiraiya left this morning for an urgent mission. He would have returned it in a jiffy. 10 minutes later, 4 genin and a jonin entered the office. I'm glad you came so quickly. We have an emergency. Mamoru Sasaki left Konoha about half an hour ago. You will be the squad that must return him. Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke and Neji, I'm counting on you. They ran out of Konoha. How could Mamoru do this? Sakura was worried and scared. It's possible that he has a mission that even the 5th doesn't know about, Kakashi said. But how can this be? Neji asked. I think the circumstances allow you to say that Mamoru serves in a special organization, in whose affairs even the Hokage has no right to interfere. His training is very high, so they sent a whole squad. In addition, members of Root may also be following him, so be vigilant. All the team members were surprised to hear this. So he's not a normal genin, but it's unlikely he was sent on a mission if he had to break through the gates. Neji was as reasonable as ever. We don't know for sure, so we shouldn't enter into battle right away. But if this isn't a mission, why did he suddenly decide to leave? Sakura didn't let up. Maybe he's just confused, Sasuke said suddenly. Everyone looked at him. For Sasuke to say something like that. We have to help him get back on the right path, Sasuke continued as if nothing had happened. You're right. Sakura was filled with determination. Neji, check the area, Kakashi ordered. Yes. Byakugan. He saw a large clot of chakra ahead. It was a man. No, not just any man. It was Mamoru, but where did he get so much chakra from? There was also a whole crowd of shinobi circling around him. He's about 5 kilometers away. There are about 10 shinobi around him. And, he hesitated a little, he has simply monstrous chakra. I've never felt anything like it before. Is Kyuubi to blame for all this? If so, then Naruto might soon lose control and he will break free. Let's speed up. Naruto meanwhile ran as far as he could. First, I need to get away. far away, to avoid pursuit, and then I can figure out what to do next. I sense the presence of root members. I need to throw them off my tail, otherwise all my plans are over. Naruto stopped and just decided to wait a bit, maybe they would come out on their own. And it worked. Fox, you have disobeyed Danzo-sama. Return to the village immediately, said a shinobi he knew wearing a snake mask. I don't obey anyone anymore. Don't you dare talk about Danzo. I won't return, but I will continue to protect the village. His voice was cold, but he felt angry. If you don't go voluntarily, we'll just bring you by force. Everyone took out their kunai, but Naruto didn't even bat an eyelid. I don't want to hurt you. You are Konoha shinobi, but in order to leave, I will do it. However, he didn't even get into a stance. The root members began to attack. They were very strong, but Naruto used his cunning and simply created several shadow clones, trying to escape under disguise. But the snake figured him out and was able to injure him. I have an order. I will return you to the village. Have you already forgotten who you serve? I don't serve anyone. Danzo or Hokage is all the same to me now. And don't you dare tell me about orders. He began to change noticeably. His eyes turned red and his pupils narrowed, claws grew on his hands and a beastly grin appeared on his face. In a moment, he was already behind the snake. He gained incredible speed and strength. So Naruto quickly laid out all his pursuers, but did not kill anyone. He stood up and looked at the battlefield. Naruto pulled himself together and the anger disappeared. He was normal again, and Uzumaki continued on his way. It looks like he was able to deal with all the shinobi. Neji couldn't believe his eyes. About a dozen fairly strong shinobi now simply lie unconscious in a matter of seconds. Are we far? We'll be at the battle site in a couple of minutes. Indeed, within 2 minutes they were there. Everyone's alive, he just knocked them out. That means he's still sane, Sasuke summed up. Yes, but for how long? Kakashi asked himself in a whisper. Let's hurry. We'll come back for them later, he shouted to the team, and they ran again. After 10 minutes of running. We're catching up, but there's a perfect place for an ambush ahead. We could attack unnoticed, Neji said. It will only scare him off, but it's worth being on the safe side. Neji and Sakura go ahead and wait in ambush. If the situation gets out of control, you will intervene, but do not come out without a signal. Yes, they sped up and soon disappeared. Kakashi-sensei, do you think that you can bring him back by talking? Sasuke asked, even with some hope. I hope so, otherwise, we'll have a very hard time. After a couple of minutes, they noticed a familiar silhouette ahead. Mamoru, Kakashi shouted. Naruto stopped. His pursuers did too. They were now standing on opposite branches, 10 meters apart. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, did the Hokage send you? Naruto asked coldly. Yes, Kakashi admitted honestly. So there are only 4 of you. Where are you from? I can feel their chakra, but let them sit in ambush, maybe it will calm you down somehow. And the plan is not bad. But I'm still leaving. Do you have orders? Kakashi asked. Orders? A grin appeared on Naruto's face. What are you all telling me about these orders today? By the end he broke into a shout or even a roar. I do not obey anyone. I will not choose anymore. And I will fulfill my duty to Konoha. What debt are you talking about? Sasuke interrupted the conversation. He spoke very calmly and coldly. I will protect the village, but from external threats. I will be on my own. I am no longer Mamoru or Naruto. I am not the fox, but I will have a name. My name. All my life people have only interfered. These emotions, without them it is really easier to live. No pain. No suffering. There is nothing. You want to stay alone forever. Sasuke didn't shout, but his voice broke. How can you say such a thing? You've been alone your whole life and you should understand how terrible it is. You've been through a lot, I'm sure, but now you're just blind. Can't you see that the people around you are trying to pull you out of this nightmare, and you stubbornly resist? I've been through loneliness too and I know what it's like. Don't be such a fool who doesn't see the people around you. You say you've been through a lot too. The eyes changed again, but what do you know? You had a name, you had a family, you had love and you always had a meaning in life. I existed to follow orders, but recently I was told that I could change, that I could no longer feel the darkness. What I could feel was the warmth in my chest. But what was there to live for then, if I abandoned my duty? The only way out is to abandon everything and everyone. Start over. Fulfill your duty without the darkness. Perhaps feel that warmth in my chest again. He was already more like a beast. And strange chakra began to flow out of him. Naruto, have you forgotten already? Before you were taken away, you always felt this warmth, Kakashi spoke very softly and tenderly. Naruto's expression changed. Those images, are they not fiction? Were you there? In the hospital. I remember the mask, the hospital and the bandage. He began to calm down. Yes, I came to you then. You were still little and always smiling. Sasuke came too, but you hardly remember it. I remember. Warm, but then cold. That day, on my birthday, that shinobi came and took me. Where were you all then? It doesn't matter anymore. Seeing that sensei was embarrassed, Sasuke decided to say it himself. Now we have arrived. You have a chance to come with us and never return to the darkness again. Sasuke extended his hand. Naruto stood there dumbfounded. Again, everything was mixed up in his head again. But one thing was clear. They wanted to help. Sincerely. Naruto was about to stretch out his hand and jump, but then anger took hold of him. Shut up. He spoke in a voice that was not his own. Guy, don't fall for their tricks. Darkness. That's what's waiting for you there. If you're going to leave, go. Take my power and deal with them. What is this? Sasuke was shocked. This is the demon fox. He controls Mamoru. Go away. Naruto spoke normally again. You're wrong. Oh no, I'm right. You're a fool if you think they won't make you choose again. It was very creepy from the outside. Naruto was sometimes himself, sometimes a demon. What should we do? Sasuke asked. Hope that Naruto can defeat the fox. Kakashi didn't like that prospect, but there was nothing to be done. Understand, kid, your life is pain. You killed your friend. Remember this pain, and then they'll make you kill someone else you dear. But if you leave the attachments, the pain will disappear. It's not true. There is nothing more painful than being alone. Remember then I already told you that friends will save me from the darkness. I believe, only with them will I become strong and be able to protect everyone. You're out again. Yes, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and you won't be able to hide me in the darkness again. It's not only me who can send you there. There's also Danzo. I'll beat Danzo too, Dadbeo. The boy smiled as warmly as he did then. Baby, you think you can get outside so easily? No, but one day I will be. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. He looked like a good-natured fool. I'm counting on you. I remember how you gave me that ninja kit. I remember everything, but I can't get past the barrier that Danzo put up, and you see that evil fox. He won't let me rest either, but I'm sure my friends will help me. Damn, I don't have the strength to hang around here, so see you later. He smiled again as he said goodbye. His eyes, full of fire, once again looked like glass. The fox also disappeared. Only Mamoru remained. What just happened? Damn it. His strength was rapidly leaving him. Kakashi ran up and caught Naruto. Are you okay? Sasuke also arrived and leaned over his comrade. Everything is fine. You're the same as usual. Kakashi smiled, but in his head there was still an image of that boy who couldn't show himself. This hurt so much. Naruto is right. Where was he when he was taken? Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke saw that Kakashi had changed. What? There's nothing. Kakashi gave a signal and Neji and Sakura finally came out of hiding. They saw everything. What was that with Mamoru? Why did he change? Who is Naruto? How is he feeling? Calm down, Sakura. Let's go back to Konoha. He's fine, but he needs rest. Neji just looked reproachfully at the failed renegade, and they set off on their way back. They were not running fast. Mamoru was conscious, but he could not move. Looks like we were lucky and unlucky at the same time. Everyone turned around. On the tree behind them stood a blond man in a cloak with red clouds. Lord Sasori, let me handle this. The Jinchuriki is weak, so there won't be any problems. Okay, but don't make me wait. A strange old man, also in a cloak, stood next to him. Naturally. Who are you? Kakashi prepared a kunai. Oh, I am the one who will show you real art before you die. But perhaps I can pity you if you give us a boy who is only a burden to you. You're from Akatsuki, Kakashi said. That's true, but what difference does it make? We won't give him to you. Sakura, Sasuke, stay with Mamoru. Neji, get ready for battle. So it's a fight. Well, okay. Behold my art. He put his hands in the pouches, and then launched clay beetles into them. They're made of clay and chakra. Neji scanned everything with his Byakugan. It's best to be wary of them. Remember, art is an explosion. All the beetles began to explode, and a rather large explosion occurred. So he uses them as bombs. Kakashi lifted the headband and revealed the Sharingan. Clay birds have already flown towards them. Explosion. The fight lasted for quite a long time and the blonde almost ran out of clay. But the team was pretty tired too. His clay beasts made Sasuke and Sakura work too. Looks like you're at your limit. The blonde grinned. You won't win, Neji said. Let's see. He continued to shower them with his clay bombs. They had no time to counterattack. Finally they began to retreat. Are you giving up already? We need to try to hide, Sasuke said. It looks like there is no choice. They took Naruto and ran towards the village. You won't get away. Their opponent moved faster because of the clay bird on which he had originally flown. It's useless, Naruto was able to say. We won't give you to them, Sakura assured her comrade. You can't even stand on your feet, so you won't be able to fight them. Sasuke decided to play it safe and squeezed Naruto tighter. He didn't protest anymore. After all, his head was in place and Naruto understood that he couldn't do anything. Commentary on the chase. I hope you liked this part. The next part is coming soon, don't be bored. Carefree. The smell of medicine. Could it be the hospital again? Naruto had been waking up here more often. He opened his eyes and noticed a familiar chandelier. Naruto carefully turned his head to the side. Sensei Kakashi, and some other ANBU. They were talking about something. But Naruto couldn't hear it. It was strange. They were so close. His ears felt blocked. Only now did Naruto realize that his head was buzzing. The pain wasn't strong, it was like he had come home after a busy day. But it was unpleasant. What actually happened? Naruto tried to remember, but his head wouldn't let him concentrate. All that remained in his memory was a storm of emotions, and then... Right, that bomber. He was chasing them. Apparently, they got away, since Kakashi was here, and Naruto himself. Finally, the shinobi noticed that Naruto had woken up. One of them obviously asked something. But Naruto didn't hear it again. Then Kakashi said something too. Not receiving an answer or even the slightest movement, they became a little worried and began to say something more actively, and the ANBU even showed them with his hands. But Naruto didn't understand any of their antics. He could have tried to read their lips, but they both had masks. What a trap. What's wrong with him? Asked the ANBU. No reaction, Kakashi thought, it looks like he has some kind of hearing problem or his whole brain was affected. Call a doctor. Okay, senpai, the ANBU left. Naruto continued to lie motionless, only blinking every now and then. Naruto, can you hear me? Kakashi decided to try again until the doctor arrived. The boy just looked at him with his frightening eyes. But it must be said that they were no longer as glassy as on the first day of their acquaintance. Kakashi just looked at the boy and still couldn't believe that about 10 years ago, he visited him here in this hospital, but so happy. Then his smile warmed. But he couldn't protect him either. He couldn't protect any of his loved ones. How painful it was. But now was not the time to whine, he could still save one of them. Hokage-sama walked through the door. Kakashi immediately bowed. No need for greetings, Tsunade said and approached the bed, so you're saying that he doesn't react to your words? Yes sir, said the ANBU. Naruto, nod if you can hear me and shake your head if you can't, she said, moving her lips very well so that Naruto could read her speech. The boy shook his head. Try to say something. Naruto tried to squeeze out at least a word. He managed, but very quietly. Konoha, it was very sluggish, but still something. Okay, the speech apparatus is not damaged. In time, he will be able to speak normally again. She seemed to be talking to herself, but it is difficult to say about hearing. It is possible that it is just a slight injury and everything will soon pass, or maybe forever. And it will be clear soon. I don't know. Continue observation. Eat. The Hokage opened the door to the room and Sakura crashed into it, with 2 guards and 1 medic chasing her. Oh, stop, they shouted. You don't understand, I need to see Mamoru. The girl tried to squeeze past Tsunade, but when she raised her head, she realized who was in front of her, Hokage-sama. Excuse me, she bowed, let me see Mamoru. She was almost crying again. I know that he's not in the best condition, but I once told him that support helps him recover and now I want to confirm my words. Look, I'll let you see him, but be prepared for him not to answer. Believe me, there are reasons. The Hokage softened, but was still strict. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The girl was very happy and ran into the room. When she entered, she saw Kakashi and an ANBU fighter. This confused her a little, but she went in anyway. Hello, Kakashi-sensei, she greeted the teacher. Hello, Sakura. Are you allowed to go to Mamoru's? Yes. How is he? It's been better. Mamoru. She came closer. The boy was lying and looking at the ceiling. Hello, I came to tell you to get better soon and come back to us. She smiled, but Naruto seemed not to see her. Remember, I said that support helps in recovery. So now that I'm here, you will get better sooner. What does she want? As soon as I turn my head, it starts to hurt even more, but maybe she's saying something important. Naruto turned his head to Sakura and began to read her lips. She was talking about what was happening in the village. About how Sasuke was also worried, but didn't show it, about the other teams and about Neji and also about training, that because of him they didn't have classes and therefore he needed to leave the hospital quickly. Her words even made him a little embarrassed. It was nice when someone thought about you. It was unusual, but he liked this feeling. Thank you, Sakura, Naruto said it quietly and weakly, but everyone heard. The girl blushed and fell silent. Yes, you're welcome, she blushed even more and smiled. Kakashi and the ANBU stood and looked at what was happening in surprise. You know, back in the forest, you said something about Na. Then Kakashi came up to her and didn't let her finish. No need to talk about this now, he said quietly, although Naruto didn't hear them. The girl was embarrassed. Naruto's eyes showed confusion. Oh, don't worry, it's just that there was so much in the forest and I wanted to say that you are probably very tired, so I'll go, but I'll come back and I want you to be on your feet by the time I return. She made a stern look, so caring, as if your mother had told you this. I understand. Naruto wanted to smile, but he couldn't. Naruto spent about another week in the hospital. He could already speak normally, but his hearing had not yet recovered. Uzumaki could already hear, but very vaguely and only occasionally. During this week, Sasuke came to him. He stood at the entrance for a while, then turned around and left. He was a little strange. Although not stranger than Naruto. ANBU and Kakashi were still on duty around him. It was unclear when they rested, perhaps at night when Naruto slept, they somehow switched or something. Naruto was usually a very light sleeper, but now, due to his hearing problems, he slept like a baby. Tsunade came to see him today. She checked his condition and said that Naruto could be discharged, then she turned to Kakashi and said something else, but Naruto couldn't hear. The next day Naruto was already walking through the village, now he often just walked through the village. There were crowds of people around, usually their hubbub gave the atmosphere some calm, but now, not hearing anything, Naruto felt a little uncomfortable. Strangely, after the last mission, different feelings began to appear in his chest. Not strong, but he could distinguish when he was happy, or sad, or uneasy. Naruto felt someone's presence. He headed towards a turn that led to a dead end. His pursuer followed him, but when he turned the corner, he saw no one. Suddenly, Naruto jumped on the stranger with a kunai in his hand. Who are you? The boy asked. Not bad. And how did you notice me? Who are you? Naruto knew several ways of interrogation and one of them was not to back down from his own, and he did not know what the man behind the mask was saying. In general, the situation was a little stupid. Okay. Don't worry, I'm definitely not an enemy. The stranger took off his mask. There was a brunette underneath, with a rather kind face. He was definitely not from Root, but Naruto did not remove the kunai from his back yet. I was assigned to watch you. Naruto could now read lips. The man looked familiar. He had been paired with Naruto while guarding the Hokage, and he had also been with Kakashi in the hospital when Naruto was still there. Why? Of course, he was unlikely to be dangerous for him, but still it was necessary to find out what kind of order this was. You can barely hear, so they ordered me to watch you so you don't get into trouble. By the way, you didn't answer my question. What question? Oh, right, I was wearing a mask. How did you find me? I felt your chakra, and then when I turned the corner, you showed up, because there was no cover there. And you are very smart, Kakashi-senpai described you approximately like that. Well, since you are a smart boy, then maybe we will forget about our meeting. I will continue to follow, but believe me, it will not be for long. Of course, Naruto understood everything. He himself sometimes followed people, so he did not object and continued walking around Konoha. Throughout the rest of the walk, he couldn't get the idea out of his head that this man, or rather his face, seemed familiar. But where could he have seen him before? And Kakashi clearly plays a significant role in all of this. Soon Naruto returned to training. From Kakashi's mask, Sakura told him about the tasks, and Sasuke sometimes prompted her if she could not cope with this difficult task. The training was not difficult. Chakra control and physical training. Nothing new. True, Naruto was always tired, because at night he began to suffer from nightmares, and he hardly slept. He dreamed of the fox, Danzo and the man who was watching him. And once he dreamed of Root and Sumi or something like that. When Naruto woke up, his head hurt, and there was a ringing in his ears. But the boy attributed it to fatigue and did not pay attention. His hearing was slowly returning, but he still needed help. Danzo, as usual, sat in his office and waited for news. Time passed slowly when it came to such important matters. Now the future of Root, Danzo and the village could easily change. Everything depended on the outcome of his plan. Finally, there was a knock on the door and ANBU Root entered the office, but he looked a little different. The mask covered half of his face and was in the shape of a human face with 3 eyes. The man himself was dressed in an ANBU uniform, but it was white. Everything else about him didn't make him stand out. Don't delay, Danzo ordered. Due to hearing loss, he is almost completely unresponsive. Although the technique is not based on sound perception, the brain was apparently affected. But 1025 is recovering quickly, so this problem will be solved soon and in about a month we will be able to fully begin to operate. How does he react to technology at the moment? Now at night he is tormented by nightmares due to our effect on the brain, but he does not attach much importance to them. It's his mistake, but this hasn't happened before. So, being in the village does have a significant effect on him. Good. When he recovers, act immediately. The shinobi bowed and left. And Danzo remained sitting. This news did not particularly affect him, everything was still ahead. Fox, Konoha, Root, Det, Mask, Tree. Naruto woke up in a cold sweat. Today he saw a new element of the dream, a tree. But it did not give him anything. It was already getting light outside, and the boy did not go to bed anymore. He got up, washed himself, got dressed, cleaned up a bit and went outside. The village had its own atmosphere in such an early morning. So quiet and fresh, almost no one. Naruto went to a small pond and sat on the pontoon. Lately he often came here, to think. Over the past few months, his world had undergone simply colossal changes. This weighed on him and at the same time calmed him. Naruto felt someone's presence and turned around. Sasuke was standing on the shore. And I thought that I would at least be here alone for a while, Uchiha sighed, but still moved towards Naruto. What are you doing here? You don't seem to be the type to do useless things. I don't think it's a useless exercise, Uzumaki countered. My world has been turned upside down in a very short time and it's not easy for me to accept it. It turns out that Danzo-sama lied to me, and everything I was taught was a lie. More precisely, it was simply wrong. I didn't know that you could rely on others like that. I see. My world also turned upside down once. On the day my brother killed our entire clan. I considered him an ideal. I thought that he would always support the clan, and I also thought that he loved me, but everything turned out to be completely different. Itachi Uchiha, Naruto looked at his comrade a little surprised. I've heard of him, but he's different. His throat seemed to be on fire, and his lips became so heavy. What's wrong with you? I have a seal on me, Naruto said after waiting a bit for the effect to wear off. All members of my organization have these. We can't divulge information about Danzo or any secret matters. But I can say one thing, don't take revenge on your brother. By chasing such nonsense, you'll only lose everything. I have nothing left anyway. Sasuke was furious when it came to the fact that his idea of revenge was empty. You're wrong, Naruto said calmly, and Sasuke was taken aback. You have freedom, friends, a home, and people who care about you. I was deprived of that, and I still don't have much. I have neither a home nor freedom. Danzo-sama won't give up so easily, and neither will those people who attacked us in the forest. So appreciate what you have. You yourself said then that I was blind, but you don't listen to your own words. Sasuke calmed down and thought about his friend's words. A month passed and his hearing was completely restored. Also, no head injuries were found. Everyone was very glad that it was over. There weren't many missions, maybe protecting merchants and something like that. Jiraiya never returned to Konoha, but he sent messages to the Hokage from time to time. Naruto trained very hard, but the nightmares did not go away. He became very close to his team, and he had good relationships with others. Kakashi was happy that Naruto was able to advance so much in communication and emotions. Although his eyes were still dull, they were no longer glass. There was a ray of light or a spark in them that attracted people. Naruto now smiled more often and said something, jokingly, although it was very ridiculous, and everyone laughed, and Naruto did not understand what happened. Even Sai became closer to the guys. Danzo did not put much pressure on him and Sai was almost always in the village. However, this carefree attitude didn't last long. Naruto recovered, which meant that Root's plan would be put into action. Another training session at the training ground. Kakashi was sparring with Naruto. And I must say that the kid was wearing him down pretty good. Yes, Hitaki didn't use the Sharingan, but that wouldn't have been entirely fair, and it wouldn't have been interesting. Okay, we're done. Well done, Mamoru, you fight very well. Kakashi was clearly pleased. Thank you, sensei. Let's take a break, Kakashi suggested and stood under a tree to read his favorite book. Naruto never understood the joke of this literature, but when he asked Kakashi about the book, he blushed and said that it was a very specific work and Naruto would hardly understand it. The boys sat down on the grass and talked about different things. And, yes, everyone called the blonde Mamoru, but when Kakashi accidentally called him Naruto, he was not embarrassed at all. One day, I will completely understand myself, free myself from the shackles of Danzo and then I will be able to boldly call myself Naruto, the boy thought. Although it was a bit stupid, since everyone would get confused by these names, Naruto didn't care, he just liked this motivation. After training, Naruto was walking home with Sakura and Sasuke. They were talking, but suddenly Naruto's face changed and he said that he had to go. His comrades didn't understand anything, but their friend was always weird, so they didn't worry. The next morning, when Sasuke and Sakura came to train, Kakashi looked worried and announced that they would be training alone today, and that he had important things to do. After that, the copy disappeared. What kind of things are these? Sakura was indignant, and where is Mamoru? Have you noticed anything strange? Sasuke asked. Mamoru was acting strange yesterday, and now he's gone and sensei is so worried. Something is clearly wrong here. Sasuke-kun, do you think that something bad could have happened to Mamoru again? Maybe. We need to find out. Comment on Carefree. Sorry for taking so long. School started and I have very little time. I'll try to release the next part as soon as possible. Please write your opinion about the FF. Do you like it and should I continue it? Perhaps you have your own wishes, for example, I should add more description or, on the contrary, more dialogues. Or maybe you like it as is. I hope you will write answers to these questions. Don't be bored and good luck to everyone in the new school year. Trance. So he just said he wanted to go back to Root and left. Kakashi was standing in the Hokage's office because of an urgent call. Yes, Tsunade was surprisingly very calm, maybe he really is more used to their environment. And you really believe in this? No, Tsunade sighed and now it became clear that she was sad. Then we need to find out what's going on. We can't interfere in the affairs of Root, and then according to the conditions, if Naruto himself wants to serve under Danzo's leadership, I can't interfere in any way. But there's clearly something fishy here. Why did he suddenly change his mind, and you also said that he looked strange? Yes, but this is not evidence against Danzo. Kakashi thought about it. Was there really no way he could help? There is a way to find out what's going on, but it's quite risky, Kakashi said after a moment of thought. And what kind? Tenzo. He used to serve in Root and knows secret passages. Maybe I can infiltrate the base and find out something. But you know what will happen if you are discovered. Of course, but I have to try. You want to help Naruto yourself. We can't abandon him. Tsunade couldn't say anything in response to this. This boy had touched her soul, although she herself didn't know why. And it was unlikely that anyone he knew. This boy simply wanted to help and support him. Okay, I'm counting on you. Suddenly, Jiraiya burst into the office. Tsunade, what's going on here again? I met Sakura and Sasuke, they told me about Naruto. I thought when I left everything was more or less normal. And then it turns out that he ran away from the village and lost his hearing. Calm down, Jiraiya, you knew that everything wouldn't be okay. After all, we're talking about a Jinchuriki. Kakashi, maybe you can explain to me where he is now, because Sasuke and Sakura don't know, but something is clearly wrong. He's en route. Not long ago, Naruto came to the Hokage and said that he wanted to serve there again. We think that Danzo is trying to influence Naruto again somehow, so I'll infiltrate Root and try to find out what's going on. Are you sure you can get in there so easily? This isn't a hospital, but a base, the security system of which was developed by Danzo himself. Even if you can get in, the chances of you getting out are very small, Jiraiya thought for a while. I'll go. I have more techniques for surveillance. But, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi wanted to object, but the hermit interrupted him. And don't argue. It's my fault that I was absent for so long. I should have been with Naruto, but I have new information about Akatsuki. They definitely won't be acting anytime soon, so for the next 2 years, we have one less problem. I was also able to gather some information about its members. Here, he put a small folder on the table. There's not much data, but it's better than nothing. Jiraiya was about to leave, but Tsunade called out to him. Be careful. Of course. Naruto was locked in the hospital. Locked? That's right. Jiraiya had managed to get him out of the root base a couple of days ago, but the boy was under the influence of a powerful technique and was now trying to get back. I need to go to the root. I need to go to the root. He repeated this all day long. Any news? Tsunade entered the laboratory where they were studying hypnosis techniques. Hokage-sama, I think this is an ancient technique that doesn't even have a name. It completely subjugated the boy's mind. We don't have a technique against it, but I think that strong emotions from someone from the village will help. Vivid emotions, the Hokage thought. A couple of hours later, she called Hatake Kakashi, Jiraiya, Sasuke Uchiha and Haruno Sakura to her. Thank you for coming. As you know, Naruto is not in the best condition right now. You are the closest people to him. Our scientists believe that only you can wake up Naruto. Naruto, the genins asked in unison. Yes. His real name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's time for you to know this. He was a root fighter since early childhood, that's why he is like this. Naruto is also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, that's why Danzo is trying to return him to the root. Of course, telling a couple of genin this is not the best idea, but they have the right to know this about their comrade. Did you know, sensei? Sasuke turned to Kakashi. Yes, I am his mentor. Just keep in mind that the information cannot be disclosed. And now you will be taken to the area where Naruto is being held. Try to influence him somehow. Now he needs you more than ever. Everyone proceeded together to the hospital. The sight of Naruto made everyone uneasy. He was in a completely white room, tied to a chair. You could see him through the glass. Now Naruto's gaze was even more empty than when they first met. He tried to break free and kept repeating, I need to go to the root. Sakura was ready to cry, but she understood that she could not allow herself such weakness for the sake of her friend. You'd better come in one at a time, the girl in the white coat told them, we don't know how he'll react to you, so be careful. I'll go first, Jiraiya said. He had been plagued with guilt ever since he saw Naruto like this. When the hermit entered the room, the boy did not react in any way. Naruto, hello, Jiraiya said carefully, how much longer are you going to do this nonsense? Maybe we should go, I'll show you a new super cool technique. After the words about nonsense, Naruto froze. Then he looked at the teacher. Enemy, Naruto said and began to actively try to free himself. It looked creepy and very sad. Hey, calm down, I'm a friend. Friend. That word made Naruto freeze again. Wow, he said. The hermit stood and simply watched the boy's behavior. Suddenly the boy started to cry. What's wrong with me? Everything is in a fog. So disgusting. Hello again. And how much longer are you going to fall into these worthless nets of Danzo? This is already stupid, growled the fox. Really again? But what happened? That old man used a hypnosis technique on you. A very old one. When you first came to him, he put a mark that helped activate the technique now. It works insidiously. The one who put it there completely controls your mind, body, and everything except the subconscious, where I am. And now that jerk is making you drive like crazy, hoping that those Konoha guys will despair and let you go. He found that Iwao kid in your memory. Walks with the pervert. And now he's making you suffer. What a freak. How do you know all this? Yes, it happened, I encountered similar technology. But why are you trying to help then? I've already explained to you a million times, it's boring to sit inside you when you're someone's puppet. But how can I get out of here now? Your loved ones are trying to reach you now, but they won't succeed while you're here. You need to act too. Take my chakras and you'll be able to get out of the trance. I haven't forgotten what happened the last time you gave me strength. I don't want to lose my hearing again. This time I'll give you just a little, so don't worry. Or do you want to hang around here with me? Okay, don't get upset. Wow, you learned a new joke. Lisa was a little irritated when the guy highlighted these jokes of his. Yeah, do you like it? Not really. It doesn't matter. Let's get started. All his friends had already tried to reach Naruto and now they finally took the risk of going in together. They talked to him, smiled, etc. Suddenly Naruto's pupil turned red. Then he screamed. Everyone was scared, but decided to watch. When this spectacle stopped, the boy raised his head and looked at them with a good-natured look. His look. "Na Naruto?" Sakura asked cautiously. "I did it." Comment on trans. Sorry, the chapter is short. I hope you liked it. Please look at the previous chapter and answer my questions. Thanks for reading. New chapter coming soon. Don't be bored. Confusion. A couple of days later, Naruto was released from the hospital under the responsibility of Jiraiya. Everyone saw a completely different person. He was a sweet, good-natured guy, but at the same time reasonable and smart. Just the crush of all the girls. He told his friends and mentors his story without colors. Naruto tried to tell about Iwao, but he couldn't. The Hokage asked to tell about the root, but Naruto had a seal, so nothing came of it. Let's go eat ramen. Naruto loved ramen even under hypnosis. Okay. Jiraiya went everywhere with the boy. After all, who knows how he might behave. After the noodles, they went to the training ground, where Jiraiya decided to train the boy. You already know the rasengan, right? And vacuum techniques. Actually, I only know about the vacuum ball. The bigger Dan, well, I don't know anything else. When Naruto said Danzo's name, he felt sick, so he tried to avoid it. Maybe you can show me. Naruto demonstrated the technique and Jiraiya only admired it. Quite an unusual technique. How does it work? Can't the great Sannin figure it out himself? Naruto also turned out to be a rather sarcastic person, which was sometimes irritating. Even I cannot control everything, the hermit said philosophically. Naruto briefly told him everything that Danzo had taught him, although after the story there was an unpleasant aftertaste. As if he had drunk coffee. What's wrong, Naruto? Of course, Jiraiya didn't forget the change in his student. Oh, it's nothing, Naruto smiled. By the way, I wanted to ask, will I continue to serve en route? This question had been bothering him for a long time. It wasn't that he really wanted to go there, but he was still more used to working under Danzo. As strange as it was, he wouldn't mind continuing to work for him. No, of course not. Jiraiya thought this question was even stupid. Why such a question? Well, I just would like to continue serving in corn. Jiraiya jumped up to the boy like a bullet. Has that technique really started to appear again? Yeah, no, it's okay. Naruto pushed the Sannin away. I just feel more comfortable there. It's like home now. He didn't understand what he was saying. How could such a horrible place attract him? But it was 100% his will, not some technology. You are sure? Yes, of course I don't want to live there. Anyone would go crazy in that dungeon, but I would like to serve en route. It was an inexplicable feeling. Wanting to go back to the root. To Danzo. He couldn't even pronounce that name easily. But it was the same as ordinary shinobi coming to Danzo, just because they wanted to and it seemed right to them. I'll talk to Tsunade. The old man's face showed disappointment and melancholy. He also didn't understand why the boy made such a choice. Soon Naruto was called by the Hokage. Listen, Naruto, I understand everything, of course, but do you really want to serve en route after everything? She barely contained her anger. There is a reasonable reason for this. The boy took everything calmly. If I stop serving Danzo, he will probably try to take me away again somehow, but if I stay with him, then there will be no problems. I will be able to serve him and still remain in Team 7, right? I think it's possible, the Hokage answered after thinking for a bit. Then it's decided. The boy turned around and went to the base. True, on the way he met Hatake. Hello, Naruto, where are you going? What should I tell him? If I tell him the truth, he'll start to talk me out of it. I'll lie, but what's there to lie about? Well, I'm going home. Then you go the other way. How could you make such a stupid mistake? But there's nothing to be done now. You have to get out of this. I'm not going home straight away. First I have to stop by on business. Now he wasn't even lying much. Business. Kakashi clearly doubted his student's words. Well, yes, on the orders of the Hokage. Sorry, but I can't say. It sounded suspicious, but nothing else came to mind. Naruto still hasn't learned all the intricacies of human emotions and reasoning. I see. Now it became clear that Kakashi didn't believe him. Well then I won't interfere. Bye. Now he'll follow me. I need to somehow break away, the blonde thought. And indeed, Kakashi followed his student. After all, he understood when the boy was lying. Naruto made a circle. First he went into a grocery store, bought a chocolate bar, then sat on a bench, and then went to the training ground. There he practiced some techniques and only when he went towards home, he stopped feeling the presence of sensei. Now he finally moved to the route base, but an unpleasant surprise awaited him near the entrance. And what business do you have en route? Hitaki stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Kakashi-sensei, but I was sure that you left. So I left. Here. I have business in Corn, and it doesn't concern you. You are my student and subordinate, so that concerns you. This concerns only me and the village. Well, I'm a part of her. Hitaki knew how to get his way. Okay, but you wanted to know yourself. I'm going to return to serve en route. Kakashi's face changed, and the boy was very serious. For what? I've already explained everything to the Hokage, and she doesn't mind. Now let me pass. The boy moved forward, but Kakashi did not move away. This is a huge mistake, Naruto, Kakashi said as they stood very close to each other. Let's see. When the boy walked in, Hitaki had a very sad expression on his face. Why didn't he stop him? Useless again. Now he's standing there whining about it again instead of doing anything. I'm going to see Danzo-sama. He didn't call you. There were 2 ANBU standing at the entrance. Tell him. Here Naruto again began to behave very coldly, bringing back unpleasant memories. One of the fighters left. 5 minutes later he returned. Come in. He was led to a painfully familiar office. Naruto knocked, entered and knelt down. Danzo-sama. Why did you come, Fox? Danzo was pleased, but he didn't show it. Let me serve en route. Cause. She's not here. Feelings. Yes, sir. Everyone who served in Corn will forever remain my servant, thought the old man. Will you serve on 2 fronts? Yes. You must report on the affairs of the village. Yes, Naruto didn't like this idea, but he himself returned, which meant that now he had to follow orders. Take your gear and get ready. Tomorrow I'll give you a mission. Eat. Naruto was given an A-rank mission by ANBU standards. His task was to go to a small village and kill another enemy of the village. Nothing changed. Everyone en route was still doing dirty and dark work. Naruto didn't really want to do it, but something kept him from leaving, and he took it all in stride. All the blood, screams and all. I thought I had changed, but it seems not as much as I would like, the blonde thought on the way back from the mission. He was always sent in pairs with someone. Otherwise, you never know what he could do. Now Danzo didn't trust him completely and always played it safe. But it was better that way than if he completely lost control over the fox. Now Naruto was already walking through the village and enjoying the sunset. Naruto. Haruno ran up to him. You haven't been seen all day today. Where have you been? Hi, Sakura. I was on a mission. No, well, why hide it? Mission? What mission? They gave me a solo assignment. He made a relaxed face and put his hands behind his head. I see. Will you come to training tomorrow? It will be boring without you, the girl blushed. Of course, why not? At least to laugh at you. Ha ha ha, the girl pouted. Hey, that was sarcasm. Naruto emphasized the last word. He was very proud of himself when he managed to use some human joke in his speech. Be careful with your sarcasm. The girl was still a little offended, but smiled. And where are you going now? Is interrogating people also part of normal human speech? Naruto spoke seriously, without jokes. No, but I was just wondering if maybe we could go somewhere together. Sakura blushed even more now. Sakura, are you okay? You're so red. Maybe you'll get some ice. Oh, no need, I just. Are you sure everything is okay? Okay. Sorry, I'm so tired I'm going to bed. See you at practice. When Naruto got home, he was not allowed to rest there. Someone knocked on the door. Strange. Usually no one came to him. The boy opened the door and saw his teacher on the threshold. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Can I come in? We have something to talk about. Naruto let the teacher in and they sat down at the table, but of course the boy didn't offer anything, since he had no idea how to receive guests. And Kakashi wouldn't do anything anyway. He wanted to have a serious talk. Naruto, I'll ask you straight. Why did you return to route? I already said that I explained everything to the Hokage, and that it's none of your business. And I already said that it's mine. Okay, it's just that if I stay in the village, Danzo will continue to try to forcefully bring me back, and this way he won't have to do it. And if the real reason, Kakashi was very insightful and it even scared the guy a little. In terms of, this is just an excuse to avoid unnecessary questions. But what is it really? But why do you think that? I see right through you. When it comes to feelings, you are absolutely incapable of hiding them, except when you are on a mission, you suppress them, but this is a pure reflex. Naruto was a little shocked. Yes, He still has a lot to learn, but now there is nothing to do. Okay, you're right. It's hard to explain, really. I'm just drawn there, more used to it, I guess. I don't like doing this dirty work at all, but I can't help it. Maybe it's a reflex, as you said, everything's all mixed up in my head again. This happened often, and the guy's face darkened. Kakashi didn't answer. He just sat there and looked at the boy. He was still just a boy, only 13. And he had already experienced so much. Naruto, I understand that it's not easy for you and you're trying to drown out the pain. The boy looked sharply at the sensei from such words. Don't be surprised, I was like that too. I lost all the people dear to me, one way or another. I served in ANBU and mercilessly killed everyone, trying to forget or take revenge. I never understood why I did all this. But they managed to pull me out of the darkness and look now I'm just cleaning up trash with Genin. Naruto just looked and listened to the teacher. I was able to change, not on my own, but I was able to. You can also ask for help. Why? I thought I had more or less figured myself out, and now you're back. My head is in disarray again. Just let me serve Danzo and that's it. No need for these moralizing. It's obvious that I'm not cut out for a peaceful life. I'm a Jinchuriki. There's a demon inside me, and who put it there? My own father. Kakashi was very surprised. How did the boy know about Minato? Yes, I know everything. And I know that even if my father hated me, that means this is my destiny. I don't need to change. Why are you all trying to save me when it's not necessary? I've already broken the barrier. That's it. I don't need more. Pain is the whole meaning of my life. It's been with me since birth. So why should I give it up now, overcoming even more pain? Keep quiet, because you yourselves know what a monster I am. And everyone knows it. You're just afraid that I'll suddenly go crazy. Naruto waited for some kind of answer or at least emotion from the teacher, but he calmly looked at the student. You're right, but not in everything. The best place to contain your power is the root, but we're trying to get you out of there, which means you're not a monster to us. Your father loved you very much, but for some reason he sealed the Kyuubi into you, and I'm sure there was a reason for that. The pain hasn't been with you since childhood. I saw your eyes then, they were full of happiness, but you forgot. I told you. Enough. I'm tired of all this. He ran to the window, but Kakashi's strong hand was able to stop him. Let go. No way. He pulled the boy towards him and hugged him. Naruto's face changed. I won't let you go again, Kakashi whispered. Comment on confusion. To answer the question many people have asked after this chapter, no. Kakashi and Naruto will not be a couple. Kakashi just loves Naruto like a son or a brother, and he also feels guilty for not being able to protect him from all this back then. And let's not forget that Naruto is only 13. Thanks for reading. I'll try to release the next part soon. Don't get bored. A rank mission. Naruto stood there, unsure of what to do. His teacher's breathing was even and warm, but, are you a pervert? The boy asked quietly and looked at the sensei strangely. What? No. You got it all wrong. Kakashi pulled away and blushed, started waving his hands and shaking his head. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. And it seemed like there was such a moment. His laughter was so loud and infectious that Hatake started laughing too. And there they were, standing there, laughing like two fools. It didn't work out well. Forgive me. Naruto was the first to come to his senses. I still can't learn to control myself, but believe me, I appreciate what you do for me. Perhaps these were the kindest and most sincere words that Naruto said to Kakashi. I hope you don't make any more mistakes. Kakashi smiled and left through the window. What should I do? Flashed through the guy's head. Have you ever thought about going traveling? What? I didn't think. Well, of course, if we leave the village, then we should do it in style, and so that everyone around gets alarmed, the fox said mockingly. Come on. Seriously, leaving is probably exactly what I need right now. It's just stupid to leave alone. You won't even be able to rent a normal hotel room. But who should I go with? Better not take Kakashi. I don't trust him anymore. I won't let you go again, pervert. Better take that hermit. Of course, he's also a weirdo, but at least he's definitely into girls. It's strange to hear such reasoning from you. I'm trying for us. Don't forget, we're not friends at all. You don't like it when I lose myself and become someone's puppet. You already said so. You're still being sarcastic. I guess I liked you better when you were unconscious. You liked me. That's news. Damn you. In short, I've said everything for today. What a sly fox, Naruto thought and smiled. The next day, Uzumaki tried to avoid unnecessary meetings. He didn't go to training, but he didn't sit at home either. Jiraiya was currently on another mission, so it was impossible to talk to him. Maybe talk to the Hokage. No, I know what she'll say. And then no one will let the village's weapon go for a walk for a couple of years. What should I do? Wait for Jiraiya-san to return? What if he doesn't show up for a few more months? During that time, everyone here will drive me crazy. I'll definitely do something stupid that I'll regret later. Naruto, lost in his thoughts, didn't notice how he found himself not far from the former Uchiha district. Sasuke doesn't live here anymore. And it used to be so crowded. Right, I need to talk to him, but we're not exactly friends. Although it was he who brought me to my senses in the forest. Maybe he can understand me now. The boy went to Sasuke's apartment, but he wasn't there. He was probably training somewhere, so the blonde went to the training ground. There he found Sasuke and Kakashi. Sensei was talking to the boy about something. Then Hatake disappeared and Naruto went to the Uchiha. Naruto, what do you want? I wanted to talk to you. I hope that at least you can understand me. Sasuke immediately became worried, and they went for a walk around the village. In general, I want to leave the village for a while, the blonde began. Again, Sasuke said with a grin. Everything is piling up, I just need time to think and train. Without all these people who want something from me. Without Danzo, Hokage and Kakashi-sensei, among others. I understand, Sasuke said calmly. Is it true? Of course, I almost went through the same thing myself. After that night, everyone was whispering behind my back and bothering me. I became the last Uchiha and everyone started expecting something from me. Some wanted to kill me, some to subjugate me, and some just to give me a little freedom. It didn't really affect me, but I knew their thoughts. I see. I'm not a master of heart-to-heart talks, but you know, it seems to me that you speak sincerely. Just you can't leave alone. Don't forget that everyone and their dog is hunting you. Akatsuki, other villages, and who knows who else. I thought about calling Jiraiya-sama, but he's on a mission right now. I heard that he will be back next week. What? Where from? You need to know the places. Then I can leave, he won't put pressure on me. I know that for sure. Okay, just don't tell anyone about this yet. I know it myself. Thank you, Sasuke. You're welcome. Uchiha smiled and Naruto smiled back. 3 days after their conversation, Danzo called Naruto to his place. New mission for you, Fox. We have information about the location of 2 Akatsuki members. We don't know who they are. Act according to the situation. Your task is to kill one of them, and deliver the second one to Konoha if possible. You will act covertly. If you can't deliver, kill. You will get Snake as your partner. All data on some Akatsuki members. And the rest of the mission details are in the folder. You are free. The criminals ended up in the country of Earth. Far away. So Naruto might not have time to catch Jiraiya. And the mission itself was stressing him out. Why him? The tailed beasts were Akatsuki's target, and he was being sent straight to them, and given only one partner, and not just anyone, but Snake. After all, he was the one who often confused Naruto. Not to mention that Uzumaki wasn't strong enough to take down 2 Akatsuki members even with a partner. Something was fishy here. Fortunately, he had 2 days before the mission, and he could find out something. He headed to the Hokage to report. Akatsuki. Yes sir. The assignment is in 2 days. Tsunade was confused and apparently she had about the same thoughts in her head as Naruto. What is Danzo planning? I will send 2 ANBU to support you. As you say. May I know who it will be? Hatake, Kakashi and Yamato. What? But I thought Kakashi-sensei wasn't ANBU anymore. That's true, but in terms of strength he is not inferior to any of them. Is this your final decision? Naruto didn't want Kakashi to be present on this mission. Yes. You are free. Naruto walked home thoughtfully. If Kakashi was there, then. And the boy didn't know what would happen, but he had a feeling that nothing good would happen. Perhaps Hatake had nothing to do with it, it was just a bad feeling. 2 days flew by unnoticed. And now it was time for the mission. They left at dawn. According to their information, the Akatsuki members would stay in one place for about 2 weeks, so there was enough time. Kakashi and Yamato were unnoticed, they kept a sufficient distance. Finally, the team reached the right place. First, Snake went to reconnaissance. It turned out that they had to fight Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Serious opponents. One had slaughtered the entire clan and owns the Sharingan, and the second is one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and is an excellent water jutsu, and Naruto or Snake had no advantage against the water element. Fox, remember that if you start to hesitate, Danzo-sama will not forgive you this time, the Snake said coldly before heading off to battle. I know, Naruto answered just as coldly. They were sitting in ambush and waiting for the right moment to attack. Itachi and Kisame were sitting near the river and resting after a short foray into a neighboring village. And why do we have to drag ourselves along such a difficult path to Konoha? Kisame grumbled, Itachi-san. The mention of the village attracted the attention of the fighters. But Itachi only showed some gesture and a moment later the Sharingan lit up in his eyes. They were discovered. A fight ensued. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you again, Itachi said dryly. It's convenient that you came to us yourself, we won't have to drag ourselves all the way to your village, Kisame continued. Now it was clear that their target was the Kyuubi, but couldn't the intelligence service figure that out? It was all too suspicious. The fight had been tough, after all, they were very strong opponents. Naruto used vacuum techniques, rasengan, shadow cloning, but was only able to slightly hurt Uchiha a couple of times, while Snake took on Kisame and things were a little better for him. They fought almost equally. This time, Jiraiya-sama isn't here to help you. At the mention of the hermit, Naruto literally lost his guard for a moment, which was a very big mistake. Itachi struck him in the solar plexus. Naruto spat out blood and, flying about 100 meters, crashed into a tree. It fell from such a powerful impact. Naruto did not have time to come to his senses, and the Uchiha had already approached him and stuck a kunai into Uzumaki's leg. But the boy did not make a sound, and only pulled out the weapon through his teeth. Only he was not allowed to get up. All this time Naruto did not try to avoid looking into the eyes of his opponent, but now their gazes met. Genjutsu. It seemed like nothing had changed around him, but now Naruto was tied to a tree that had recently fallen. He looked around and saw Itachi. Let's have a little chat, Uchiha said and came up to him. You're not alone here, are you? There are 2 more shinobi nearby. Who are they? ANBU. And specifically, Kakashi Hatake and Yamato. The words seemed to fly out of his mouth. This had never happened before, since Naruto had been specially trained, but now everything was different. Was Genjutsu really affecting him like that? Kakashi Sharingan. That's interesting, but we don't have time now. Before I knock you out, you should know that Danzo knew our true purpose, but he still sent you. I don't know why he did it, but I wouldn't trust him. Naruto found himself back in reality. His whole body ached and his head was foggy. It's a pity that you'll die so soon, Itachi said and was about to knock the boy out, but a teacher appeared in front of Naruto. That easy, you won't get Naruto, Kakashi said and made Itachi jump back a few meters. Yamato, take Naruto away from here. He's their target. Yes, the masked shinobi wanted to take Uzumaki, but then Kisame appeared and almost cut off Yamato's hands. This snake of yours is not bad, but it doesn't measure up to me. The swordsman grinned and looked at Naruto. It looks like you can't even move after Itachi-san's genjutsu. I won't knock you out, you'll watch how we deal with your friends. What a sadist this shark-like guy is. Naruto was sitting on the ground, exhausted. Yamato tried to take him away from Kisame, but quickly lost and was now lying knocked out. Kakashi was not doing any better. Itachi was gaining the upper hand. I don't want to kill you, Kakashi Hatake, just give us the Jinchuriki and we'll go our separate ways. You won't get it. Their fight did not last long. Soon Itachi was able to catch Kakashi in his genjutsu and Hatake fell to the ground, unable to move. That's it. Sorry, Kakashi, but we'll take him, Itachi said. Naruto sat and heard everything, felt everything, saw everything, but couldn't do anything. This big guy with a sword puts him on his shoulder. Kakashi, Yamato and Snake are left lying behind. And he's just dangling on his shoulder. How pathetic. But he's been through so much, trained so much, and all for what? So that he could die like this. Apparently so. The battlefield is already out of sight. Where is the fox when I need him? Naruto thought. Kyuubi hadn't contacted him for quite some time. Not since he advised Uzumaki to go on a journey. But now there would be no journey, no training, no route. There would be nothing. Was this the end? Commentary on A rank mission. Thank you for staying with me. Coming soon continuation. Ritual of extraction. At the moment, the location of Akatsuki and the captive Naruto Uzumaki has not been determined. There was a tense atmosphere in the office. Tsunade was all on edge, but she kept her mind clear. Exactly 2 days ago, she was informed that the capture team had been found broken. Kakashi reported that Uchiha Itachi and his partner had captured Naruto. Now it was only a matter of time. The boy could die at any moment, and Akatsuki could get the tailed beast. Danzo, did you really want to get rid of him? That's why you did this? Or do you have a plan? The Hokage reasoned out loud. I wish Jiraiya was here. Meanwhile, Root fighters were already heading to the Akatsuki location to retrieve the village's weapons. Naruto, like every root member, had a beacon installed in him that could not be removed or jammed. These beacons worked on the basis of an ancient technique. Here appeared the cave in which the Nukanen were hiding. Everyone take up positions, the captain commanded, and begin acting on the signal. A couple of minutes later, a signal sounded and the shinobi rushed inside the cave, but imagine their surprise when they found no one inside. That can't be, the beacon couldn't have given false information. The captain checked the device with the coordinates again. Suddenly the coordinates appeared completely different. What? Did the enemy really know? But how? Genjutsu. Looks like it. The new location is too far, we won't be able to get there in time. Transmit to the base. Danzo, having received the information, was, to put it mildly, angry. It seemed that this time he would fail again. And what a beautiful plan it had been, to send the Jinchuriki straight to the enemy, in order to rescue him later, but to make it look like he was dead. But now he had to at least return him to the village, otherwise the enemy would get a powerful weapon against Konoha. Convey the state of affairs to the Hokage, Danzo finally ordered. A couple of hours later, the Hokage had already assembled a rescue team. It included 3 ANBU, Kakashi Hatake, and Neji Hyuga. Thanks to his Byakugan, it was possible to locate the enemy faster. The journey took about a day and a half. If only they made it in time. Kakashi was still overcome by guilt. Finally, a cave appeared, closed by a huge boulder with a seal. It turned out to be not so easy to remove, they had to send all the ANBU to remove the seals. Now only Kakashi and Neji were left against the enemy. Not a very comforting state of affairs. Inside the cave, they found a terrible picture. Naruto was hanging in a huge ball of chakra and something orange was flowing out of it. Apparently, this was the chakra of the 9 tails. In the depths of the cave there was a huge statue with many eyes. All the members of Akatsuki were standing on the statue's hands, but they looked strange, with the exception of Itachi and Kisame, they all seemed to be projections. This was only to our savior's advantage. The ANBU never returned, it seemed that something had happened, but there was no time to wait for them, Naruto could die at any moment. Kakashi gave the command, and he and Neji rushed into battle. Hatake had hoped that if even one of them was distracted, the ceremony would be interrupted, but it was not so. Itachi entered the battle, but nothing stopped. Naruto was still being sucked out of the Kyuubi. While Kakashi was thinking about a new plan of action, Itachi easily dealt with both of them. After 10 minutes of fighting, everyone was pretty exhausted, including Itachi. We need to do something quickly, but Itachi doesn't give us a break even to think about a plan, flashed through Kakashi's head. A punch to the gut knocked all the air out of Hatake, and the shinobi flew to the side. Neji, honestly, was already in a panic, but remained cool. Now he had to fight alone, of course, it hadn't even been 2 minutes since he was knocked out. But then Kakashi got up and fought the Uchiha again. 8 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Time was slipping away like water through his fingers. There was none left. Even Naruto looked different now, and his chakra was stretching differently. A little more and he would die. I won't let this happen. Kakashi thought and sent Itachi flying across the entire cave with one blow. While the Uchiha was getting up, Hatake tried to do something. He didn't know what though. Running towards Naruto, Hatake tried to pull him out of the chakra ball, but to no avail. Fortunately, the rest of the Akatsuki were too focused on the extraction to do anything. Kakashi tried to call out to Naruto, to channel chakra to interrupt the flow of Kyuubi's chakra, but it was all in vain. Then Itachi arrived, who was now fighting even harder. After a few more minutes of fighting, Kakashi noticed 2 figures appearing at the entrance to the cave. Sasuke and Sakura. But how did they end up here? Sakura, take care of Neji, and it's time for me to take revenge on my brother. The younger Uchiha shouted and rushed into battle. Brother, I never expected to see you here. I think your sensei didn't either. Now he'll have even more work to do. What were you thinking about when you came here? That I must save my friend. Chidori. Sasuke, no, you still. But Kakashi didn't have time to finish speaking, as a powerful bolt of lightning struck his opponent. When did you? Naruto helped me, Sasuke said proudly, that will delay Itachi a little. Did you manage to figure out how to get Naruto out of there? No, I tried everything, but this is a very powerful technique. I've read about forbidden techniques, I think there's one way to try, Sasuke said thoughtfully, but there's little time, they've almost finished the ritual. Please, Kakashi-sensei, cover me. Uchiha rushed towards the statue. Sakura, it's time, he shouted to his friend. The girl reacted instantly and ran towards Naruto. She stood under him and concentrated her chakra on the ball. Uchiha ran up close to the head of the statue and hit it with all his might with his fist, charged with chakra. This did not cause any damage to the statue itself, but all of Akatsuki shuddered and opened their eyes. Then Naruto's chakra immediately ceased, and Sakura, already prepared for this, picked up her comrade and immediately began to restore his chakra, having prepared her own in advance. The Akatsuki members looked around in confusion. Who dared to interrupt their ritual? And who had the strength to do such a thing? They noticed the picture only after a couple of minutes. The eyes after this technique should get used to the light a little. What? Why the F.K. did these F.K. dukes interrupt us? The projection of the man with the scythe screamed, we worked here for more than 2 fucking days, and these F.K. bastards ruined everything for us in the end. Calm down, Hidan, said the projection with strange eyes. Kisame, help Itachi deal with them, and then we'll repeat the extraction. Again, this Kakashi Hatake. The swordsman said angrily, didn't he teach you anything last time? Sakura, take Naruto away from here. Only now did all the Nukanen notice the younger Uchiha standing right behind them. Okay, the girl shouted and, picking up the barely alive Uzumaki, ran with him to the exit, but her path was blocked by Itachi, who had come to his senses. Give me the Jinchuriki, he demanded calmly. No way, Kakashi-sensei. Hatake had already fought Kisame and couldn't break away. Although why couldn't he? He could. He managed to form a seal and created a shadow clone. It's unlikely to last long, but at least Sakura will have a chance to leave. Sasuke came to the clone's aid. Sakura, hurry up, we won't be able to hold him off for long. The brunette shouted. Sakura nodded and ran away from the cave. Sasuke-kun, he's not strong enough to deal with that shinobi. The girl was ready to cry from these thoughts, but now she had to save Naruto. Kakashi and Sasuke fought desperately with Kisame and Itachi, but Hatake was already close to the limit. After all, the fight before had taken a lot of his strength. Sasuke was also starting to give in, especially against such a strong opponent. It was good that Naruto had helped him train before, otherwise he wouldn't have had the slightest chance to stand now. Another blow and right on target. Sasuke fell and spat out blood. Another blow and Kakashi's clone dissipated, and with it the original began to give up its positions. You fight well, brother, but you lack hatred. I don't need her, I have, love. Naruto showed me that there is another way, It seemed like Itachi was about to be stunned by these words, but he controlled himself. I won't kill you, but, he lifted his brother by the throat and caught his gaze. For Sasuke, everything changed around him. That night again, the death of the clan. The pain. Stop it, you won't be able to break me. I'm not trying, I just want to weaken you, the elder Uchiha said calmly. Reality again. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi raised his hand to thrust the kunai into his chest, where there were no vital organs, but suddenly. Naruto. Sasuke looked up and saw his friend standing in front of him. He was holding Itachi's hand. I won't allow it. Naruto easily threw Uchiha into the wall and turned to his friend. Now it was obvious that there was anger on his face. Again this obsession with the 9 tails, but why? After all, the Kyuubi had weakened after being extracted. Naruto, calm down, Sasuke said calmly. Don't worry, I can protect you, Uzumaki seemed to say in his own voice, but a moment later his voice changed to a growl. He rushed at Kisame and managed to knock him out in a couple of minutes. What the F.K., Kisame? Hidan spoke up, you can't handle some killer Jinchuriki. Naruto's gaze immediately turned to the projection of the swearer. Oh, fuck. Uzumaki rushed at the projection, no longer really understanding what he was doing. The projection immediately crumbled. Following Hidan, the other Akatsuki members hurried to leave the cave. Naruto, stop. Sakura stood at the entrance, out of breath. What came over you? Sakura, be careful, Sasuke said, don't provoke him. He's not himself now, the 9 tails has taken possession of him. You need to be more careful. Better heal Kakashi-sensei. I can't handle him alone. The girl ran up to the teacher and her palms glowed green. Naruto ran around the cave on all fours, with red chakra surrounding him that took the form of a fox. Calm down, Naruto, we're not in any danger anymore, Sasuke shouted. But Naruto didn't hear him anymore. He ran straight at his friend and attacked, but the Uchiha was able to dodge. Naruto, please, have you forgotten? What about Jiraiya-sama? He'll be disappointed if he finds out you attacked your own. After the mention of the hermit, Naruto paused for a moment. Don't listen to him. They allowed you to be captured. And Danzo, he sent you to your death himself. Naruto, listen, Kakashi joined the conversation, forgive me. These words shocked Naruto. He began to come to his senses. Then, I couldn't protect you now either. I promised Minato-sensei, but I turned out to be useless. Naruto became himself again, but now the wounds and everything else made themselves known and he fell unconscious. Commentary on the ritual of extraction. Thanks for reading. Did you expect such a turn of events or did you assume such a development of events? Write in the comments. I will be interested to read. Who? Idiot. As soon as Naruto came to his senses, the old pervert pounced on him. What part of you were thinking? What brought you straight to Akatsuki? And what if you died there? If it weren't for Sasuke and his knowledge of rituals, you would already be lying in the ground. Sasuke. Uzumaki was weak and remembered little about what happened. Yes, Sasuke. What kind of ritual is this? You don't even remember how you almost kicked the bucket. Jiraiya-san, this is not my first time. But here everything was hanging by a thread. Stop taking such thoughtless risks. So what happened? Akatsuki almost pulled the tailed beast out of you, the hermit said more calmly. That's why everything hurts so much. Well, before that you were not badly beaten, and then you got mad, well, and in general you yourself understand what this means. I see. And how is Kakashi-sensei and the others? Everyone is alive, but Kakashi got it too. He's in the next room, but you won't go to him, the Sannin immediately warned his student. But it's all because of me, Naruto said sadly. Actually, it was Danzo who sent you there. It turned out that it was another trick to keep you en route, but the situation got out of his control and he failed to carry out his plan. Really again, but I serve him. Isn't it enough for him? Don't forget that he also wanted to pull out the Kyuubi. It looks like they really won't let me live peacefully with the fox inside me, Naruto sighed and sank down onto the pillow. Just don't get upset, you're strong. If I was strong enough, Akatsuki wouldn't have been able to catch me so easily. That means you will become even stronger. You are right. 2 years passed by unnoticed. During this time, Naruto was able to go on a trip with Jiraiya, as he had planned. He was able to learn a lot, but his head was still a mess. Of course, the Sannin encouraged the boy as much as he could, but completely driving out the darkness from the heart is not as easy as it may seem. The fox did not let him live in peace either. A couple of times during training, he came out and controlled Naruto, but much more exhausting was the fact that Kyuubi constantly told Uzumaki about everything bad in this world. This exhausted the blonde much more than constant training. Returning to the village, Naruto thought about how those who helped him in the past would greet him. Would they be happy or vice versa, or maybe they had forgotten about him altogether? Anything could happen. Are you worried? The old man asked, noticing his student's tension. There is such a thing. Don't worry, they will all be glad to see you back. Remember how you said goodbye? Even I almost shed a tear. Yes, Sakura was crying and asking me not to get hurt. Sasuke was sadly silent on the sidelines. But I tried to stay away from Kakashi-sensei, but I'm sure he would have wished me luck too. And Hokage-sama made me promise to become stronger and not to worry about trifles. Oh, and there was also a girl from the Hyuga clan. Hinata, I think. She's cute, although I didn't hear a word from her, but she's still cute. Do you really remember everything in such detail? I have a good memory. Or weren't you convinced of this during training? I've always admired your skills, but you usually don't remember anything except what's important in battle. I've changed since I joined Team 7, so don't underestimate me in that regard. Okay, I get it, Jiraiya chuckled. Coming very close to the village, so that the gates were already visible, Naruto felt something in his chest. Something bad, a premonition. When they got to the gate, they didn't recognize the village. It was so gloomy. There were ANBU on duty, and Naruto thought they looked familiar. Who are you? The guards asked. We are Konoha shinobi, returned from our wanderings, said the hermit. Names. Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki. Now was not the time to find out about the state of affairs, first it was necessary to get into the village without problems. Naruto Uzumaki, you will come with us. Why is that? Asked Jiraiya. The Hokage's order is to report immediately upon the arrival of the Jinchuriki and bring him to him. Him? What do you mean? When we left, it was her. The Hokage has changed, but we are not allowed to tell everyone about this, especially near the gates. So, Naruto Uzumaki, you will come with us. There was nothing to do but agree. Jiraiya managed to convince them to go with them. As they walked through the village, the sense of danger grew. There were almost no people on the streets, although it was usually lively. Approaching the residence, the travelers noticed the Hokage rock. They stood staring like two fools at the stone portraits. There were 6 of them now. And the 6th was Danzo. What happened here? How did Danzo become Hokage? Naruto had too many questions. Come in, the ANBU reminded them, and they all entered the office. The former head of Roots ANBU sat at the table. Hello, Fox, Shimura said with a cold face. Danzo-sama. Naruto bowed out of habit. Stand up, the Hokage said sharply. Finally the Jinchuriki of the leaf has returned to his homeland. Surely, you have many questions now, but I will answer them later. By decision of the council, Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, will be placed under guard. You, as the main weapon of the village, must be under constant supervision. Naruto was on his knees from the news, even though there wasn't as much as he would have liked, and couldn't believe his ears. Not only had Danzo become Hokage, but now they wanted to deprive Naruto of his freedom, like before. You have no right to dispose of it. Jiraiya didn't like this arrangement at all. That's all I have, Danzo said angrily, to take him away. And, Fox, don't resist, you know my methods. I won't sit on a chain like a guard dog. Naruto came to his senses and jumped up, shadow cloning. About 100 clones appeared in the room. About 20 ANBU jumped into the office windows. It seemed they had foreseen such a turn of events, but Naruto was strong and skillfully repelled the attacks. His original and several clones rushed out of the residence and ran in groups in different directions. Enter S mode, Danzo ordered. Sirens began to sound throughout Konoha and walls began to appear, forming a labyrinth. Several ANBU squads also moved behind Naruto. They attacked from all sides, gradually dispersing the clones. No matter how strong Naruto was, he could not stand against 100 ANBU alone. Uzumaki felt his strength begin to fade. Fox, don't resist. Danzo's voice rang out throughout the village. Naruto ignored it and continued to move towards the exit. But near the gate stood a squad of elite ANBU, among whom were the familiar masks. Naruto knew another way out of the village, but it was also full of shinobi. Naruto. A familiar voice was heard near him. Kakashi-sensei, I'm so glad to see you, Uzumaki said sincerely. What happened here? That's not the main thing now. We need to hide, the sensei answered coldly. But where? Follow me. Hitaki led Naruto to a street near the cemetery. There were almost no houses on it. Are you sure there is room here? Kakashi ignored the question and began to form seals. The ground in front of them became as if liquid. Follow me, Kakashi commanded. Wait, what about Jiraiya-sama? Naruto suddenly remembered. Don't worry, he will be taken care of too. They sank into the ground and found themselves in a place unfamiliar to Naruto. This doesn't look like Konoha. We are far from her, or rather, she is only in another space. I've never heard of such a thing. Let's go. They walked along the streets, very similar to the usual Konoha ones, but only now Naruto noticed that they were clearly different from the original. How did you manage to create this place? I had a hand in this, but the main creator of this shelter is another shinobi. I think there is no point in asking who it is. For some reason you are hiding everything from me. Naruto even got a little offended. Sorry, but the situation is very serious. I noticed. They continued walking in silence. Naruto decided that it was worth trusting his teacher. Finally they reached the local Hokage residence. Tsunade was sitting in the office as if nothing had happened. Naruto, I'm glad to see you, the Hokage calmly greeted the blonde. Hello, Tsunade-sama. Maybe you can explain to me how it happened that Danzo is now Hokage and what's going on. Tsunade exchanged glances with Kakashi and began her story. When you and Jiraiya left the village, Danzo decided to act. He accepted that he couldn't use you to achieve his goal and used another means. In his laboratories, together with Orochimaru, he raised another Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. It was a child in whom part of the Kyuubi's chakra was placed. But it wasn't even a person, but rather just a body, like a machine. This body looked scary. There were no eyes, scars everywhere, and the body itself was white. It had about half the power of a real Jinchuriki, but it was enough to seize power. One day, this creature appeared right in my office and attacked me and my assistants. We were able to hold out for some time, but it turned out to be just a trap. On his side there is a person who is good at space-time techniques. In short, I didn't have time to react and ended up here. So we are all in his trap now. Not exactly. Thanks to Kakashi's Sharingan, we were able to take control of this dimension. The good thing is that Danzo has no idea about it. I was able to contact Kakashi thanks to my healing jutsu. It turned out that you can influence a dimension from the inside, affecting the outside world. That's how I was able to reach Kakashi. He was able to find a way to move to me using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then he told many honest shinobi about what happened and we gained supporters. They all live in the village, I think you understand why. But they come here to report on what's happening, and we also use this place as a shelter, like now, for example. But it's risky, one wrong step and it will become our prison. Yes, I know, but we have no choice. Almost all ANBU now serve Danzo. It is their duty to serve the Hokage. Whoever he may be. Also, many ordinary shinobi will not betray the current Hokage. And, as you noted, if you get into a village, it is unrealistic to get out of it, so the choice is not great. Naruto stood for about a minute and thought about what he had heard. But you didn't say anything about me. Danzo decided to keep me on a chain, but for what purpose? You know the answer yourself. It was true. After all, Naruto is the bearer of the Kyuubi, and of course, Danzo wants to keep him under control. What about Sasuke and Sakura? And where is Jiraiya-sama? Sasuke and Sakura live in the village. They are on our side, but unfortunately they can't help much. And Jiraiya will be here soon. Sasuke can't help, but he's an expert in sealing techniques. It's not exactly sealing, it's more of a space-time technique. And what are you doing now to overthrow Danzo? We are collecting information and supporters. That's not necessary. What we already have will be enough. I'll be able to stand up to him. Remind me who you just almost caught. Kakashi interrupted the conversation. If I can use the power of the Kyuubi, I can defeat him, Uzumaki continued. Don't be silly. You know that when you use it, the fox controls you. That's why I need time to cope with her. I think we have time. Then I'm going. The sooner we return Konoha to its former appearance, the better. Commentary on Ku. My imagination is running wild. I hope you liked this part. The continuation is coming soon, don't get bored. End. I knew I'd find you here. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi wasn't expecting any guests in his secluded place, even though it was a public cemetery. Are you worried about Naruto? Yes. He takes on too much. Despite the fact that the guy is reasonable, he is still emotional from birth. After all, his mother was not one of the timid ones. Kakashi spoke sadly, but a smile appeared on his face. Yeah, he's very similar to Kushina. During our travels, I noticed he had this habit of adding filler words to his speech, haha. However, when I told him about them, Naruto got so upset. Noticing that Hatake still hadn't calmed down, Jiraiya added, Naruto always tries his best not because of the route and training. He just wants to prove that he's not what others see him as, and especially not Danzo. Naruto believes that if he can protect his friends, he can show everyone what he really is. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed. So, it turns out that he wants to prove that he is worthy of living. Well, in a sense, yes, but there is a deeper meaning here. They didn't speak anymore. Hatake stood and looked at the grave of his late friend and thought that he hadn't noticed his student's true feelings at all. But Minato had always seen to the root, had always helped. I'm not making a good sensei, Kakashi thought with a grin. Fox, I think you know why I'm here. Naruto finally managed to get into his subconscious, and now the boy stood in front of a huge cage among water and pipes. Get lost. Kyuubi immediately growled. You understand that if we can't work as a team, it's all over. For you, I won't die, and if I'm put inside another person, I'll get a chance to break his unprepared spirit. You will be in Danzo, and his spirit is much stronger than mine. Spit. But you hate him. And you too, so what's the difference? I'm not very skilled in terms of psychology, but please help me. Naruto bowed his knee and lowered his head. How you irritate me. On your knees again. You've been kneeling your whole life. That's why you irritate me so much. First Danzo, then the Hokage, now in front of me. You're pathetic. Hearing this, Naruto froze. I don't know how else it could be, Uzumaki said quietly. Whining again. The same scenario year after year. You even seem to have gotten a little smarter. But no, now it's happening again. Shut up. Naruto stood up and now lost his temper. I'm not your slave. I just want to help as much as I can. I want to protect everyone. You don't understand. You've always wanted only to destroy. You've never felt affection. Before the fox's eyes appeared the scene where he and all the tailed beasts said goodbye to their father, friend, the sage of the six paths. That day, Kyuubi felt a pain that he would never feel again, the pain of losing someone dear. I'll help, the fox said calmly. What? Naruto immediately calmed down. What did I hear? You're right, I've already forgotten what it's like to feel affection, but perhaps by helping you I'll be able to remember. Just no tenderness. Fox still didn't want to lose his authority. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy extended his hand and smiled. Kurama, the fox also extended his paw, and their fists connected. Now Naruto trained himself to enter tailed beast mode day after day. He and Kurama quickly got along. The boy grasped everything on the fly, so in 3 days they were able to hold out for several hours. I think this is enough for us, Fox summed up after another training session. I think so too, the blonde agreed, and they headed towards Tsunade. Naruto, are you sure? The Hokage's face had become very emaciated over the past 3 days, and large bags had appeared under his eyes. Hokage-sama, we can't afford to hesitate. This time Naruto didn't kneel, but stood confidently in front of Tsunade. Okay, then we perform tomorrow. Lady Tsunade, that same evening Hatake entered the residence. Yes, I allowed him to fight, Senju said without waiting for the question. I see, Kakashi thought, do you think he can? We have no choice, the Hokage said sadly. Hey, Naruto. Jiraiya found his student on the Hokage mountain. The boy looked peaceful and completely collected. Jiraiya-sama, I couldn't notice you again. I am a great Sannin after all, ha ha. How can you compare to my skill? After a short pause, the hermit asked, are you worried? No, I will finally be able to fulfill my duty. Why should I worry? The guy's calmness was alarming. Naruto, are you okay? The old man asked directly, but received no answer. The boy only smiled softly and continued to look at the night sky. Everything was fine this morning. Well, fine is an overstatement. Ever since the Hokage changed, everything has gone to hell. Sensei is probably working on a plan right now. She is a great woman, but Danzo is no slouch either, so Sasuke and I are always ready. Yesterday we received news that Naruto was at the base. I wanted to see him so much, but it was too risky. Sasuke was also very happy, but of course he didn't show it. Oh, that Sasuke-kun, always calm, calculating, brave, reasonable. A few minutes ago we were informed that the coup had begun. All forces were directed to the residence, but there were also those who protected civilians. It was not their war, we could not involve them. I ran next to Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei soon joined us. Our task is to contain the Hokage's forces and protect the village. Naruto is already there. Soon everything around will become a battlefield. Will Naruto fight alone? Sasuke asked. He will fight against the half-Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. And we will provide him with support. Clear. We headed towards the residence, but on the way we met a whole squad of ANBU. They were strong. If I were alone, I wouldn't have lasted a minute, but with 3 of us, we had a chance. Suddenly, 2 Kyuubi appeared right on the Hokage rock. One seemed to be made entirely of chakra, and the other was simply a fox. Naruto. The words escaped, but, of course, no one heard them during the battle. The 2 foxes fought desperately. The forces were almost equal. What's wrong? Naruto should be stronger, because he's a real Jinchuriki. I don't know how, but I heard Sensei's reasoning. Sensei. Will Naruto cope? Don't know. I will protect my village. At any cost. Are you ready to give your life for this? This man mocked me. Any of my words or actions. Naruto, we'll have to use 80%, Kurama's voice echoed in his head. No, 100%, I said firmly. But, Naruto, you know that we can't yet. I know, but there is no choice. Think about the consequences. I've already thought about it. Go ahead. This was a very reckless act, but for the sake of the village and my friends, I was willing to take the risk. We didn't know exactly what would happen. My body might not be able to withstand it. However, right now I was using only 50%. That was exactly the same as the power of this creature. And I needed to defeat it. I will be able to prove to everyone that I am not the way Danzo raised me. That I will not kneel anymore. I am Naruto Uzumaki, not a tool. Explosion. Naruto. The scream flashed through my head like a gunshot. Sakura. Naruto. Hey, wake up. Kakashi. Idiot. Get up. Don't you dare die like this. Even Sasuke. Move away. I'll try. Tsunade-sama. Did we win? I can't move or open my eyes. My whole body is burning. Maybe it really did burn. And Kurama, I can't enter the subconscious. Maybe I'm already half dead. Naruto-kun. And who is this? The voice is familiar. That girl. Hinata Hyuga. And she's here. Warmth. Irien and Jutsu. It's so nice, but at the same time cold. Looks like this is the end. Comment on the end. Write your suggestions about the continuation. I hope you liked the chapter. As you noticed, I used a slightly different type of narration, but it seems to have turned out well. Be sure to write your opinion in the comments, and also support the fanfic with a like. I recently created a group in VK, I'll be glad to see you there. Definitely the end. Naruto. Idiot, don't you dare die. I tried my best to open my eyes, but it was so hard. I was used to going beyond, but now, is it worth it? Naruto-kun, please open your eyes. The girl from the Hyuga clan did not cry, she only begged, did not want to let go. I couldn't contact Kurama. It seemed like when I used 100%, he died. Fox would be reborn, of course, but I still felt sorry for him. For his sake at least, I must overcome myself. I tensed up again and finally my eyes opened. Naruto. Everyone immediately perked up, but in vain. Naruto, what were you doing? Jiraiya-san stood there and almost cried. This false sternness of his, I'm so used to it. Sorry, I couldn't find anything else to say. My strength was leaving me. You were always on your knees. Kurama always said that. Well, why can't I leave as a talentless person like him? Thank you for everything. Don't talk. Sakura tried to stop me, but suddenly she realized, and not only her. The general mood changed abruptly. Even I felt it. I heard sobs, sighs, grinding teeth and the sound of clenching fists. You are all so worried. Nobody said anything. Come on, the world didn't close in on me. I'm glad that I found the light that I was missing so much. It became increasingly difficult to speak. Find Kurama later. He died, but will be reborn, then he will be angry. Please, help him, just like me. That's it. I have no more strength. I felt like I was falling somewhere. I must be dying. So warm and pleasant. I've dreamed of such a feeling for a long time. Naruto. Sakura burst into a scream and fell next to the blonde's lifeless body. Hinata just sobbed. She didn't want to let herself show weakness and disrespect to her hero's sacrifice. Hinata always watched Naruto since he came to the village. She was immediately interested in this boy. She saw him in Team 7. Naruto always stood up to everyone and everything, but he didn't give up, and in the end, he was able to find peace and find himself. It started to rain. Kakashi remembered the feeling of standing in the rain, mourning the loss of someone dear to him. Another grave. This time, a student. The person he was supposed to protect, more than anything. Tsunade stood silently, not shedding a single tear, but clearly feeling a lump in her throat. Naruto Uzumaki is the hero who saved Konoha, a man who gave himself to serve the village. His path began with darkness, but ended with the light he had been searching for so long. 3 people approached the cemetery. A pink-haired girl, a gloomy guy, and a one-eyed man. Only 5 years have passed, said Sakura and pressed herself against her beloved, but it seems like just yesterday we were listening to his stupid jokes. Everyone smiled. Do you think that even in the next world he tries to tell everyone something like, I'm just kidding, or, literally, Sasuke said and smiled slightly. We owe him a lot, said Kakashi. He came here almost every day, but he still couldn't get used to the tombstone with the inscription, Naruto Uzumaki. Thank you Naruto. Mom, where are we going? A small black-haired girl walked skipping, holding her mother's hand. You'll see, Sakura said with a smile. And Dad won't come. I don't know. He's been very busy lately. The mother and daughter approached the cemetery and went to the grave that was so familiar to the girl. 2 familiar figures were already standing near it. Sasuke, you came. Dad. Hello, baby. Sasuke extended his arms and took his daughter in his arms. Mom said she'd tell me a story today. Maybe you'd better tell me. If Mom doesn't mind. Uchiha looked at his beloved, and having received permission, began, once me and your mom were put on a team with one strange boy. His skills were at their best, but he had one drawback, he didn't feel anything at all. And who was the commander? 6th, Sasuke said and stepped back, revealing a gray-haired man. Is it true? Hitaki became embarrassed. You continue, Sasuke, said the teacher. Okay. Anyway, his name was Naruto Uzumaki. Comment to exactly the end. In general, I racked my brains for a long time over how to end this story and I couldn't decide, that's why there will be 2 endings. Although, if you are satisfied with this ending, then write in the comments, and I will think about it again. If you have any ideas, art, etc., post them in the VK group.